ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome everybody to ESL StarCraft 2 Masters Spring Regionals as we are entering the playoff week. We're going to start day one with Asia and Europe with myself, Woody, and with Demu. How are we feeling, Ben?
I'm great, Warder. You know, I felt very prepped for this one. You know, my producer gave me a good minute countdown. They said, "Oh wait, no, it's now."
No. I said a minute ago, and then I was like, you know, it's time to go now, and I just said a minute instead of, and I was like, huh, I didn't really mean a minute. I was like, you know, time to go, but it's okay. I know you're always prepped.
I'm always prepped, you know, rearing to go. No, I'm excited, man. Like, I looked at the player list last night, and I was like, oh my god, we get to cast Coffee in a best of 5. That's awesome. Get to say at least 3 times for the intro. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to today. I think there's some really good matches lined up.
Yep, no, it's going to be a good time. We're going to look at those in a second. Let's first of all just say thank you very much to our sponsors, Blizzard Entertainment, Monster Energy, the US Air Force, and ESL Shop. Without them, we would not be here and building up our road to Dallas, which is where the offline finals will be. And you can get yourself the tickets right now at dreamhack.com/Dallas/tickets. Join us there for the offline finals. We would love to see you. And yeah, you mentioned a fun set of matches coming up. Let's have a look at today's schedule across Asia and Europe as we enter the playoffs. You mentioned Coffee. He's going to be our first player up. But I'm excited for Lemon as well. There's a lot of PvPs in this today. 3 in a row in Asia, then 1 in Europe as well. But yeah, Lemon's going to be playing Cyan. Jieshi's taking on Firefly. Nice against Nanami. And we dip into Europe with Wayne against Hearthstone, Showtime versus Goblin, HeroMarine versus Lambo, and Clem versus Bly. So we are going to be getting this underway. We're pretty much set to go. The players are in the lobby, so I believe they're probably just waiting on us. And yeah, you get to talk about your favorite introduction player to introduce ever, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, you're the Pokemon master around here, so I know as soon as I said it the first time, I was like, Wardy's gonna love this, man. He's getting like the little schoolboy in him's gonna glow up, grin, and yeah, I think this is a cool one for me. I mean, this region's obviously massively dominated by Terrans and Protoss. So I'm just gonna look at it now. Maybe it's mainly Protoss for sure. But these 2 Terrans that have made it, these are the two kickers. Like, these are going to be problematic for all of those Protoss players out there. But obviously, having Lemon in the mix, like, new kid on the block, or kind of not, but he stepped it up massively. I think it's going to be a good one. Oh, Coffee's... What?
Coffee says he's going to off race.
I will go with Protoss. What?
Okay. Well, Coffee's going to give us 1 more Protoss in the region, apparently. So, yeah, Coffee, great Terran player, is going to play Protoss here against Oliveira. As that should be fine, I think. Does he? I don't know if he has to play Protoss for the entire series, or if he can just play Protoss map by like 1 map, then Terran 1 map, or what the plan is. But now apparently our admin is going to check the rules, so we are going to have him check the rules, and we'll get back to this one. But yeah, a little bit of an unexpected start to the day.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, maybe I don't know what the history between these guys is exactly. I know they played a finals in this region one time, and I think Oliveira trounced it, right, in like TVT.
Yeah, but... and it was like Coffee took the first map, and we were like, Coffee, and we were all very excited, and then Oliveira like smacked him down for the next 4 maps, and it was like, oh, okay, well, back to normality there.
Yeah, I mean, Oliveira has his way of doing that with people. Like, I mean, we will never forget his Katowice run, but in this region, he has been he's been the kingpin, the big dog on the block. And the last time I was here for a referee checking the rules, it was a messy day with Uthermal and Lambo. But no, I think Coffee, if he feels that he's going to do better with Protoss, then you know you got to trust the players. We've had players do it before where they switch races, and sometimes it's gone well, sometimes it's gone absolutely disastrous. And Coffee, he's a guy that plays Terran very well. Like, he's very succinct about his timings and attacks and his way of doing things. Maybe he's just got some, like... And I mean, Protoss is very good at that, lining up an attack in the perfect way, right? Like, we all know that. So I'm genuinely curious.
Some cool timings.
Yeah. Like, his 2 base pushes against the Protosses that we saw in the group stage were really clean. Like, just the way he did it. He knew when to attack and what with. But Oliveira is a beast, man. But maybe if you have seen players like Lemon, kind of like, you know, give him a little kick in the gut. Maybe he's felt some confidence there.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, I feel like he's probably just like, you know, these 2 are good friends as well, and They talk a lot when it's at events and stuff. Admin confirms that the the race change is okay. So it might just be, he's just like, man, I actually just can't beat you in TVT. We practice, I know we can't, so I'm just going to do something fun for this first round. You know, try and maybe upset you a little bit. I'll be interested to see if he plays Protoss the whole series, or if he just plays Protoss one map and he switches to, you know, TVT the other maps as well, because he can take maps off of Oliveira, but I mean, Oliveira does typically dominate him. It's like 48 to 10 in maps all times, so yeah, in a best of 5, you're probably not looking the best, but then you would typically expect then TVP to not look the best either when it's your off race, so I guess we'll see what Coffee has planned for us.
Yeah, and we're loading into the first map now, which will be Site Delta, so the Chinese region or rather the Asian region, has definitely enjoyed the more normal maps, the ones that have been in the pool for quite some time, but we're going to get right on into it. Spawning over in the top left as our blue Protoss, formerly Terran, it is Coffee.
And in the bottom right-hand corner from Dragon Kaiser Gaming, we're going to have the red Terran player still playing Terran. It is Oliveira. You know,
I knew I liked Coffee.
You knew you liked him?
Yeah, he's just a Chad, isn't he?
You know what? I almost wonder if he does it because Oliveira has not had the best track record against Protoss the last week and a half.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, like he's lost in, you know, to a bunch of Protoss play in the group stages that you wouldn't have expected. In other events, he's been getting quite visibly tilted playing TVP. Like, you know, he was playing against Hero the other day, and it was like 1-2, and like he was playing fine. And then in game 4, like, he pulled an SCV to attack the probe, missed the probe, and he just was like, no, that's it, GG, I'm out of here. And I was like, whoa, okay, Oliveira. So I don't know if he's just like having a rough time this matchup. Maybe that's the insider information for Coffee. Maybe that he's gonna come out with something a little bit funky here as PP for big lag, apparently. But yeah.
I'm voting. Let's see who's in the. I'm voting referee B.
Referee B.
yeah, he's the only one that's not Yumi on map.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you're not gonna have many people to blame. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, maybe they have the language filter thing going on. So what is it about that causes so much issue?
I have no idea. I just opened my StarCraft yesterday, we went in game, and I was like 1 frame per 10 seconds. You know, like it was bad. And then Showtime in my chat was like, yeah, no, it's you just need to disable a language filter. I was like, okay, because I was ready to like shut my stream off, reset everything. So I disabled the language filter and everything was fixed. So some new bug that just worked its way into the system, it seems, as we get back into it. Looks though it's not too major. We're back at it right now.
I mean, this region, they might just enjoy profanity a lot. That disabling it's just like, hell no, you got to see the kind of crap that we type over here.
Well, it just lags so bad because like, no, you must get insulted by all of your ladder opponents, and you must know it.
Like, StarCraft is a brutal game. Let's not beat around the bush. Like, you can get absolutely tonked in every way, so you might as well let your opponent tonk you verbally as well as in game.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a fairly normal opening from Oliveira. I mean, from Coffee going for the low ground gateway in Cybercore, it's not something you see every day of the week. Like, if you didn't look across the other side of the map and see what he's scouting, you'd be like, oh yeah, it's sort of like a PvP-ish layout, because normally you want to get those gateway Cybercore on the high ground to stop the Reaper jump-up path, but he seems very confident with this. This, to me, is the kind of layout that you go for if you're going for some kind of blink timing.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit.
I'm so glad you didn't yep me, by the way, Mr. Yep Man.
Maybe yeah is my new thing today. I was gonna say that I was thinking, like, obviously this gateway on the low ground does obviously accelerate your units across the map a little bit faster as well, right? So put on a bit of pressure, and then yeah, you know, like you say, follow up with maybe some blink play, something that can then, you know, get across. There's the Twilight Council coming down, so maybe onto something here, Ben, as our adept will get a couple more shots off on this Reaper.
Yeah, it will, and it will get the confirmation scout of what's happening behind, and seeing that bunker on the low ground, and getting to see the reactor as well. You know you're against a very, very generic Terran opening against Protoss, and I mean, there are a lot of follow-ups to this, so it's not like he's all-knowing and the Oracle right now, but at least you get to know you're playing against a standard opening, and you see here Oliveira, he's getting that Cyclone. Wants to get confirmation scout, won't be able to deal damage in the main because of that shield battery, it's very nice, but does get to see that it is indeed blink, and a sentry. that also makes me think he's probably doing that for something like a hallucination. Because you know, off racing, whenever I've off raced in the past, Wardy, I've been like, what is the build that is absolutely by far and away the easiest to do and also the most abusive, like the highest success rate? And me and Coffee, we're bros, you know, like we're in sync. I love his nickname. I love what he does. This Reaper, by the way, is getting a lot of damage done already.
2 kills, man. Maybe you should have gone for the Reaper wall offers. This Reaper is having a fantastic time. Stalker's still trying to chase, but Reaper will regen a little bit. Sentry helps to get the catch. And Blink's halfway done, but we're just dropping a 3rd base down, so we are absolutely just going to keep the macro going. Not going to be that aggressive. And, yeah, Oliveira is going to be building up into a tank. He's going to have some Marines coming through with Stim on the way already. As the starport pops up, you can kind of see the eventual timing coming along. It'll be interesting to see what preparations Coffee makes to ensure that he's not going to fall into too much trouble against that force.
This build that Oliveira's doing, like the very early 2nd barracks with like just straight tank, it's super good against that high ground or low ground wall off that Coffee's made. Like, you can get in a position, and if it is a good position where you're like flat or threatening the 3rd, threatening that wall, that's when that wall becomes very susceptible. Like, this wall was good against Hellions early on and things like that, and getting units out across the map fast, like you said. But wow, that is a fast Templar Archives as well. This is he's getting a bit of everything.
He's just sending it. Just gonna be seeing yeah, Templar Archives coming up quickly. I mean, very fast Storm on the follow-up to this. It's a very vulnerable kind of build that Coffee's playing, right? Because this is the kind of build where if your storms don't land, you're just in trouble, and you're not going to have a lot of storms, so it's not a lot of chances. Yeah, if you manage to land a couple storms, then brilliant, but yeah, it feels like very high risk with potentially very high reward. He's trying to buy time with these Stalkers, and to be fair, 4 Stalkers are buying a lot of time at the moment. The medevac now showing up will provide some extra micro. We need to get something ready. I mean, Templar Archives is done, but we are on the verge of Oliveira being on top of these bases, and he's got Charge halfway done, a handful of Stalkers, and really nothing else to show for his investment.
So Coffee expanded kind of like a Terran in a way, and Oliveira came over to a base that, you know, he thought a foe was going to be there, but now he's getting to that spot that we talked about, Wardy, where you're able to threaten both bases, able to potentially take out these gateways in the wall to save an Escort as well. And this is definitely one of the weaknesses of having this position, because you are not getting out of there without taking a lot of damage if you're Coffee. Now, does he want to make more Stalkers? I mean, eventually I think he will, but he definitely wants to get out a lot of charge lots. And right now he's just working off that's one of his only gateways. He's got one more in the main, and he's making a couple extra. This is awful for him.
Yep, this is really bad. Oliveira knocking down the front door. I mean, now you just can never get up that kind of master zealots, which is meant to be good for charge. Storm will start from Coffee, but not feeling like that's going to be the game changer because it's just so far off. These few Stalkers still over here. I'm kind of surprised Oliveira forgot about them because he knew they were on the map. He's never seen them again, so there should be no reason to assume they weren't here. As you see, obviously now the rest of this army is showing up, and it's going to go through the blink, and we are good to clean up. So Oliveira loses everything in the end, which is quite a lot to lose for the cost of 2 gates and a cyber core. And realistically, he could have just pulled back, with the kind of units from the front and the tanks and everything, just pulled back together, and he would have had 0 issues. So a little bit of a sketchy moment from Oliveira.
Really sketchy. I am very surprised that he pulled back with the tanks in the first place. I thought he was, going to just hold that position. There was no shield battery at this third. It was going to be very, very costly. And, there wasn't that much potential for reinforcement. And, yeah, Coffee's got himself a lifeline here in this game, but he still has to be careful. He's not 1,000,000,000% out of the woods yet, and Oliveira, he's back for more.
Yup. See these couple of feedbacks coming down. That storm didn't quite hit, but the feedbacks are good to take the energy off the Mendevacs, and that obviously does make sure that it just removes a little bit of that potential to keep on dropping and to keep on harassing. Oliveira will be back to the drawing board with the Ghost Academy being brought up now, so just trying to find additional tech for deeper into this game, as he will kite away against those few zealots, and hopefully get a cleanup on these. He's getting flanked by these Stalkers, but he's got another army showing up, so now these Stalkers are going to get caught, and they've gone too far, so they're not going to have a good direction to blink in. They blink upwards, which was maybe the better of 2 evils, but he walked himself into trouble there, and he ends up paying for it.
Yeah, that was a moment where it's like, who's sandwiching who here? Like, they both had the right play in mind, but it just turned out Oliveira's forces that he had available were just that much better, and he's been very quick to start his +2 as well here. Like, second engineering bay online very, very quickly, getting ghosts out as well. Let's have a look at the work account. 65 pros to 57 SVs, so definitely not too bad for Coffee in that regard, but every unit he has on the map right now gets massively, massively countered here. Like, as soon as EMPs start landing, this army is not destined to survive, and I don't think he has the gateway or the production right now to deal with this.
No, I mean, losing a couple early, having to rebuild while also investing into Storm, etc. has been a bit tough, as we already lose one pylon here. The Storm gets split away from. There's not really a lot in the main. Extra High Templars are showing up. We do Storm down at this bottom side, and this group of Medivacs will be forced to lift up as well, but Oliveira is on an upgrade lead. He's killing a ton of probes, and the handful of SCVs he's losing is nothing in comparison to what he has achieved, as he is going to eat one more Storm on the way out, but that will be that. And for the moment, Oliveira is looking good.
He's looking real good here. Like, he's even being careful. Like, he's placing his 4th on the 3rd location kind of thing. So, not being super greedy behind this. I think he realizes that he's ahead, getting good damage done. Now that work count far better. Coffee has taken a 4th base behind this. But again, that upgrade lead that you talked about, it's soon going to be 2-1 against 1-0. And that is not armor. Like, this bio count is just going to shred through those gateway units.
Yep, Zealots that are meant to be tanky are not going to be tanky at all. Their shields will be EMP'd, the bio will just destroy them afterwards. This is looking rough. EMP on those 2 High Templar. The Stalkers obviously can't really stand on their own accord, and so we're just in trouble here across the board as Pylon's going down. Here come the Zealots, but we just talked about how these are likely going to melt, and that's exactly what is happening. They are not the frontline tankiness that you expect out of Zealots, and that's just because of the upgrades and the EMPs that can drop down as well. So, yeah, Coffee is in a whole world of trouble. I mean, the supplies only 30 apart don't seem terrible. It's when you look at the production tab and you see how much Oliveira's got invested into, and Coffee's like, okay, well, I'm sitting on 4 bases, but, well, yeah, I'm barely getting anything else on the go, so it's not a good time for him at the slightest.
And Coffee is on crisis mode. Like, I haven't seen that many probes produced for him. His main base is extremely lackluster. And Oliveira, he's just been very smooth. Like, he's gearing up for Warp Prism defense in his main with turrets and things like that, but we see that the first robo, or rather, it's the second robo, isn't it? It's got 2 robos at this natural, but no sign of any Warp Prism or being able to be aggressive in the near future. Going to go for Colossus, most likely, I guess. But yeah, still, it's a bad position for any Protoss to be in.
Maybe like Desperation Disruptors. Just because if you know you're behind, the Disruptors have that like big shot to maybe bring you back in. I think in a more even game, I'm with you. I kind of love the Colossus. It is weird though, because I guess also Disruptors kind of fill a similar role to Storm in terms of like being a zoning, split against this unit, whereas Colossus do just provide that more consistent damage output. So maybe either way, I don't know if we're going to live to really see them, because Oliveira should be pushing soon. He's going to go from 2 different directions, and the supply of Coffee just is not there to truly defend this. So this feels as though it's going to be pretty rough as we come across. We're seeing CSL getting picked off, a couple more Archons being brought in, but even getting some cannons, so we clearly know we need to get the defense ready, but again, sometimes there's just not enough numbers.
Yeah, I mean, Oliveira's got 2 armies on the map that are bigger than any one of Coffee's right now. That's the scary issue that he's facing, and it's soon going to be +3 bio. Really good EMPs, good feedbacks as well, to be absolutely fair to him, but he's got Templars for days, man. There's 3 Storms, maybe 4 left remaining here. Don't know how many more EMPs, but holy cow. Resources Lost tab tells the tale of this game, and look at Oliveira. He's flying through the Storms, and the army shredded.
He experienced no turbulence there. He just went through, and he was able to grab himself a game number 1 as we get ready into game number 2 here in a couple of moments. Oliveira able to open up with that 1-0 lead, looking good. And honestly, my biggest question is, does Coffee try play Protoss a second time, or are we just going to see him go back to Terran? Because he might have just set his heart on playing Protoss the entire series, but I feel like this first game was just all the examples why he wasn't really quite prepped or set up for the attacks in time. I feel like the one thing that went well for Coffee was almost Oliveira's mistake, forgetting the few Stalkers on the map, letting the tanks walk into those, and then staying too long with that drop. But yeah, we'll see what happens for game 2 here in just a few moments, as we're just waiting for our referee to come and host up a game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his... I mean, he knows more about himself than we do, right? Like, within regards to what he wants to play. And it wasn't a total disaster. Like, there was a few moments. I kind of liked how... like, getting the Stalkers on the map and stuff. It was a nice, greedy third, but it just felt like Oliveira went for a very nice build against what he was doing, and it just slowed the whole thing down. Are we missing our referee right now?
Yeah, I think he's still in game.
he'll do what he did last time with us, where it's like, oh, all right, next match, and it's like, what?
GG's 1-0. That's the series. Yeah, he left at 1-1, right? And then he thought it was 2-0. And it was the end of the day for Asia too, so he was just like straight up like he was just out of here. He was like insta log out. He's like GG's, and he just exited.
Yeah, that was actually really fun and really silly at the same time.
Yeah, he's back now.
By the way, for the given that we've got a tiny bit of downtime here, if I sound a tiny bit more nasally than normal, I told Wardy about this. My little boy and I were having a pillow fight before we went to sleep. You know, I like to play with him a bit. And it was like, pillow attack. And then all of a sudden, he kind of leans forward a little bit, like with his... And I was like, oh, what are you doing? And he goes, wrecking ball, and jumps at my face. And proper conked me on the nose. Like, and then he was like, oh, I'm all wobbly, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, yeah, like I'm fell over in pain. And then I'm bleeding everywhere. And he starts gagging at me just being like absolutely messed up. And he's like, Papa, why? I'm like, you just headbutt me.
Why didn't you absorb my attack better?
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, the wrecking ball attack. What do you expect me to do, Aster? Like, I didn't expect this. And I was so close to him as well. I was like, mate, you're ready for WWE. Like,
kids have no limits, man. They just sent it.
They have what I've noticed, 0 impulse control. And like, I think within regards to like consequences, apparently you don't learn truly consequences until you're apparently 25, which I was like, what?
25? No way.
Yeah, apparently. So the fact that 0 impulse control, no awareness of consequence. Yeah, the wrecking ball attacking into your dad's nose. Slamming.
Slamming. All right, well, these guys are readying up, and Coffee is back to Terran, so... I think kind of expected. He got a little bit schooled in game number 1, I think it's fair to say. So, yeah, I think back to... No, he's back to Protoss, never mind. I thought he got schooled enough, apparently not so. Never mind. I love the fact he was back to Terran. I do not love him picking Protoss again. He's going to have to play something very different if he's going to make something happen.
What would be a super Chad move here is if Oliveira goes Protoss as well. That would be 2010 all over again. It'll be absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I think Oliveira's just like, you know what? I had a very shaky group stage. Let's just smash these playoffs. Because Oliveira only got through the groups in like the last chance matchup. You know, like he had to go the full distance in groups. Usually he's the 3-0 guy. Yeah, he went 3-2, and he just about made it in. So as much as I want him to go full, like I can play Protoss too, I think he's just gonna come in and smash and get back on track.
Me too. I mean, I like Oliveira's a really rough one to draw in your first round for anybody, and you know there's only one other Terran for Coffee in this region that he's like, oh my god, he's amazing, and it's Oliveira. So trying to TVT against him is just ridiculously difficult. Anyway, spawning over in the top right of Crimson Court, it is the blue Protoss. It is Coffee.
In the bottom left, Red Terran, who has taken the 1-0 lead. It's going to be Oliveira.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to mix it here, does he? Like, he just played a solid, good, safe opening and just executed it well. Like, everything that I thought there would be a kind of weakness to that layout and to that setup, Oliveira just did without seeing the whole thing. And the fact that he did that without seeing the whole thing just tells me that he's very, very clued in, and rightly so. He is an absolutely phenomenal Terran player, and he's going to go for a slightly different build this game. It's going to be the 2 gas opening out of him rather than the 1 Rats expand.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't hate it, because I feel like if there's one thing I felt from Coffee's play that last game was he kind of wasn't prepared for some of the attacks, so he didn't really have the position set up. He put himself in some vulnerable spots. He just made Oliveira's life easier, and so if you're going to go open double gas, you have even more aggressive potential. It may just be that you can net yourself an advantage early as Oliveira, once again taking advantage of some of those things, so something to watch for as we get our Nexus and the Cybercore coming up, and yeah, it is just reactor first from Oliveira.
Yeah, that's not something you see every day. Like getting the Reaper out early feels very nice to do, but this is going to be a lot of emphasis on a lot of units very fast, albeit low-tech units, but he also placed the factory a little bit further away, so it wasn't scoutable by that probe, because we don't know yet what's going to exactly happen. Double Reaper. This is a proper, like, TVT opener, just doing it.
I knew you were going to say the TVT opener. He's going to go like 4 Reapers, 2 Hellions or something, and kind of send it, right? He's just going to try and run in and do a bunch of damage early. So we'll see if Coffee can defend against that. I do think these kind of builds are really tricky to defend, right? And it's funny because last game he kind of set up the wall. This time he would really like to have a wall, and he doesn't have one. So Coffee is maybe going to be in a little bit of trouble. He has Reapers number 3 and 4 starting up again. I think 4 Reapers, 2 Hellions is the common way to go about this. He does get a battery on the low ground.
Maybe 3, maybe 3.
You think 3?
Maybe 2, maybe 2.
Maybe 2. 2, 3. I mean, honestly, take your pick. I think whatever he builds here is going to have success.
let's go with 2 here. Let's go with 2. I think you were pretty spot on, actually. Like, yeah, this is going to pack a real punch, and he has revealed that I think he saw both Reapers there hop in. I don't know if he did it with just one, but this should pack a punch, and he's going to follow up with 3 or 2 extra barracks. So this is actually a very cool build out of Oliveira, and 3 barracks against a Stargate opening. That is, I don't know what he's clued into this morning, but he's making a lot of good moves before he even knows they're good moves, or he's that good that they are just good moves and he knows about it. But right now, these 2 adepts are scary enough that he's gonna, and he sees the Oracle as well. I tell you what, Coffee so far hasn't taken any damage, and this is a big investment out of Oliveira.
I kind of thought he was going to just kind of run by, but it probably wouldn't have ended up well because it is an Oracle, right? So good thing that he didn't. Just my expectation was he was just going to send it through and just kind of run into that main base and just try and get as much damage as possible. His orbital command lifts off, will move down to the low ground. So he will get his natural ready. And because you mentioned the 3 racks follow-up, he will still have a very kind of feisty follow-up as well, right? Where he's going to be able to punch with like an early stim pack, a bunch of units. So maybe that's something he'll aim for. As we see, the next step from Coffee is to move into the charge. So he's going to get charge lots ready. That's going to help against a lot of the aggression you typically see, as yeah, there's no anti-air here just yet. So there's going to be a couple dead SCVs. SCV and a mule.
This is not bad for Coffee at all. He's also got he got a big scout there on all 3 barracks. So the fact that he's moving straight into charge with the Phoenix, I think it's pretty much the only move he can do from this point, where it's like, all right, I can hold this if I do everything right. He's getting up to a good 4 gateways here with the charge. He's going to use all the gas on the Phoenix and all the minerals on the Zealots. Obviously, his 3rd base is going to be very delayed here, but if he gets a big, solid cleanup, he can absolutely explode economically after this. He has to be careful, though. He's got a lot of money to spend.
Yep, money, money, money. Needs to get it going as we have our Phoenix pulling away to the side just that a little bit. We do have the units now going to show up, and the tank will siege, and the pressure will begin. Obviously, we will be able to overcharge the battery. That's one thing we'll have to keep our eyes on when you decide to pop that. I mean, at this point, I guess the battery's going to go down too quickly. Charge just now finished, so this is going to be go time, but there's going to be no battery to help. Tank in the background gets lifted up as we kite against these Zealots. We're doing okay. And Coffee's supply blocks, so he can't add anything more to this until he loses units. Now, the Cyclone locks onto an Oracle, but I think the Zealots should be able to be good to clean this up. And I do think that the order of the build here from Coffee really was like really well set to kind of deal with what Oliveira was doing, because having charge against any non-stim army, charge shots almost always wreck that, and he really had that charge ready to go just about on time. It finished up as the setup was there from Oliveira.
Yeah, it was good scouting by him and good anticipation, and if he spent his money just a little bit better, that could have been a super wipeout. Like, so let's have a look. See, he's getting the Templar Archives afterwards because he's got a bit of gas to spend, and he's only been spending the gas on Phoenix so far. He takes the base through the gold mineral fields here, and it's going to be 7-ish gateways, and getting the Templar Archives online again. This is by far and away the best start he's had. Resources Lost tab really shows that it's not bad. Like, the 3rd base, you'd love it to be faster, because right now Oliveira is mining more, but can't complain, he's still alive.
No, I mean, he's definitely got himself the best setup he could have, and almost too tricksy from Oliveira. I feel like he went a little bit too soon. Like, I really felt like if he was going to do anything here, it was going to be like with Sim. But yeah, this attack really just fizzled. And now See Oliveira having to hang back, take a third CC, and I was really honestly ready for even like the Reaper Hellion at first to do damage. That didn't really do much, so Coffee impressing on the defense early. And now he will have Storm, so he will have himself access to that next stage of the game, the AoE damage that is so important against these weaker bio units. And this time he'll have a lot of Storms available too. There's not some kind of impending doom timing that's about to happen, right? So he's going to have plenty of time to get up the High Templars, saturate that third base, and all of that goodness. Oliveira realizing where this is going in terms of his opponent's composition. He gets the Ghost Academy down. Again, like in the last game, Ghosts are going to be pretty good against everything that Coffee has.
I like these little scouting pylons he's got. They're also like, obviously it'll be slow warp-ins, but places to warp in from pretty close, and just having good vision of where drops can be and whatnot. He's seeing where Oliveira wants to expand. It's usually fairly obvious if they don't take out that golden wall. But right now, yeah, Coffee, he's absolutely zooming, and this game, he is absolutely set up to make this a fairly short one. Like, he does have a forge, but he hasn't started any upgrades on it. That is a lot of zealots, but I like Oliveira's SimCity here. It would have been really nice if he had a bunker or two, but look at that. They're charging right on in here. This isn't the cleanest attack out of Coffee. The storm dodging's really good out of Oliveira. High Templars are getting burned, but I tell you what, the ghosts in the back line, they are going to be absolutely crucial here. They deal so much damage to these zealots.
Bit of a roller coaster of a fight. Coffee charged, and I was like, nah. And then he was like hitting the tank, all the zealots were trying to get to us, like, absolutely no way. And then he kind of started to break through. I was like, okay, but the ghosts show up, EMP is available, and Oliveira just with reinforcements in general is going to be able to hold this off and survive for now. Coffee does not continue to set up any further probes or fourth base or anything, so it does feel like he's fairly committed to this idea for the moment. Of course, now the double robo coming down, so we see him kind of progress in that tech, and so maybe a fourth base would be eventual. Now it is, so he gets that fourth base started, but was definitely kind of trying to find something with that attack right there. Oliveira now in position to deflect a zealot run by as well, and by doing this, he just limits what Coffee's able to do out and about on the map.
Some weaknesses out of Coffee's play, because he doesn't have that blink, right? So he can't blink between the avenues, like the corridors. So I think something that he's going to have to look for next is opening up some of these rocks, because right now, his only way back home to that third base of his is to go back to this wall that Mapu is very nicely showing us here. And it will be up to Robo Bay again. He's got the 2 Robo facilities online, but Oliveira has survived the very scary stage of this game. And all of a sudden, he's got the 2 engineering bays rocking. He's getting 3 upgrades at a time here for the airship weapons as well, getting 2nd starport online. So he's absolutely cruising. And Coffee, he's got to a stage of the game that I'm not sure he was entirely planning on. Like, I think he was absolutely hoping he was going to catch Oliveira off guard with that big timing there, but we'll see, because right now it's a far better situation than the first game, and he does have pretty decent vision.
Yeah, no, he has vision all around the map, so he can really see a lot of the common attack pathways at the very least, know where his opponent's coming from. And Oliveira just going to take that forward base. That comes with a rich Vespine. He puts that down immediately, so access to that additional gas for only 3 SCVs is lovely. Obviously, Coffee actually getting to the Colossus this time. He died just as he tried to make that switch last time around, so Colossi come up. It's going to be a big deal, as I do get a couple more medevacs coming out from Oliveira. Double starport, so Vikings and medevacs in sync. And it is good to see those Vikings, because as we said, Colossus are on the way. And the more Vikings you have, the easier that fight is going to become. Looks like the factory is just chilling up there as well, so it doesn't really have much of a use right now. As a few adepts get in, and it's a few SCVs that will be met with those glaives.
If you're going into double Robo Colossus and you see that many Vikings fly over to defend your third, you're like, oh, yeah, that's going to be problematic. That is definitely going to be problematic. He's switching into Stalkers now. He does not yet have Blink. And that is going to be a pretty big deal. Like, very often when you do this kind of thing where you go charge into Blink later, hopefully, sometimes if you're not familiar with Protoss ways, you can kind of forget that you don't have the Blink in the first place. But again, Oliveira's army is going to be scary. A 2nd Stargate out of Coffee here. That's also very interesting.
Yeah, definitely not quite the norm. If you go 2nd Stargate, you kind of expect the Fleet Beacon. He could go 2nd Stargate and just add like a lot of Phoenix, but then it's not like he's really been on a Phoenix count, right? Like, he had a few early, but now he's got 1. So I feel like he's forgetting the fleet beacon, or he's building one Stargate, forgetting he opened Stargate, and so he could already have the fleet beacon on the go.
Yeah, it's like, how did this Phoenix get here?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Whoa, hold up.
Okay, this is the kind of moment where I can imagine it being like, I have Blink, right? And it's like, oh wait, by the way, that Terran army is frightening, especially next to a PF here. Like, and Oliveira, I've been keeping mad tabs on this. Like, he has been so good about starting his upgrades very quickly as soon as one is finished. And a third Stargate coming up here with the fleet beacon. This is a true Terran playing Protoss squad.
Yeah,
it is.
He completely forgot that he opened Stargate. 100%.
Yeah.
It just makes no sense otherwise. But now he's at least going to have triple Stargate to build off of. I mean, I think the idea is right. He's like, okay, I've got a big army. I'm maxed out and I've got money. What do I hate playing against? Well, I hate when they just sit back and suddenly have a bunch of carriers. That's terrible. So that's what he's going to try and get to. And,
Blink does start up now as well.
Yeah, realizing.
So, he's also... Okay, count how many Colossus are on the field already. It's 6. He's going up to 8 Colossus with this. That is what... And I tell you what, they melt all those ghosts, and those Vikings, they are sat... Uh-oh. I'm having some big lags here. That's very unfortunate, but these storms, holy crap, that is all the Vikings dropping there. There's only 2 left in the sky. Archons are morphing the Colossus at the back here, but there's so much well-upgraded bio on the floor that it doesn't even matter, and Oliveira slams that army down.
Huge fight from Oliveira, just coming through. The Vikings, you were right, we kind of just stood in storms, and they were kind of getting melted. I was like, well... yeah, there goes the Vikings, but it didn't matter because he'd already kind of won on the ground. And once he went on the ground, the bio can just chase those Colossus down, clean up, and at that point you get completely reset. Now Coffee looks like a genius. He's already got Colossus rebuilt for the next fight. And to be fair, he did wipe out every single Viking. And if I'm Oliveira right now, I'm like, man, I just killed all the Colossus. I do have time to, you know, build some Liberators, which is what he's doing. He doesn't feel the need to reset that Viking count, but actually, Viking's going to be very important, not just against the new Colossus, but also the carriers on the way as well. The Liberators can play a role, kind of getting rid of the Interceptors with flash damage, but you are going to need a Viking count, you're going to need a fleet of them, and that's what he's going to start working on again now after that round of Libs.
There's a few things that Coffee is doing that I think he's taken this as like something that he hates playing against. We've got these High Templars just scattered about, like just a couple per base or a couple on the hills and the edges and stuff, and it's like, this reminds me of Hasselhoff's, and I mean, for the Zoomers out there that have no idea who Hasselhoff's is, he used to hide Templars everywhere, and back then you could warp them in, they'd have Storm ready, it was an absolute nightmare. All right, +1 air weapons does start off for Coffee here, so very, well, we already knew he was very much about the carrier transition. I was wondering if he was going to spot that Cyber Core next to that Stargate in the north that's just hiding, could produce from that too, but this army from Oliveira is so damn scary, man. Like, all of this deals so much damage to those Interceptors, and EMPs are good, the Vikings, I mean, he can just move against this. He's going to dive on top of it, though, and look at that. These Marauders don't give a damn. Taking out the whole Protoss army. Boy.
Just absolutely cleans up house right there. Oliveira with 0 chill coming out of that one. And he's just going to take himself to a 2-0 lead. I mean, it was the rough start. He did not find damage. He got cleaned up on his attack. He was definitely in a bit of a troubling spot. And there was a couple moments from Coffee where I felt as though he had the chance to break through, but in the end, the longer the game goes, I think we're always going to start feeling better and better for Oliveira again, because the experience in the later game is always going to be there for the guy, not off race. If you're playing your off race, you know, doesn't matter how much you play, you're not going to have that late game experience playing Protoss to anywhere near the extent of Oliveira having it in TVP, and that's going to make the fights very difficult to take, and this is going to make your life very tough, and unfortunately that's a position that ended up there for Coffee, as now Oliveira has himself a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, and I mean, even without Coffee off racing here, this might have been how we expected this to be going so far. But I gotta say, Coffee's playing, he's not just doing one build here, and going Oracle, Phoenix, like he's mixing it up a little bit, and he is reacting to what Oliveira is throwing at him. Like he's scouting and seeing and changing, not just one tricking. So it does show me that his Protoss is at least more than competent, actually, because Oliveira, he's a beast, man. He's a beast, so it's not as if he's just kind of throwing it or anything like that. I do think he legit has been practicing his PvT, because it's not bad. It's just Oliveira's that good.
No, I think it is. I mean, you're really challenging one of the more difficult players out there to challenge, right? Oliveira has always had I would say, very good TVP because he's not afraid to play a longer game, but he's also so tricky to get to the longer game against because he will SCV pull. I mean, I think back of his Katowice run, right? When he played against Hero in that semifinals, the variety of builds he showed there and the ability to identify, oh, I've got the timing to pull the boys and end this right now on one of those games. It really shows he can be a very, very dangerous player as we get ready to go into game number 3. Coffee is putting some sad faces out, but he's also set as Terran, so maybe it's TVT time finally in the matchup.
So going to Alcyone here, and he's given the Protoss a good go, and now we get to see his Terran and see what he's truly made of here. And I don't mind the attempt by him, but because as you said, Oliveira has looked like he's been a little bit vulnerable in his PvP, a little bit tilted or what have you, but Terran, it is mean. It can be real mean. It's just Oliveira competes with some of the very best Terrans on the planet. So again, hard opponent to run into in your first round of the best of 5 stage.
And that's why it's so brutal as well, because it's kind of because Oliveira kind of messed up in the groups, right? He lost 2 matches there, which we really didn't expect of him. He lost to Lemon. He lost to another Protoss. I think it was Nanami. He lost to another Protoss. I'm forgetting the name of right now which one it was, because there's so many of them here as well. So we didn't expect him to kind of come through so scrappily, so rough to kind of meet him. He is in the top right, the red Terran player, Oliveira, up 2-0 though in this first round of playoffs.
You're right, it was Nanami, and kind of funny because I think Nanami had that surprise win last season as well. I remember Nanami being a bit of a surprise, but spawning her in the bottom left-hand side, playing Terran this time, it is Coffee. I'm glad you gave me coffee to announce a few times.
I just know how much you appreciate it, man.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Just imagining this big coughing, playing StarCraft, spawning hands, wheezing everywhere.
Yeah, I kind of imagine that as well. Just imagine him sat there, just like in front of a screen. I don't know.
It would have been really brutal if Oliveira's like, oh, now you're playing Terran? Yeah, I'll proxy 2-Rex you. Here you go, son. But not going to do that. Oliveira's not been so much about the SCV scouting in this series so far. Like in that game before, he was just like, you know what, I'm doing this reactor build, going to attack you. I actually think he could have been more shameless about that, because those units are on a clock against Protoss, like the Hellions and the Reapers. They don't really do well later. So I'm a bit surprised he didn't send it, but here we have very, very mirrored builds. It's just Coffee's going for the scout as well, meaning he's a little bit safer. And Oliveira actually went for gas first, then barrack, so got a little bit more gas in the bank here to get a faster factory.
Yeah, it is one of those. I'm kind of thinking about that fight where I thought he was just going to run by the Adepts, right? Maybe you lose like a Reaper or a Hellion gets hurt. There was a battery in the main, but even then, with a couple of Hellions and that many Reapers, you can definitely target down some probes. I guess the biggest issue would have been if the Oracle popped out, but if he just sent it immediately, potentially could have been very cool. Now TVT, and Oliveira faster on the factory.
And Oliveira here was, I think he's going to get the Reaper. Oh, whoa! Wow, that was actually really nice out of Coffee. I really thought this Reaper was going to die of his, and that little Marine, just a tiny bit too slow here. So this is already a very nice start for Coffee. Like, he did keep the SCV, his scouting SCV here to help out with that, which definitely did just by being a little bit blocked. You see there it's lost 6 health, so that could have been the extra bit of damage there on that Reaper that he needed. But already this is a nuisance for Oliveira, and he's given away that he's gone for Reaper, or rather Marines afterwards. So yeah, just nice information. And if you look at Oliveira's vision right now, he sees nothing. Like, he has been just playing blind as a bat this whole series, just doing his builds, and he has no idea what lies behind this.
No, he really does not. Like, he is blind to what is going on. He gets Oliveira gets himself a siege tank on the way though, so he will be able to set up with that. Meanwhile, it's a Cyclone that came out from Coffee. Now he gets himself a tech lab. Starport just finished, and yeah, it's going to be a medevac on both sides. Potential for this to get very weird very quickly, because if we both end up playing into a a medevac drop, they both move across the map. There's a lot of interesting situations that can arise if neither spot each other making that move. Yeah,
this is one of those spicy openers, isn't it? where it's like they both want to deal damage, and when do they want to do it? They want to do it very, very quickly, as soon as those medevacs are online. Although Oliveira, setting up the siege tank defensively, is he just... I wonder what he's going to do with this, like loading up the Marines? What's he exactly waiting for with this? Because Coffee, he didn't skip a beat with his medevac, man. He's just like, you know what, picking up those dudes in the middle, I've had vision of what's going on, and this looks very nicely thought out. And again, Oliveira just... He's doing his build, trying to gear up for every possibility, and they're both switching into double Viking production super fast here. No Raven to speak of.
Yeah, both going to really vie for that air control. As there is the medevac Coffee already showing up in this main. 4 Marines and a Cyclone will be the hit squad. A tank is on the way over to try and help. A little siege, but that leaves a lot of your mineral line vulnerable. We just lift up that medevac. Viking shots do scare it off. Oliveira is obviously arriving so much more slowly with his medevac that by the time he gets here, there'll just be more units available for Coffee, which means the likelihood of this being defended quickly is pretty high. However, he is going to get in. He's going to get the 2 SCVs to match, and he's going to get 1 extra. Target firing down a Viking currently. He loses his medevac, so this drop will not get out alive. But he gets a few more SCVs as he just dives deeper, and he will go for 6 workers in total.
And the well-known double Viking harass, maybe setting itself up there. No, it's going to head back home, so maybe a little bit of a miss rally. But yeah, this has not been the dream style that Oliveira wanted. Economically, definitely a little bit ahead here. And tanks, they're a tough one to break with what they've both got on show here. But very interesting. And a Liberator from Coffee? Like, you got to remember that the Vikings aren't yet shown from Oliveira. And going for the Liberator now? Yeah, it's a bit of a wild one. You don't often see TVT like this.
No, it's definitely very weird to see just the Vikings so soon. You mentioned it, no sign of a Raven. Usually you at least get a Raven or 2 first, and then you start up Vikings. Now Oliveira with the second starport, he's realizing how much of an air battle this is turning into, so this gets very interesting.
And
yeah,
Oliveira has gone for a 3rd CC, and Coffee on his side of things, double starport. In fact, what's this? What's Wardy? He's making 2 extra starports, is Oliveira. This is
pure Sky Terran.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if it's good, but it's great. Like he kind of feels like. So I'm just going to check what Oliveira's been spotting here, because he has scanned where the army is and stuff. He knows that there's a big air threat, so you don't want to be behind when it's the air war. So getting ahead, getting very quickly ahead is very important. Getting a scan here in the main as well. So I think Oliveira is actually reading this quite nicely. It's not the be-all and end-all, though, because that is still a scary Terran army that Coffee just lands in the main base with, sort of. Yeah,
he lands the Vikings so you can just have as much on the ground as possible. Obviously, with the pre-siege setup, it gives Coffee a good chance of being able to kind of make something happen here. The tanks will siege from Oliveira. They're in range only just to hit 1 tank on 1 tank. The tank will unsiege, and it will not get away, actually. So, unfortunately, loses that. Oliveira's lost SCVs, but he's kind of got this army locked down. Like, there's no getting away with this now. And of course, as this progresses, you're going to have continued air control here as well as Oliveira. So then you can get your own Liberators up and really win this air battle. As he will press forwards, he will clean out this tank. We should be able to lift in the skies and shoot down the Vikings as well, I imagine, as Coffee unfortunately sent it back. That's going to be a big deal for him.
A really big deal. Like, if those tanks of Coffee were a tiny bit closer, like tucked into those minerals there, maybe they would have helped a little bit more on the high ground, but that was a really nice defense out of Oliveira. Obviously, there was some SCVs kind of running to their doom immediately, but he reacted well. He saw what was happening. He saw the Liberator. He's like, you know what? I need air control here, and he's going to get away with it. Both. Oh my goodness, those tanks. Uh-oh, that is not what you want if you're a Coffee fan.
That's unfortunate. He's completely blocked in. Nowhere to run to. We're going to land the Vikings just to help out on the ground, and Oliveira is going to smash through this to confirm 3-0. And to be the first victor of anyone in the playoffs this season of the ESL SC2 Masters Regionals. Oliveira 3-0 gets it done in the end against the, well, against everything, right? Against the Protoss, against the Terran. And when it was TVT, it was a very funky TVT at that as well. So all around, a very interesting way for things to play. And that does give us our first result here. In the Asia region, we'll take a look at the bracket as Oliveira secures himself into the upper bracket round of 4. And Coffee will unfortunately have to play in that lower bracket where he will play against a Protoss. We know that these are the only Terrans, so everything else has to be versus a Protoss. So yeah, Oliveira and Coffee, I hope your TVPs are looking good because it's going to be TVP from here on out.
Absolutely is. I mean, if there was one matchup that Coffee did look like he played really well in, it was TVP. So maybe I was just looking at this match and just being like, yeah, this is the worst guy for me to run into. But, you know, I've been in the finals of this region before. Let's just wing it. But there's definitely more scary Protosses than there ever has been in this region, right? Like, I know Firefly was a big hype thing for a lot of people, but Lemon coming on so strong. And I feel like none of these Protosses are weak in PvT either, which is, yeah, it's going to be tricky for both of them.
No, it's definitely not an easy bracket because these TVPs are tricky PvTers, and they're also players that have just stepped up this season as well, I think, is what it comes down to. So the competition is as tough as ever in Asia, and we do have to get along into our next matchup. So we're going to be continuing our way through this. Up next, we actually do have the matchup between Cyan and Lemon. The Lemon hype train returns, or will Cyan derail it? We'll be figuring that out as it's PvP for the next few hours, so sit tight, buckle up, Protoss fans. We got you covered, and we'll see you in just a few.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get to continue the Asia region playoffs here, day one of the playoffs. And as Asia plays off across the next 4 days, today is the upper bracket round of 8, where we see who gets to stay in the upper bracket and who's going to have to play for their life tomorrow when it comes to round 2, which would be lower bracket round 1 for the losers, of course. We're going to be starting on Golden Aura for this next matchup, and I'm very excited, Ben, because we're getting to cast Lemon. He switched to Protoss, and he's been great this season. I mean, he went undefeated in the groups, and his route in the groups was insane as well. It was like, you know, he went through Nice, he went through Oliveira, he went through, I think, Firefly as well. Like, he went through all the good players, you know, like all the good players in this region. I mean, if that doesn't give you reason to be excited about him, I don't know what would. Cyan is not an easy player to play against, but I have been completely on board this Lemon hype train, so I'm very ready to see if it continues.
Like, by far and away, one of the most surprising and impressive runs in, like, this regional. Like, maybe of all Asian regionals, because, yeah, every person he played against, it was like, oh, yeah, this is where Lemon's going to lose. And it's like, no. And it's like, did he do something cheeky or cheesy? No. And then it's like, I'm not going to say every player got better from the first one, because it's hard to get 10 times better than Nice, especially when you go into Oliveira and then into Firefly. But it was just like, they were all big, bad bosses, weren't they, to run into? And the fact that he did it in a way that he did, and he played really good. Like, Firefly last season impressed me a lot with just his build order choices, just playing smart Protoss. He had that big, epic best of 5 with Oliveira, where he just played smart. Like, he was doing builds that looked like certain builds, then doing the absolute count to what is the count to that build that he displayed. So he played smart. But then Lemon, the way that he did it was just like, this is the best way to play Protoss right now. And he dismantled Firefly. Like, it was actually really crazy how he did it. They basically played very, very similar, just Lemon looked very clean doing it. So I'm very, very hoping that it wasn't just like a firework where it was like short-lived. I do hope that he does make it far, because yeah, he's looked like he is the and I don't want to jinx it, but the next big thing in this region.
Yeah, no, he's been so good in the groups. I hope he can keep it up in the playoffs, because it would actually be, it's already a cool story. It's going to be an even cooler story if he keeps it up in these best of 5s and makes it through these next rounds. It's going to be very cool to see. So looking forward to that as we just wait for Cyan to join us here. I feel like no one gave him the lobby link, so I invited him and he joined instantly. So I think he's just been waiting on us, and we were waiting on him. So a couple of moments, and we'll be off into this PvP, and it is a bit of a PvP bonanza as we got PvP coming up for the next 3 matchups. So that's what this region is going to be today. At least tomorrow we're going to have like 2 TVPs, 2 PvPs, so it'll be a little bit different. As the ready up is called from Lemon, and if Cyan is good to go, we should all be good to go. And we can get ourselves into this best of 5 playoff action. Genuinely very excited, very intrigued to see what the heck is going to be brought out from Lemon, and just see if he can do well.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like right now, like Cyan's obviously a veteran, isn't he? He's done it all, been there, been everywhere for a long time. He was the one that was fighting with Oliveira back when it was called Time for who is the best Chinese player right now. And yeah, I'm stoked, man, because I just hope to see the same level of play he's displayed so far. Because again, it's amazing. It's amazing. You don't often see this kind of rise out of nowhere. Like, and when it does happen, it really is magical in StarCraft. Like, I remember when Neeb switched, and initially it was like, oh, he's good. But then you just started seeing, like, it was just clean, you know? And you've seen these meteoric rises out of players like the Reynos, the Serals, the Clems, the Max Backs and stuff. And it'll be super nice for another really, really top-level contender from China. It's just amazing to see.
Oh, yeah, heading on into this as we get into Cyan versus Lemon. Golden Aura is going to be our opening map for the PvP. So we're going to kick this off in just a moment and see whether or not Lemon can indeed keep this hype train going. We expect Cyan to do well. He's been the player who has challenged in this region in the past. He's been able to take it down before, so we expect Cyan to be a competitor. If Lemon was to go through Cyan, it's just increasing the ridiculous resume that he's been building this season. So let's see what we get.
But the thing is, I don't think this is like a step up for Lemon, is it? Like, he's already dealt with people that are equally, if not better. So
I agree.
Yeah, right now it's just like, let's see what the boy can do. Spawning over in the top left as our blue Protoss and golden aura. It is the boy. It is Lemon.
And in the bottom right, red Protoss. He is on a team. It's Mystery Gaming. It is Cyan.
Lemons isn't on a team.
Oh, he's teamless.
Oh my goodness.
Get this man right now.
Yeah. Actually, you know, like, I sometimes joke about, you know, you should absolutely pick this guy up, but if this guy continues with what he's showing, he is massive. He is massive.
Yeah, you take this guy right now. I actually feel like I might be wrong. I feel like he used to be on Mystery Gaming, actually, but maybe. I'll just go look him up. Give me a sec. Yeah, he was on Mystery Gaming until the 5th of April, 20 days ago. They basically dropped him, and then he just became an absolute beast.
This is like one of those villain arcs where it's like, I'll show you.
It's like,
oh, now he's really good.
They're like, no, come back to our team. He's like, no, I've got better places to be. You didn't want me at my worst. You don't get me at my best.
Yeah, like, every game I saw out of Lemon, it was clean. It was just good, solid fundamentals. He was fast, and yeah, it's what you want to see, because the old guard of the scenes, they are obviously really good. But when you get these new players that are just very, very hungry, sometimes they just have that little bit extra that they can actually, you know, get over the hurdle and make it a little bit more. So if we talk about builds here, both going for the high ground double gate build, so no differentiation there. It is Cyan with a fake proxy for now, just kind of with Lemon scouting, he's gonna be like, all right, there's one pylon missing. So far, it doesn't look anything weird. And some of the builds that Lemon went for were just very macro orientated, like getting the second base set up, 3 bases, good micro, lots of gateway stuff. Just cool to see, and we have a little bit of deviation in what units they're going for first. Very often, the way that Cyan's playing it can be some Stargate follow-up, whereas Lemon, he was very much about just enjoying those blink builds.
Yeah, it was very clean, standard gameplay from him last time around. So we see a couple of Stalkers popping out, and really just expecting him to do that. Like, it felt as though he just was better at doing everything last time when he played against Firefly, and he was just like, it was super clean, it was super smooth, his timings were better. I'm so intrigued if that continues here against Cyan, and obviously now as well, you know you're playing against Lemon, you're going to do some prep, you're going to watch his previous games. It'll be interesting to see if that's something which is a factor, because it almost feels as though there wasn't going to be much on Lemon to see before, because he also didn't always play Protoss. He's played every race at some point of his career, so there's not like there's a bunch of games you can study on him. But now there is at least a few games you can study on him, and that's kind of a big maybe switch up as well, right? So maybe that gives Cyan something to help him figure things out, as we are going to see those sentries coming through as well. We'll see Lemon unfortunately making the mistake there. That Stalker getting too far forward.
Oh, you know, he's lost it. He's lost it, Ward. Nah, so, okay. Very, very different tech choices here out of both these players. We've got a Robo on the go for Lemon, and we do have that Stargate on the go for Cyan on his side of things. Now, it's not super obvious to know what he's gone for if you're in Lemon's shoes. Oh, nice little force field trap here. And I mean, those sentries pack a real punch. I mean, this is not what you want if you're a Lemon fan. This is brutal. Won't even get a single unit there.
Even the Stalker again, back to the battery is a big deal. Just gets to heal up, does not go down. Yeah, the Lemon hype train is definitely not taking off so far today, as he gets his Robo finish at home, but I mean, he's just lost out big time when it comes to the early units, and Cyan's even going to start moving across the map to poke and prod, see if there's any opportunities for him here going across the other side, and I mean, at the very least, why not give it a go, because there is not a lot actually ready for Lemon. If that Immortal gets through, sure, that would help, but it ain't ready yet. I guess the battery will have a huge role to play here. The sentries will have a couple force fields to help with also. The Adepts are going to threaten the shade through, and that will be a wall off to defend that.
Certainly will, and I mean, that absolutely keeps Lemon in the game, but everything that we see right now, not the best for Lemon, and that Oracle, that is definitely something that could spell a little bit of disaster at some point, and Cyan does get into the main base. We'll get a few probes through trouble. Oh, a little bit of a misclick there from him, but going to focus down the probes very nicely after it, and will he get, okay, just 3, but I tell you what, for the damage that he's done already on the army alone of Lemon, that's absolutely gorgeous for him. Funny that he's going for Phoenix afterwards. I guess that's just maybe to lift up the Immortal when it comes to a fight kind of thing, because Cyan right now does have a really decent little army on the field.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that. You lift up the Immortal, it just completely negates that, and just in case as well, there's potentially like some prison play that would also just stop that from lingering around your base. So I think the couple Phoenix go a long way to maybe giving you a chance to just push across the map and really be quite decisive in this because of the damage that you've done earlier, the worker lead that you now have. But not mind to see Cyan being aggressive, especially as he confirms the third of his opponent. These Adepts will commit, and they're just going to send it for a couple more probe kills.
Yeah, 2 more. I mean, this one obviously not as good a trade, but we look at that probe count already. Cyan is powering on ahead in every way. I mean, the Immortal count is growing for Lemon. Twilight Council is on the go as well. No Twilight at all for Cyan, if I'm not mistaken here, so a bit less power in the punch, if you will, but it does feel like with the amount of Phoenix that he has, it's just one. Cyan's playing a bit weird. a little bit weird. I was kind of thinking that he was going to do, okay, it's going to be a Twilight Council now, and he's just setting up defensively postured with that Phoenix as well. Yeah, a bit curious about the way that Cyan's following this up, but still getting that little bit of eco damage, eco lead, and he's definitely sitting comfortable in this game. Both start up their forges as well. That's usually a sign of, we know we're not going to die to anything, get the upgrades packing, and go for a later game.
Yeah, you just get yourself those upgrades on the way, and you get yourself ready to play the next stage of this. So, I mean, that part's nice, but everything that happens here with a 10 worker lead for Cyan, right? So he's going to have the way, huge extra gateway count. He's going to be on so many units. There's going to be a point where you look at the numbers, and it's going to be like, whoa, where did Cyan get all this army? And it's going to just be because all game long he's had a significant worker lead. So I feel as though we are kind of heading towards a tricky situation here for Lemon, and it's kind of on him now to maybe bring it back. And obviously we're seeing these different routes as well, as we see Blink versus Charge. So Lemon still wants to play this very high Blink Stalker count and be very active around the map. Cyan is going to double down on just the Charge loss to kind of be the tank to the tech units behind of Immortal Archon lines that are really going to be the ones to try and deal the damage. So 2 very different styles for the mid-game. Maybe the fact that this is not completely mirrored is a big thing for Lemon, because that could be a way back in. If it was mirrored, it's less likely you can turn it around, as the Immortal drop here is extremely successful so far.
That Immortal recalled in so far forward there. It like just took some hits to the face right away, and Lemon very quick to starting up his 4th base here. So that is, he's been a little bit quicker on the 3rd and 4th, but he has been behind in the probe count, but he's catching up. Now he's starting his own charge. It feels like Cyan is absolutely leaning into doing a massive swell, like big attack before Lemon really kicks off, but I don't know. It can be a weird one to try and really overwhelm with, because the Zealot count isn't super high for him right now. He's getting a lot of Archons in the mix, and Archons, they're all well and good, but the right amount of Stalkers, they're not necessarily that bad against the Archons. It feels weird, like the Archon splash is very negligible against the Stalkers itself, and Cyan, you can see this. He's getting ready to pop across the map here.
Yes, he is. He is on his way. And a group of Archons at the back as well. And again, it's just such a powerful army with all those tech units included. You see Charge on the way from Lemon, but I don't think he's going to have a huge... Well, he has quite a few Zealots already. It almost makes me kind of look at this and be like, well, why did we build Blink? We built Blink for like 7 Stalkers. Okay, eventually maybe Blink is nice, but to me right now that's a waste. You could have already had Charge finished, and that could have been a big deal right now as Cyan becomes the aggressor, attacking on in. He does have that Archon count to help him eat through the Zealots of his opponent, especially as they're slow moving. They are just taking a lot of shots before they even get to swing their blades.
Yeah, Cyan's army is pretty huge, like pretty damn huge, and he's not really pumping out that many more probes. Lemon's still pumping out the probes. That shield battery overcharge that he baited out there, very nice move out of Cyan, and I tell you what, this is not going to be easy to break through what Lemon has. That's a lot of backline firepower here, but those Archons are going absolutely ape on the Zealots, and probes are pulled as well, just to take a bit of the damage from those Immortals there, so nice tanking out of those, and Lemon's supply is absolutely plummeting. Nice Warp Prism micro out of Cyan as well to keep those Immortals alive. Lemon with his own Archons dealing quite a bit of tanky damage at the front there, but my goodness, Cyan just, I think he has way too much here, Wardy.
I'm with you, he has got way too much. It is seemingly fairly obvious as a couple of Immortals in the back from Lemon still surviving, but then a Phoenix lifts one of them up, and the triple Immortal will absolutely pack a punch. Even if they're all very low, they will absolutely destroy things when they give them the chance. And we get some more Zealots coming through. We lift up that Immortal again as we just take out the battery and other gateway units. It also just gives a chance for these Immortals to regen some shields, as Cyan has done everything he needs to. Lemon is going to be having a tap out of this game. Cyan just took the lead from the start, right? From the very get-go, he just took himself into an advantageous position. And he was just able to just build on that the entire time. And this is actually, I think, the first time in the tournament when I've looked at Lemon and been like, weird choices. Like, the blink doesn't really do anything in this game. You know, like, he had 7 Stalkers, and maybe it's a stage where it's like, oh, I made blink, but then I see what you're doing, so now I'd actually rather have Zealots. But then it just doesn't feel good. I feel like he'd almost be better still trying to make it work with blink somehow. Probably was too late anyways, though, so GG's, and Cyan showing us that he's absolutely going to be a scary opposition for Lemon in this series.
Cyan's a cool cookie. Like, there was one thing that I really liked about Cyan's play. I think it was Jieshi. And I keep kind of going back to last season when they played these best of 5s, but Cyan, he played against Jieshi, I think. And I'll just keep saying that, just in case. But he went, like, I think 0-2 down against Jieshi, the Robo Kid. And then all of a sudden it was like, you know what? Hold on a minute. Let's start really giga hard countering this. And he started doing things like Void Ray immediately, like Void Ray Adept to counter it. Like, he started playing really smart, and he actually eventually ended up winning. So even though the other player that he played was very good at doing what he did, Cyan just kind of clued in, and you really saw that he evolved during the series and started really honing in on what his opponent does. And here, Cyan, he got a little bit of a lead, and he wasn't about letting Lemon just get into the game again. Like, every move that he did, it was just, all right, do this pressure, this little poke, this little push, because you made a mistake early on. And then it was like, okay, Warp Prism, get the Immortal going. Just these little tiny moves, the Oracle as well being a little bit of a factor there, slowing down the eco. Just good play to know when you're ahead and how to close it out.
Yep, as we have ourselves Oceanborn coming up for game number 2. Give you a little yap there, Ben. Just felt like it'd been a while. As we head into the top left-hand side of the man that was really powerful in game number 1, it is going to be the red Protoss player, Cyan.
And spawning over in the bottom right, as the blue toss, it is the new sensation, it is Lemon. Yeah, Lemon's definitely not going to... I hope he's not going to make the same mistakes there, because that was one Stalker getting a bit too crazy and Larry early on, losing it, but then the next 3 just kind of running in there to their doom. That's not what you're after. Not what you're after at all. And I mean, mirrors are very much about, like, the small things that matter, right? And just kind of trading out 4 Stalkers for 1 Adept early on, that is by no means a good trade, and absolutely a difficult one to come back from.
It is, and I kind of did like the fact that the game at one point he was starting to make the game different by going blink against that charge, because I think then the idea of, hey, at least it's not a mirror, it's not like you're playing the same thing just behind you, hoping the super battery keeps you alive during a fight. Yeah, in the end, it just didn't really matter, because again, he went blink, then he kind of went into charge, he had less Archons, he had less tech, it was just going to be a tough time altogether. So Lemon just needs kind of a fresher start, and honestly, we've seen him be able to do that, so definitely feel as though it's not out of the question as we go into this game 2 on Oceanborn. It is going to be double gates each. We are in a meta where single gateway openings are fairly popular, but that's maybe not quite transpired through to this Asian region as much as it has been in Europe and so on.
No, there's a few players that might whip it out here and there, but the play that we've seen out of Lemon so far has been very, I'll say, orthodox. Like, that was the worst game out of Lemon that I've seen, and after the initial, where he lost a lot, I don't think he did anything truly wrong, but yeah, just a tricky one to come back through, and honestly, can be a bit of a nervous situation, you know, first best of 5s happening in this region. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see what he brings this game. So far, it looks like fairly similar opening out of... In fact, okay, Lemon's going for the Sentry here, and it's Cyan going for the double Stalker. I remember the Control X now, Wardy. Get to see these Protosses in the right
way around.
the right spots. Yeah.
I know, I can't cast without it like that. It's every time I try to, it just goes horribly wrong. I start saying the wrong name for the wrong person. Yeah, you gotta have them the right way around, man. It's so easy to do though. Like, I don't understand
I was
why
like,
people don't.
I was like, double Stalker again from Lemon, and it's absolutely not at all. So both these players mixing up what they do at the start. Lemon will have a faster expansion going. And sentries, they're not as vulnerable as they used to be. Oh, Cyan.
Yeah, Cyan.
This is going to be incredibly aggressive from him. Like, it could be very quick 3-gate over there. I mean, Lemon's going to try and get some scouting information going. And look how Cyan's moving those stalkers, by the way. He really wants to intercept that hallucination to not reveal what he's going for. Nice play out of him.
Yep. It's a well done thing. Just a couple stalkers there, able to knock that hallucination down. You deny that scouting. Cyan trying to poke at the front. Another hallucination sets out. The sentries aren't used to themselves. The hallucination will go past these stalkers, which that one shot off. Now you're going to know where the hallucination's coming from, so maybe you can still intercept it if that's 2 more stalkers, and it is. They're going to go, and they're going to hit it once, twice. It's not enough, so the scout will come through. Going to see the Nexus, but as you move through, there's going to be a severe lack of tech, and that's concerning. You can see him clicking towards that final panel. He's like, hey, what are you doing? He's like, wait, you're not doing anything? But now the gig is up that there should be aggression and that you just need to have a bit more static defense at home and get ready to deal with what is a lot of stalkers on your front doorstep. It
really is, and you know, that's a very early shield battery overcharge. Like, this is kind of what Cyan was looking for, hoping for, to get something like that. And it will buy Lemon more time for his next warp-ins, but still, I'm so surprised that he's not gone for more shield batteries or anything like that, because this is a scary, scary stalker squad. And you see, he's respecting this by pulling the pros, but almost too little too late at this point. I feel that Cyan's getting quite a bit of damage done here, but still, you have to be very careful. Next shield battery overcharge will be 25 seconds away. Now he's producing a second shield battery, but Wardy, this is very, very late out of Lemon.
It really is. He did have time to build this early. I feel like he got the info and he just didn't start it until now. Like, this is starting a battery when you've already lost everything, right? But he could have had it when he saw there was no tech in the main. That should have been a sign that something aggressive was coming. And he's just losing stalker after stalker now.
I still think Lemon is okay, because he's going to have Blink very, very, very soon. And I mean, that's a new shield battery up and running now. And Blink against stalkers without Blink, even if you have less, it's usually quite a good tail for you. And probe count, Lemon's been very good about getting the probes. These stalkers getting seriously low out of Cyan. And now, I think he has to start thinking about trying to get home against this. He's getting his own Blink, but it's very late on the go. And using an aggressive Blink there, I mean, there's quite a few stalkers there for the easy pickings. Lemon has to be careful because he has no idea what tech is happening or when or if Blink comes down. He's actually bringing a probe down here because he wants to take a third. That's he's a ballsy lad.
Brave play, brazen play is. The Blink does allow him to take very good trades now, although that is the problem. If you get one shot, then the Blink doesn't matter. As our stalkers will get blinked on once more. And Lemon does hold on. He is fending this off with a worker lead as well. It looks scary. I was not convinced that battery was in time. I was not convinced he was going to have enough all around. He lets these adepts through. He actually blinks on them when the shade was cancelled, but yeah, obviously shade cancels because he realizes that's probably going to happen. So Cyan notices he can't do anything. I kind of love that he just rushes the third base. It's like, you know what? Yeah, I clearly have Blink and you don't. I can defend this. And if I just get my third up, that's great. He shot his own stalker, right?
Yeah, he did a probe.
A probe. Not quite as severe.
Not quite as severe, but definitely not what you want. All right, Cyan really hammering in here, getting more warpins on the offensive as well. Getting a pylon down here at this third is a big deal because you want to get a shield battery here, and Blink's going to finish up very shortly for Cyan. Like, Lemon's not out of the woods just yet, but okay, Blink finished. Wow, that is an aggressive Blink out of Cyan. I'm not sure if that's quite the play. He's just missing the firepower to one-shot these stalkers, and shield battery going down here. Lots of money. I can't believe he's blinking so aggressively. I mean, he feels he needs to get damage done here very, very soon. So many of these stalkers in the red here. Cyan is playing with fire, and holy cow.
Yeah, holy blinks. He is just going for them. He is blinking forward so many times. This next is so close to going down. This feels like something he needs to get at this point. He's put so much damage onto it. His stalkers are hurting and bleeding, and he's just going to try and fight through. But the problem is now he's running out of that stalker count to actually get anything done. Now he tries to right-click the Nexus. That's not going to work either. So the Nexus lives. An extra stalker shows up. Is going to get shot down too. And Lemon can get rid of that gateway power. And he can put himself in a much better position now. He is going to be in the lead of this game as Cyan lost everything trying to finish off this Nexus. And it just wasn't enough.
You know, that trying to focus down a Nexus with a good, like, 300, 400 health remaining with like 4 stalkers that you have. I tell you what, that was optimistic. Cyan is definitely a glass half full kind of guy, and Lemon, he's not going to let all this early game shenanigans slow him down. He's like, you know what? Let's start a 4th base, mate. Let's go. He realizes he's in good shape now, gets the Forge going as well. He's going to get a Robo as well, just to make sure that he gets vision, tanks up his army a bit, getting lots of gateways. Honestly, a nice hold out of Lemon, but it could have been easier if he just made an extra shield battery early on.
It really could have been. If you just have more Stalkers still alive because that battery came down sooner, then the entire follow-up, when you have Blink and your opponent doesn't, I mean, that could be across the map winning the game instead of barely holding onto your 3rd base. And now, yes, ending up in a good position, but again, you just have to think about the, the consequences of not reacting. It's definitely a lesson to learn, going into the future games. You don't want to make that mistake a second time, because it did get close. It did become very plausible that we could have had a Cyan breakthrough on this, so gotta be careful, gotta be cautious. Forge coming up here from Cyan now to get that underway, but he's gonna be way behind on that +1 attack.
Yeah, he definitely is. Like, probe count's looking good for Lemon as well. Cyan has yet to start a 4th base, which is maybe the biggest deal in this game, despite all the early game losses and the 2k resources loss lead. Lemon's just doing what he does, where he gets out a lot of units, and look at how he's positioned his observers as well. They're just kind of defensive here, because he's like, the only way that I can really get super behind this game is if you do something like DTs or what have you. So he's just going to position them nice and defensively. Ooh, that is an aggressive blink out of Lemon there, but realizing that he could get the little bit of a grab. A nice play out of him. Cheeky little depths going into the natural are exposed, and Zealots will be warped in to try and deal with them. I even like the cannons as well, Like, he will want to use those observers fairly aggressively, most likely. Just having some cannons in the mix allows him just to get out on the map like he wants.
Yeah, prep for DTs just in case as well, right? If you're going ahead and a lead, make sure you're going to deal with one of the things that's typically a comeback mechanism in PvP, which is the Dog Templar. I'm just going to jump onto this 4th base. It is going to be in trouble. There's a couple of Immortals. Honestly, a decent counter units from Cyan, and it's enough to scare Lemon away for now, but for how long? As his Zealots continue to rack up, and we're still pre-charged here from Cyan. He doesn't have any Zealots available. The Immortals are going to be on their own. If we realize this, that's a blink and a half you can take onto them. He didn't see it, so a moment of exposure there from Cyan is going to pass.
Yeah, this is so many Stalkers now, and the Zealots as well. I mean, there's no Archons to deal with these, and the firepower is just more. And look at those Immortals. They are not long for this world here. Focusing down the shield battery nicely as well, getting the next Immortal, and I tell you what, nice game out of Lemon here. It's been a feisty PvP so far, and Cyan's going to try and do everything he can, but this is a game of numbers at this point. There's just too much Lemon. GG.
Too much Lemon. He absolutely batters through the front door there, and he really had to come up with the defense, right? It was not looking pretty for him back at home. It looked very close, very claustrophobic on the defense. He was really packed in on his natural, but he broke out, and then he had to defend the 3rd base, which didn't look like a guarantee either. He had to make a lot of good blinks to guarantee that his units would be able to provide the value necessary. But he got there, made it happen, and now we sit going into a Game 3 as our first match of Asia, which will not be a 3-0, guaranteed already. It's going to be happening here, and that's also very exciting. So, going to be seeing some back and forth across the course of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, Oliveira really speedran his first series, didn't he? Like, I don't think, well, maybe one of the games went above 10 minutes, but he just came very, very prepared. 3rd map between these guys will be Crimson Court. Definitely an interesting one for PvP. In fact, an interesting one in general. I like the avenues on this map, the corridors that the players can utilize in different ways, and the expansion patterns and whatnot. But Lemon feels like once he gets into his comfort zone, he's just very good about expanding. Like, just very good. And he didn't really slow down on the pro production either. He defended all that as well early on with just 2 gates. Like, he really played with the Zerg motto, like, as long as you're not dead, if you play as greedy as you possibly can, and you stay alive, then you're going to be in good shape. And yeah, he did it. He had a good 50 supply advantage that game. And yeah, Cyan, I like the fact that he brought something a little bit wild there, because you felt how strong it was. Like, it really could have shut the game out if a few things went a little bit more his way.
Well, we'll see if something can go his way again this time as we go into Crimson Core, as you mentioned. I'm with you in what you say about the map. It's interesting, it's fun. Players all have their own kind of way of playing. Rich Vest being available is a pretty big deal in the mirrors. If one player makes a bid for that, the other does not. So a lot to look at here as we dive into game number 3. In the bottom left-hand corner, our blue Protoss player is Lemon.
And spawning over in the top right-hand side, a true veteran of this region. It is the red Protoss, it is Cyan. Very much a long-distance map, this one. So if there was ever a map where you're like, you know what, one gate expand, this could be one. I know it's low ground without a ramp and whatnot, but the rush distance is pretty far, and obviously you can do things like proxy, and warp gate doesn't really care too much about the distance, but right now both of them going to scout immediately at the same time. Second gas starts from Cyan. Thus far, Lemon, I wonder if he is going to do something a little bit cheeky. All right. Goes for his own second gas. Just a little bit later here from him.
Yeah, would have been... I mean, it's very weird to try and play one gas, right? One gas, you know, basically an expand, but even then, it's not even necessarily a good expand. As our probe comes to nibble the other probe, so we'll have that action for a few moments here. Nothing too wild as the gates come up, side of course start. Again, that 2-gate setup, no 1-gating. I do expect we've got some European PvP coming up later today. I really expect to see a couple of 1-gates there, perhaps. So, interesting to see how that goes. Just to see the difference kind of between regions. I mean, we have a lot of different stuff going on across the course of today.
Yeah, I think that PvP between Showtime and Goblin is one I'm very much looking forward to. Both those guys are not unfamiliar with Phoenix play in PvP. We got to see that from Showtime for sure. Yeah. And Goblin is very much a guy that lives and dies by the Phoenix. Not always in PvP necessarily, but he's not unfamiliar with Phoenix by any means. This game, Cyan's going to be going for the double adept again. Lemon, on his side of things, the more, I'll call it the sturdier approach, where he's going for the Stalker and the Sentry very early on to try and get that scouting information. And Cyan does opt for a Stargate at the back of his base.
Yeah, he's going to put that down. So, Stargate already being placed, wanting to go into kind of the Stargate-based expansion. What Lemon's doing is very interesting, by the way. He gets 2 gateways, and then he consistently only uses one of them. He did this last game as well. I didn't mention it, just, you know, wasn't sure if he messed up the build. But this is, like, purposefully just, like, building one sentry at a time. And it's just very intriguing, because at this point, I'm almost like, why didn't we just 1-gate expand a little sooner, and then drop a second gateway down afterwards? Because we're really just sat here with the second gateway, more or less just hasn't been used. Like a tiny bit of overlap, but that was all. Very interesting.
It's almost like Lemon is a mysterious fellow. By the way, he hasn't yet scouted, like, or with the hallucination, but he's got a shield battery at the natural already, so very, very safe in that regard. This hallucination comes very quickly, so we'll most likely get to spot the tech. It does just that, gets the an Oracle in production as well. So far, I prefer the situation Lemon's in, but Cyan's army is made for dealing damage and being just a true thorn in the side. And Lemon so far, as long as he keeps ticking the boxes and just making sure that he's not going to take damage, he should be in all right shape here.
Yes, if he just puts himself into that kind of defense setup, as long as he does make sure these adepts don't get anywhere, he should be fine. And then he's on his way to a nice fast blink, and the robo follow-up from Cyan means that he will not match blink at any point. Instead, he will just be moving into the very heavy tech units. This could turn into maybe like some kind of an immortal push at some point out on the back of this Oracle pressure, so we'll see. Lemon's defense is spot on so far, though the Stalkers are where they need to be. And this is one of the benefits of opening sentries right now. The Oracles are nowhere near as scary as they used to be. 4 Adepts used to one-shot sentries, now they don't. A couple of Oracles would zap down sentries really quickly, now they don't. The loss of that light tag on the sentry is such a big game changer for this PvP matchup. It really does make a big difference. As now the Adepts commit in with the Oracles. We're just going to dive for as many probes as possible. But this is going to cost you some units, as the first Oracle is low. We get to finish that off, so at least we get a kill here as Lemon force fields to guarantee that these Adepts stay in range for a little bit longer, but he doesn't net himself a kill off the back of that.
Yeah, I mean, losing the Oracle wasn't the best, but for 8 probes, getting that much damage early on, that's obviously fantastic. And Lemon has to be careful. Like, his standing army is solid, right? Like, it's going to be 8 Stalkers with Blink, 2 Sentries, and what's on the other side of the map? nothing. It's like 2 sentries back at home, soon to be an immortal as well for Cyan. Like, if Lemon was able to push it, then he could deal damage, and he's going to take this opportunity just to be like, you know what, let's get a third on the go very quickly. I've got Blink. There's not so much you can do right now at this point in time, but he has to still be very respectful for a single Oracle on the map, and we're seeing the difference in third bases here. Cyan's third base that he's gone for is a little bit susceptible to Blink, given that Lemon can avenue and what have you very easily with the Blink, but I don't hate it because it's just a weird spot to try and attack into.
It really is. As the Robo comes up from Lemon, he will be able to start matching some of the tech units, and Cyan with his Totem Twilight Council likely just to play into charge here. This is one of those moments where you do not play a late Blink. That's going to leave you in a very weird spot. And yeah, we get ourselves a couple of different third bases at this stage, right? So just 2 very different routes of playing. Lemon having to play the middle of the map a little bit more. Cyan wants to play around those edges where it's very difficult for your opponent to ever attack you, apart from maybe with Prism play. So again, the beauty of this map, showing once again that players can just play their style. They can play to, they can adapt the map to what works for them. Really just makes for such entertaining StarCraft 2, because it means every game on this map usually ends up a little bit different. No one is going to have like a direct like, oh, this is the best way to do it or the best thing to do. This map doesn't work like that.
No, it doesn't. And we're seeing small differences in how they're kind of splitting their economy. Cyan very much piling a lot more into gas here, and we do see a Dark Shrine on the go. Warp Prism as well. Now, whether that's for a full-blown attack or for some harass, something like that, usually just gives you quite a bit more mobility. Can even sync it with those Adepts on the go. Lemon still sticking just to 2 gases so far, which he's got Stalkers in each base that he can do. He's Gateway exploding as well. Gonna have Charge online fairly soon. Really nice scouting out of both these players. Like, they're both checking everywhere they can to see what tech is available. Lemon does get confirmation that there is a Dark Shrine halfway produced here, so he's going to start throwing down cannons as well. I do believe, yeah, he does have that Robo facility, so start getting the Observers as well. And Lemon is catching up in the probe count and also taking a very quick 4th base. This is kind of been his bread and butter in PvP so far, just expanding like crazy.
Expanding like crazy, and he does have the upgrades to do that, right? So he has the Blink, he has the Charge, he just has the ability to kind of be a bit fast on the expand, and again, he's kind of playing the middle of the map, whereas as a Cyan, if you want to take a 4th base, you then have to stretch out to the middle of the map, and then you're kind of on the edge and in the middle, whereas Lemon is just in the middle, so I feel like his base setup allows him to more easily take the 4th base a little sooner as well. The Warp Prism shows up, and the first DT going to be moving in just a moment. We're a few moments away from that cannon being available. Actually, more DTs just going to drop in. They drop on top of the cannons, so that first DT went elsewhere. The cannon gets killed just before it finishes. Of course, we do have the Robo, so Observer's available, but it's still a question of getting units and that Observer in position, and that's absolutely the problem right now. Good response from Lemon, though. I mean, he didn't really lose anything. He's going to blink in to try and get the Prism. It's not going to be enough, but good try. All things considered, that was a very solid defense.
It was a solid defense, and Cyan's just continuing to expand down that right side of the map here. Lemon's army is getting big. It really is. Probe count, even though Cyan's been killing a lot, Lemon's been keeping up. Gas-wise, still just relying on 2 gases here, Wardy. Now, Lemon does have that rich Vespane available, but I'm not sure Lemon expected to run to this army right over here, and Warp Prism very exposed. Cyan blinks on it, immediately takes it out, but not for some losses. Quite a few Stalkers are biting the dust here. Lemon's got more numbers, but Cyan definitely has the tech advantage here.
He really does. Those Immortals whacking the Archons helping in a big way as well. As you see, a few more DTs warped in, so Cyan will keep up with those. +2 is a little sooner from Lemon, but not ready yet. That might be something he has to try and take advantage of if he wants to fight against this Tech Hero army. The answer may very well just be to, yes, go with the Tech Hero army, but go up against the Tech Hero army, but with better upgrades. Maybe that can be the edge. The tech on this high ground from Cyan is kind of insane. Like 4 Archons, couple of Immortals. There's just nothing that really deals damage to those units quickly, so you can't get rid of them quickly at all. And now you've got the Stasis Wards backing these positions up, so you can't make aggressive blink-ins to kind of chase or fully target single units down quickly either.
Lemon is going for the natural with a squad of Zealots here. He has to be so careful about these Stasis, though. Like, so damn careful. He's really buying time. And nice Shield Battery overcharge here in the natural will keep Cyan's natural looking quite pretty and quite fresh. some of these Archon, or rather 2 of the Archons are getting very low on shield, so Lemon's doing a good job of poking. Lemon will have that rich Vespane available. Warp Prism goes down for Cyan. Now, that really reduces the amount of micro potential for these Archons and, maybe more importantly, the Warpins. But again, Cyan's army is packing a massive punch here.
It is. Every single time it gets in range, it does so much. And that's the challenge for Lemon, trying to fight this without it getting the chance to fight, because his opponent's units are a little bit shorter range in terms of their attacks. Zealots hold up on the other side. He gets rid of an Archon. A couple more Zealots going down as he kites back once again. Just got to try and minimize the shots these Immortals get off, but, you know, he is chasing right now, and this is the moment where he can blink in. He gets rid of 2 Immortals immediately. He's going to go for number 3. He gets that as well. I mean, he is eating Zealot shots during this, but honestly, getting rid of the Immortals is such a big factor, because that's the bonus damage to the Stalker's gone, and look at Lemon chasing. He is not going to stop, and he is going to hunt his way all the way across the map.
I don't think Cyan expected that whatsoever. That was a perfect number of Stalkers to get those Immortals off the board very quickly. Whose base is that?
Hello?
Lemon?
Lemon?
You absolute mad lad. He is going for it. I mean, there's a Zealot run by from Cyan, but Lemon, he's like, your base is my base. There are Zealot, or rather Dark Templars in the fray, and I don't think there's an Observer here. And Cyan, did he get a little glimpse of that Nexus? I do believe so. And Lemon's like, you know what? I do need some Observers. There are DTs, and again, the amount of firepower in his army, 29 Stalkers, a lot of Zealots as well. He really doesn't give a damn about the superior tech. Oh, I love the fact that he tried to get rid of that stasis there, and he does it again with second. First time he was a little bit too fast almost, and now Lemon, he's turned the tables in a massive way.
He just needs to be super careful of his Observer. I think Cyan's doing a good job of shooting Observers down through the game. He's killed 3 so far. That's no coincidence. So keep this Observer safe, and then DTs can't be the sudden answer. And then Lemon might be able to break through this. I mean, his army supply is up by 40, so it's a huge army supply lead. He gets another Stalker here, and he just has so many numbers. The tech units just cannot really do enough. Numbers will win this as the Prism does a bit of microing, but honestly, it's not enough. The Stasis Ward goes off on a single Zealot somehow, some way. The Stasis have just not done anything, and this is looking as though we have got ourselves a Lemon who is just going to power through to win a game number 3. He keeps playing his own style, and it just keeps on working.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that just makes me a bit of a fan of Lemon, you know? Like, now it feels like Lemon's proper warming up, right? Like, taking that as your 5th base, he doesn't mine out that wall. He's just like, you know what? Let's go. Let's take your base, get both rich Vespane gases on the map, and maybe we can say Cyan outstayed his welcome in the middle there. Just a little bit, and I mean, Lemon was picking off a good amount of units for those Stalkers, but just really cool play out of Lemon. Like, it's not something you see all the time, is it? And yeah, just very, very nice out of him. Very decisive. That's one thing that really kind of resonates with me. Just Lemon is very willing to take any sort of fight where he feels that he can get some edge micro-wise, and his army was a lot more nimble, and it really, really showed.
It's so funny that the nimble army on such a, map we've been talking about is a much kind of narrower map, right? Like yes, it's long, but it's narrow, and yet the nimble army's still okay. He just put that Nexus down at the end as well, like, Lemon, bro. He's a wild one. So waiting for Cyan. He's gonna take a moment, of course. Absolutely take a moment here, because this is a very important game. You lose this and you end up in the lower bracket. And that lower bracket is not going to be easy, right? Like, at the end of the day, this is obviously going to be a very tough group, but tough bracket in general, but lower bracket's going to be rough. I mean, your first opponent would be Coffee. We know how dangerous his TVP can be. So, yeah, you just want to, make the comeback here, get going, get to this game 5, and get to the series win. I mean, then you're going to play Oliveira in the next round if you win this, but yeah, there's absolutely a chance there. And Oliveira that's not been completely up to par this season in terms of his usual expectations. And it obviously just bypasses that first round of the lower bracket as well. So, big match, as Lemon is up 2-1.
And again, Lemon, first Nice, then Oliveira, then Firefly, and now potentially Cyan as well, match point for him. And again, he's just, every time you see him play, it's just, well, when I say every time, once he gets going, once he gets that wrecking ball flowing, he's a beast. Like, he's microing very well, macroing very solid as well, and it's not anything that's out of this world, like, but it's just solid fundamentals, and it just very lovely to see how clean he is.
It is. Because usually when you see someone kind of have a run, we're like, well, you know, he cheesed out that guy, and then he kind of, you know, brought the most disgusting all-ins out against Oliveira. It's not been that at all. You're right. It's the fundamentals that have been clean, right? So, as we get into Side Delta here in just a second, we'll get this underway. It's Cyan versus Lemon game number 4. Everyone is ready, so we are really just hoping that we can start. We've been ready for a minute or so, but we're good now.
If there's one thing that I take away from Lemon's play, it's just how quick and urgent he is about expanding and kind of keep... Like, he was doing a lot of that off 2 gases initially, then used the rich Vespane gas to really power things up, but just a refreshing approach to just Protoss in general. Like, it's so lovely to see it just flourish and for him to expand like he does. It really is a mixture of the races. And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side here, as our red Protoss on Site Delta, it is Cyan.
A map away from continuing this streak of names he's been able to take down in this event so far. Our blue Protoss player is Lemon.
Now, we do have a different variations going on this map. Obviously, the first map of this series with a low ground ramp, meaning that you're natural. Far easier to defend against any sort of pressure, given that you have the vision on the high ground, your opponent doesn't. And we do see both of them meeting the challenge here, and kind of rightly so. It's too good not to go for at this point, I feel, in PvP.
Yes, it's very weird not to. I mean, you're basically... If you want to play 2 gates, you can also still just wall off with 2 gates, right? And there's usually very minimal effect to that, so... I would almost always see just low ground setup, and... You know, the way that they've been playing, they've not been comfortable to 1 gate without the ramp, which is what a lot of people have started to do lately. You know, with the high ground gateway, 1 gate, and then an expansion. So... If this is your time to kind of do something different, I think they're going to grasp that opportunity. But we do see a second gas already from Cyan. It's a little bit earlier than Lemon, so a little bit of a difference there. This is one of those things to note already in this game early on.
Yeah, it's one of those things where having 16 guys on the minerals early on is obviously what you want. Get that gas ready just in time for your workers to go. And it looks like Lemon's lined it up about the same. Like the gas count that they actually both get isn't too much different, right? But... both going for the Zealot as well, just to sort out this Nexus blocking. Looks like Cyan could potentially get away with an earlier Nexus here, but knowing when he can cancel his building and whatnot, this is just your PvP these days.
Yes, this is very typical. Kind of what you expect on Site Delta. The Zealot is out, deny the blocks. Stargate comes down. I mean, that's pretty typical too, just the 1 gate Stargate expand. Is not super strange. I'd say the strangest thing is that Cyan built his Cybercore on the high ground. That just denied means he doesn't wall off for a while, but it also means 1 less kind of important structure in the wall off. He dropped his Nexus down a little bit sooner. Not that much sooner than the Stargate, but of course Cyan still has gas to spend, so we'll see what he wants to spend that gas on. He can still add on like a sentry or so, if he wants to kind of get some kind of information up, or of course his own tech structure can come down very shortly as well, and we'll see where he's going to take this.
I guess one of the biggest things about having... Oh, this is going to be a nice little win for Lemon in the middle of the map, I would say. Although Mr. Stalker does join the fray as well. Now, this is easier said than done. Like, the Stalker is kind of the best unit on the map so far, but that doesn't mean it's going to outright win this battle. And... oh, 2 Stalkers now. Okay. That Adept, a little bit too big for its boat, or too big for its shoes there. And nice wall in with that gateway will stop that from happening. That's a big investment into that wall early on. Like, because he didn't have the Cybercore, 2 extra gates. That's big.
Big, especially if he doesn't use these gateways. But now he's going into 3 more gates in total. Okay, he cancels the one in the front because he doesn't want to be walled in. But he still is going to add an extra one across the map. So this is going to be 3 gate pressure. It was a throwback to kind of an earlier game as well, right? Like, he wanted to 3 gate pressure in game number 2 as well. And in the end, that kind of fell apart for him. This Oracle flies in, is going to see, okay, there's already a battery here. Putting the stasis ward down when you're under fire from the Stalker is obviously a bit brave. It does catch a lot of probes as Cyan pulled the workers, but not enough of them.
No, that was interesting. I almost thought that he might shoot at the stasis with the Stalker and pull a few probes to deal with it, but this second Oracle did get to spot exactly what's going on. Now I'm very curious what Lemon's going to start producing. He cancelled a building in the main here, throws up some extra gateways, realizing that he can't go for the tech. So he's absolutely responding to what's happening. But I tell you what, it's still going to be pretty scary to deal with now. 2 oracles are alive, and I tell you what, this is going to absolutely... Oh, look at that target fire. That is gorgeous play out of Lemon there.
Yeah, it stopped just as you mentioned it, but yes, otherwise, it was really good as he got himself a whole bunch of workers. He has 9 workers killed. Lemon, a huge amount of workers ahead. Love that the Void Ray is on the way. He has had to use Super Battery, though, and this is a dangerous moment where he needs to hold, and he knows, though, he's killed probes, so he can actually use some probes to help defend.
Oh,
as he's a little
take
bit back
that
and
gateway.
Forth.
Yeah, he was doing a probe again, you know. Look, he's doing it again. Maybe he wants it dead.
What, for a bit more freedom?
No.
Surely not. I mean,
he shot it so much, Wardy, that he's been playing so good that I'm like, anything you... What? He killed a probe. Okay, he did that so he could warp in another Stalker. So, yeah, he's a man on a mission here, Wardy. That is a lot of Stalkers, but fighting against this up this ramp is so damn difficult. And Lemon, he's pulling probes. He's warping in more units. This is going to be really hard for Cyan to break, though. I don't think he can do it. And, I mean, there's one pylon powering up all that stuff. The Oracles come in again. Lovely, lovely target fire. It stops again as soon as I say it, but dealing lots of damage. The Void Ray still dancing behind the units here, dealing a lot of damage. The probe Hug of Doom. I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, it's getting close between them, but I think Lemon's got just enough to deal with this. And what a fiery game here to finish things off.
Yeah, this Void Ray is going to have a Super Battery now, so it will not go down, which means that all of these Stalkers will be in trouble. And as you kill each and every one of these Stalkers, it is going to be good for victory. And there it is, GG's. Lemon is going to take it 3-1 over Cyan. How about that for a result? Lemon 3, Cyan 1. And we have ourselves a result, a victory. Lemon, the train continues. It turns out he's actually really freaking good right now. Amazing. I just can't believe that it keeps happening, you know? I can't believe this is where we are at, where we just keep on having Lemon winning. I mean, it's just been incredible to see this start continue, and then it continues in the playoffs as well. You know what? Bit of a shaky start, but we get back on track. You know, after the start of this was a little bit rough for him with that first game loss. He just looked great from there on out, so awesome stuff. And Lemon puts himself into the next round, which will be against Oliveira.
The funny thing, and this is so cool to say, I was more surprised by Lemon not playing that well in game 1 than I was by how well he's playing, you know? Because like I'm all on the hype train now. This isn't just like this feels like it's not just a flash in the pan at this point. This feels very solid out of Lemon. Like the first game was definitely rough. Second game was a bit, you know, could have made it a lot easier, but I feel that this game, the way that he kind of handled that fight at the top of the ramp and stuff for him, pulling the probes at the right time. I mean, shooting the gateway, everybody pulls a probe now and then, but even like killing his own probe to free up the supply and stuff, I liked all his play. Very well played.
Love it. Lovely stuff from him as our bracket continues then and our schedule continues too. More PvP coming up next. Firefly takes on Jieshi and Nice takes on Nanami. So there's the next couple series coming up in Asia. That would be the full upper bracket round of 8 played today. Again, Asia plays over the next 4 days and wraps up on Sunday. And it will be followed by Europe each day. No Americas this week, just in case anyone's wondering. Americas will be next week. So Asia and Europe this week, Europe and America next week. With that, we will see you guys in a few moments because we have got some ads to play. When we return, it is going to be Firefly taking on Jieshi.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for more StarCraft 2 action here. It is more PvP, believe it or not, as we head into this next round, which is going to be Firefly taking on Jieshi in the PvP. So we're just letting them know we're ready, and we're pretty much set to send this off into this series. More PvP, Firefly a bit shaky. Jieshi really looking good this season, Ben. It's been a fun little kind of switch up, because I would have usually picked Firefly, but based on current form, I'd maybe say that Jieshi is the guy.
Yeah, these two did have a run-in as well, where I think they had like a best of 3 and Jieshi kind of bopped him, and I was like, oh crap, Jieshi's really good too. But, you know, Firefly, I think he's one of these guys as well. He's feeling hungry. He got a lot of hype from the foreign fans as well, just because he was looking great, right? Like, he was looking smart, he was looking good. I know Beowulf was all about the Firefly hype train. But, yeah, this is... Jieshi's not an easy foe for any player, and if the last time I watched him in PvP was anything to go by, that boy loves his aggression, loves his proxy robos and all that, and we're going to get right on into it. Spawning over in the top, or in the bottom left of Cyan, it is the blue Protoss, it is Jieshi.
Up right, our red Protoss is going to be from offside. It is Firefly.
Yeah, Firefly's been very smart with his build choices that he's been doing in a lot of his matchups. And I mean, this is not a region where these players really have to worry about PvZ at all. And for a lot of them, given that you see there's 6 Protoss out of 8 players left in the bracket, they've had a lot of time just to gear up, get their PvP practice in, and really hone their skills in this matchup.
They have to be honed, because if they're not, you're not going to have a good time in this bracket. You know, you've got a small chance of being a Terran. And in fact, the section that these guys are in, it's all PvP until either upper bracket finals or perhaps like lower bracket round 2, and that's depending on, you know, Oliveira actually getting knocked out of the winner bracket next tomorrow. So yeah, these guys are going to have to play pretty much purely PvP. They've had a bit of practice of that in the build up to this point in the group stages as well. So we'll see if they can keep that PvP coming. Here in the playoffs, I think you're right. Jieshi did have a really good series against Firefly, right? Was able to put himself into a really good spot. Kind of shut him down heavily, and he has been quite an aggressive player in general, and especially in this PvP. He doesn't shy away from the long games, but he's definitely one of these guys who says, oh, I've got an opportunity to do something here, so I will take it. And it's going to make this best of 5 a challenge for Firefly, who is mixing this up. He's already going for this 1-gate setup. This is what I was talking about a lot in that last series that we might see in like Europe later, but Firefly's going to bring it out. The 1-gate set up to expand, and it just is that something you can do now more easily because of the sentry being a little bit different and how those units that typically punish this interact with that sentry.
I think the sentry change was great for this matchup. Like, removing the tag, making it deal a little bit of extra damage, just makes it so much less of only a hallucination unit, right? It just adds a lot more fluidity to it. Jieshi, on his side of things, will be going for 2 Adepts. Now, that does usually signal that you want to be aggressive early on, get some damage done if you can. And I do see his minerals, they were stacking up a little bit, but it's just for number 3 and 4 on the Adept counter thus far. Firefly is taking that very quick Nexus on his side of things, so you can definitely see that, yeah, a different PvP so far out of both these.
Very different PvP. It's going to be fun to see that, right? Because if this continues through the whole series, we might have a bunch of PvPs back-to-back in terms of today's schedule, but it's going to be kind of a little bit of a different vibe each and every time, as we do have a couple of Adepts making their way up here. There's going to be a wall off that just about gets put in place, and Firefly will sit with a couple of sentries and a third one popping, so you really will have all those hallucinations available over the next little while.
Yeah, and both of them are in fact Fireflies, packing out quite a few gateways, and oh, the Adepts do get in here. A little bit of force field action going on, and these sentries pack a punch now, so you see that the shields do come off very quickly, but I tell you what, Jieshi's not going to be too sad about that. 5 probes going down, and you get to keep them all alive as well. Uh-oh. That's a little sentry that's wandered a little bit too far away from home, and will it get away? Oh, just about, just about.
Sentry's got buff, but not that much.
No, I mean, one against 4 adepts. Yeah, you're still looking at an unfair fight there. And, ooh.
Nice force fields.
That's so many sentries so fast, by the way.
Yes, it's...
Uh-oh.
When you shade into the trap was so good, you just have to see it again for yourself.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, man, that was impressive. Here, I'm going to get trapped again for the same force fields.
It was so good, it wasn't worth it for just one adept, man. Have another.
Yeah. He has to be careful about these adepts, though. Like, these shades, I guess... I was almost thinking he might just let them finish and recall them out kind of thing. Because it started off great, but this was a little bit too eager, I'd say.
Definitely got scary. You were right, by the way. I wanted to pick up on, you said there's a lot of sentries, and it is a lot of sentries. It's very sentry heavy. And Firefly, now he's just on 3 gates. It almost feels like he's set to just push. The problem is that he's had to use a lot of force fields on adepts, and he's had to chase those adepts around, so he's never gotten across the map. And now I feel as though you're in this situation where you can't push anymore, so now you're going to drop down your tech, and it is Forge and Robo. That's quite far down the line, and to me it doesn't really make sense to have built this many sentries and then to just tech, because you don't need 5 to get the information that you need, right? Force fields, yes, are nice, but he doesn't need to catch the adepts being aggressive. To me, 5 sentries is, I want to be across the map and have force fields to take advantage of that, so I think he missed his opportunity here. And now we see the Blue Protoss getting the 4 extra gates and glaives, so we're going to see another round of aggression, and that's going to be something a little bit different as well.
Certainly is. I mean, it's a very quick robo. He's already got an immortal out as well. Firefly's getting a big scout here to see units, or rather a lot of gateways coming out, and it will be a lot of gateways. And Jieshi is very much about dealing the damage, just making Firefly feel uncomfortable this game. I don't think he's revealed the Warp Prism, but maybe it got spotted by a hallucination. But Firefly very well positioned with Stalkers in the main. I mean, this game is going to be fireworks. Like, Adept Glaives don't really get better the longer the game goes. In fact, they get significantly worse the higher the tech armies come. Ooh, Firefly thinking that they were going to pop there to get the Guardian Shield, and Jieshi, yeah, he's moving out, Wardy. This is going to be very hard to hold.
I really think so. He gets some good damage early. He's now building into this very aggressively timed army because of Glaives. It finishes fast. The Adepts build quickly. It is a timing window where you need to hit and hit now because Adepts do not, do well later in the game. We start up cannons. You can see the defense coming in from Firefly. He recognizes what's up. No, Wall obviously can avoid all of the stack defense. Okay, we do lock a few Adepts out. They should turn around and fight. And then the Stalkers in the main. That force field is actually huge. And Firefly is going to get an extremely good opening trade.
I tell you what, I thought it was going to go way worse, but having those Stalkers in the main, and these force fields have been clean, Wardy. I love the cancel on the third. It's got shield battery overcharge, keeping that cannon alive for absolute days here. More cannons as well. Tell you what, is Firefly actually able to do this? I mean, it's still going to be hard. Jieshi brings his own force fields into the fight, and he's still got a lot of firepower behind this.
He does. He's got the 2 Immortals, which pack a punch, but I feel like he lost so much of his buffer that's meant to really overpower quickly. As the Adepts will go fighting in the main. Just trying to do what they can. Prison coming up, +1 attack on the way from Firefly now finishing. So we're starting to see some of this tech coming line from Firefly, and the fact he's survived to this point is obviously a very good sign for him. Gives him a chance.
It really does. Like, Firefly's having to bounce between his main and his natural here. I mean, the cannons help a lot at defending against this. And these Adepts, they're like, you know what? Let's just go into this natural, baby. And the force field defense from Jieshi's good. Keeps those Immortals out of the fight here, but still, the positioning here is very, very tricky. Jieshi's own force fields are quite good. Stalkers will do a good job of tanking those Adepts, but the Adepts are a great tank against everything that Firefly has. But Firefly still managing to hold, still keeping these Adepts out of his main. This is truly a very chaotic game.
Good defense, using those cannons and batteries well, and now his Stalker. I mean, this is the point where you don't really want to be with all these resonating glaive Adepts because they just don't trade well. The deeper this game goes, they're going to shade in right now. The force field is still making it difficult for the Immortals to shoot. Look how many times the Immortals are just moving and not shooting. However, the Adepts are tanking well, and the Immortals are now packing a bit of a punch. The Stalker count has been reduced here. Can Firefly get enough units up? The stack defense has run dry. No cannons left over. The batteries are out of energy. We chase them all down to the left, and it doesn't look like Firefly is going to have the final few numbers that he needs to keep himself alive. Another Immortal shows up. Now it's 2-on-2. He is going to have the target fight down there. Goes 1-for-1 on that trade, but the Adept numbers here, this is where Adepts are great, right? Because they're overwhelming once again, and that's a slow warp into Stalkers on the right side, which is not ideal. We try to get the Prism. We do get the Prism, but it might just be a warp in too late.
Probes against Glaive Adepts. That is not that is not a sight you ever want to see if you're the probe guy. And I tell you what, Jieshi, he came in swinging, and it absolutely paid off in dividends here. GG, a nice start to this series between these two players. I liked a lot of how Firefly was handling that, but it's such a hard position to get yourself out of, you know, like having to defend your main, your natural, blocking all the time. And I think he was doing a decent job, but in the end, that was just a game of he has so many Adepts. And once the force fields ran out, those Immortals could get in the fight, and that's really when the real damage started really packing on into it. And good amount of cannons and static D, but Jieshi, it was a nice build out of him.
It was something different. I really felt like Firefly almost had the defense, just couldn't quite pull it together one last time. If he got the Prism sooner, that would have been a big deal. I think he went for the Prism when it was obviously too late, right? The warping had gone off and he just lost too many Stalkers. That is the moment where actually you do see Adepts being good, because again, they got back to those overwhelming numbers. So it was very close for Firefly, not quite good enough. And now we'll head into game 2 with that Jieshi 1-0 lead in the best of 5 as we continue through day 1 of the Asia playoffs. Yeah, today we've got Europe coming up later as well. It's a fun day of StarCraft that we've got scheduled, as we're just taking a moment to host the game, so I'll throw the schedule up. What is it about Europe you may be looking forward to, Ben, and how do those matches?
I'm looking forward to hearing Lambo.
Yeah, me too.
I think, I think that's the one that any StarCraft fan just looks at. It's like, that's a great one. Like, anytime you get players of the same nationality going at it, there's just that little bit extra on the line, I feel. Like, not only are they playing for who's the best, but it's like, who's potentially the best from my country. And Germany's always been a very, very solid contender for having one of the deepest rosters, I guess, of like really solid players. And yeah, I think both of those guys have a lot to prove right now. I'm also, I don't know if this is the sadist in me. I'm very much looking forward to Clem Bly as well. You know, I just want to see what happens. Yeah, that should be exciting as well.
Yeah, no, I'm actually with you. I think Clem Bly is a really fun matchup where it's like, Clem should just batter him. Like, you know, no offense, Bly, but you've been fairly inactive for a while now. You know, this is Clem's day. But then you never count Bly out completely. Like, he's probably going to have one game, I feel like, which at least looks closer than it should. I know that maybe doesn't seem like the highest of praise, but like when you're playing against Clem and you've been fairly inactive, I think that is pretty high praise. Bly just has that effect on people, man. So
he does. And the fact that he's made playoffs this many times in a row now, despite the kind of like, hey, I'm not playing that much or not able to play that much. And I mean, Bly is still able to play more games than anybody in a day, just because his games end up being 4 minutes long. But still, it's one of those that, yeah, I'm very curious about. I'm also looking forward to see Showtime Goblin, actually. Like, I think the matchup that excites me the least might be the Hearthstone Wayne one, even though that's also a good matchup on paper. Just because the other three are just, yeah, again, the sadist in me, just the joyful lad in me just wants to see who actually does win in all those. Because I also think Goblin's been playing good. Like, that series against Clem, he did not look outgunned, especially in that first game that they had, which just tells me that Goblin's feeling it this season as well.
Something you said there made me think of a funny memory. I think one time someone was playing against Bly, and they came in the game, he's like, you know, they were being a little BM or something, they were like, I can't believe I lost against you. And Bly's like, well, I think it's obvious why. I play so much more than you. And they're like, question mark, question mark. Bly's like, look at our match history. I've played 20 games a day. It's like 20 games and it only goes back 1 hour because he's just playing like 3-minute drone pulls.
Yeah, like one memory I have of Bly is we were all at WESG Europe. And while the tournament was going on, I think Bly had his matches starting in like a couple of hours. Mm-hmm. And he was playing in one of these like weekly tournaments. And I'm like, Bly, what the hell? And he's like, it's okay. And then he shows me, just like does that 12 pool Ravager rush against like a Terran, just wins in like 8 minutes in a best of 3, and he's like, see, it's easy, and then just keeps on doing it. I'm just like, oh my god, this guy lives on a different planet.
Amazing. Well, we are just killing a couple moments here. I'm not sure what the holdup is, but our admin had to check something. That's what we were told. So, a couple moments. Hopefully, everything is in the way it should be, and we can go into game number 2 of this best of 3.
No,
best
definitely.
of 5. Or best of 3.
Best of 5, Wardy, best of 5, and Jieshi takes the lead. Maybe a little bit of a surprise for a lot of people, but
he's been playing well this season.
He has. Like, I'm just gonna, while we're doing the countdown for the second map here, just to talk about who these players have played. Jieshi went 3-0 in the group stage. He beat SV 2-0, Coffee 2-0, Cyan 2-0. So still yet to drop a map. On Firefly side of things, it was a lot more. He went 2-1 against Jim, 2-0 XY, and then he played Lemon 0-2, Coffee 0-2, and then finally making it through by defeating Haas. So not an easy road for him, and that's why he's found himself in this matchup against this man spawning over in the top left-hand side of Oceanborn. It is Jieshi.
In the bottom right, representing Offside Gaming, the red Protoss is Firefly.
Yeah, Firefly was the guy that went for the 1-gate expand on the previous map. Now, it wasn't your low ground, it was the more European-centric style that you've talked about, where it's the gateway and the cybercore on the high ground.
Yeah.
But will he go? We'll see. Firefly has been a guy that's been pretty good about mixing up his builds in other matchups, at least.
Yes, he's definitely not like a get stuck in his way kind of player, right? He knows what he does. He knows he does it well, and so he's very good at kind of mixing up his builds and everything. So that's always good to see. As we have ourselves the early game, really just taking a couple moments, nothing too wild or crazy just yet. And it is going to be 1-gate versus 2-gate already as well, so you're going to see a pretty similar setup. To be fair, Firefly doesn't wall off fully with that cybercore over there. But it's one of these situations, I think, where if this is going to be, you know, both players kind of playing this series out and kind of like saying, okay, well, I'm comfortable 2-gating and I'm comfortable 1-gating, we are likely just to see this on repeat. There's nothing wrong with kind of seeing this matchup play out with that opening on repeat so far. Both of these builds still have their advantages and their kind of benefits, so I imagine we're going to see a fair amount of that.
Yeah, there's been no giga downfalls, right, of those builds happening. I mean, the 2-gate, very popular for very good reason. There was definitely a time in previous patches where Void Rays were a little bit better, and it became so difficult to try and break any sort of 1-gate low ground expansion. And Firefly, he's going to go for the Sentry again. Nice and early. Gets the Zealot just to make sure he can get the Nexus nice and early. And Jieshi, he's all about that Adept pressure again. And I'm very curious whether it's going to be a follow-up of more, and it is by the looks of it. He's found a style that he likes to be aggressive with against this sort of opening.
Yes. He obviously just likes getting those Adepts out. He likes poking with them, the map control he can gain from them. So he obviously just wants to make this happen. So he started off a bit of a wall off on the low ground, which is interesting. So that I was not really expecting as Firefly drops in the Robo facility. He's not going to go via the Stargate here. Just going to play that Robo as his setup here now.
Yeah, definitely a curious way of going about this. And he does have a probe there at the top there just to make sure nothing gets through. Does reveal that he is going for a Robo. So that is a nice little scout there for Jieshi. And it's going to be 6 Adepts for him. He is very much about the Adept so far in this series, isn't he? Like, he hunkered on down in game 1, got the Adept Glaives eventually as well. Firefly with a proxy pylon out on the map with that probe. Wonder what he's going to be looking for. By the way, he's made a complete wall off with the Nexus here to make that Adept shading go all the way around. That's actually really nice out of Firefly.
I guess that basically means he doesn't ever have the threat of the Adepts getting into the main. Although now you have to come around that wall yourself to shoot at the Adepts hitting your battery. It's a little bit awkward as we do just get that pylon in place. I don't think the Adepts are going to commit anyway. Yeah, it's a little bit strange. I'm not sure how much this helps you. I feel like it hurts you as well. You've got a gateway exposed against a larger attack. It's very intriguing.
I think it's okay if you're stood in front of it.
Yeah.
Which, oh, okay, he's coming out for a little bit of a fight here. And I mean, again, with that nice little wall that he has, you can just say, like, hey, I don't have to worry about them getting in my main, but in my probe line, oh, those are some juicy force fields, though. This is definitely going to be quite a bit of damage, and those sentries do pack a punch now against these shields.
I'm actually worried that we're losing a lot of these adepts because Firefly is set up with a prism already as well. It's only 2 gates, but I kind of feel as though he might be able to get across the map to some extent. And if he gets across the map, yeah, Jieshi doesn't have a lot right now. He starts an Immortal, though. That would obviously be a big part of the defense. And it looks as though it's just going to be 2 adepts to try and get in and deal some harassing damage. So actually going to shade past the Stalkers, and they can just walk into the natural and kill some probes.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, this is very exposed right now, and trying to sync up these attacks a little bit keeps one of these adepts out of harm's way just by picking up with the Warp Prism. And so far, nice little bit of counter damage. Blink is on the way for Jieshi. Firefly, don't think he's yet with a Twilight Council. No, he is not. So he is all about this attack right here, right now. And I tell you what, oh, I thought he was going to go for it then, but there was an Immortal. Shield batteries are very late here with this attack.
Yeah, I actually think Firefly is a bit too far forward with his units. I think he should be force fielding that army away and targeting the batteries, and then he can continue to force field the Immortal out of a fight. And if he did that, I think he could be able to get into a very good position, but that is not going to be quite how this plays. A couple of Adepts will drop down, or Adepts and Stalkers drop down. We'll try and go for some mineral damage instead. We get a couple of probes, there's nothing too major. And this does seem to be defended, and you've got to be very careful, and I think Firefly's right to start backing away. He's not quite sure the exact timing on Blink. The last thing you want is to end up against Blink here, right? You know, you don't want to be on the map, get blinked on, lose everything. That's a very quick way to lose out.
There's a massive supply block for Jieshi, by the way. Like, Firefly kind of did him a favor by killing as many probes as he did, because then he could keep on making them. But it just led to the same supply block that he was initially in. And to be fair to Jieshi, he still is ahead in probes, despite losing like the same amount here. So he's done a good job in a lot of ways. And this is almost a reverse of the first game between them, in that Firefly's not taken a third base at all this game, and it does look like he is very much about just dealing damage with all the units that he has. And a Robo Bay along with Blink on the way for Jieshi. He might be biting off more than he can chew here.
Yes, the Immortals got a pile on now, trying to push forward and get his Stalker. As well, these Immortals are going to have a very good time killing structures as they try and set up. Probes keep wandering across. Now we've got Adepts into this mineral line, and Firefly is finding a lot of damage. Defense is definitely not clean, and these Immortals still dancing. At this point, they can probably just start hitting the Nexus and really apply further pressure. With 5 probes killed, Firefly's doing a good job, taking no damage at home. And yeah, by fighting this Nexus, you do put some extra pressure on, but he's a little bit late to lift up, and the Blink does come through.
Ooh.
And he's stuck around too long, and he does lose out in a big way. Clean up from Jieshi in the end. It just took a long time to get there.
It did. I mean, you never want to lose 2 Immortals with a Warp Prism. Like, technically, I know Blink is a scary beast, but that was Firefly just getting a little bit too eager there, a little bit. And Resource Loss tab very close between them now, and Firefly, he's so far behind on that third base. He's behind on tech as well. Is there anything truly going for him? I mean, higher count of Stalkers, and he does have a Warp Prism on the map, but Jieshi's setting himself up very nicely in this game.
See a couple more force fields dropping in here. Stalker, Immortal, Disruptor, and be held back. A couple Stalkers already pinging there as the Disruptor shot fires through, but does not land. And looking forwards once again, and that Disruptor is going to get caught in the front, so can't retreat away. Good force fields from Firefly. He gets the pick off on this, and again with force fields he can really dictate this fight, stopping those Immortals from being able to get kind of involved. And currently just going after the Nexus. Super Battery will activate onto the Nexus. We have a new Disruptor here. Gotta be super careful of that. Disruptor shot fires, we can blink away. One Stalker didn't get the memo about blinking him out of there. However, we do have the numbers to just keep on trading, and Super Battery is too far away to save that Immortal as well. Another nice catch for Firefly.
It is, but I think Jieshi is doing enough here to survive. I mean, Warp Prism does add a lot of potential to this army, and honestly, Firefly's been microing very well against this, hasn't he? Been picking off a lot of these big high-tech units. That Nexus is incredibly low as well. This is very, very close between them. Firefly will lose that last Immortal of his on the field, and Jieshi, I think he's setting himself up here for a nice 2-0, very potentially.
Yes, I mean, he has held this off. +1 is done. It looked very scary for him. I really felt like there was a lot of good moments out of Firefly. Firefly like this, realizing that it's maybe not all about him right now, will dive through in a couple of different ways to try and get some workers and get some damage. I think that's one of the ways he's going to help himself out in a big way. So like that. Now the Adept show up on the right side as well, so he really is going to find himself some good damage. It's going to put him back onto a worker lead. And yeah, just keeps his opponent kind of from pushing across the map as well, right? Because now the last thing that you're thinking of as Jieshi is, oh yeah, let's move across the map. I've just seen a bunch of aggressive Stalkers and a bunch of aggressive Adepts. I'm clearly safe to leave my base.
Yeah, I definitely get the feeling that both these players are far more comfortable attacking than defending. Like Jieshi so far, he's kind of floundering about a little bit here, and Firefly's making a lot of good harass moves. Every single attack he's doing is getting damage in one way or another. And the fact that Jieshi is constantly bleeding out in this game, 21 workers have died from him, that is no small number. He's getting charged online and whatnot, but these Warp Prism attacks, like these two Adepts, I don't know what kind of kill numbers they have on them apiece, but it's huge the amount of damage he's got done with so little.
Yes.
And look at where he's positioned now, Jieshi. Like, he is not ready for this attack that's right at his natural at all. And maybe Firefly's just going to go for round 2 here, where it's like, you know what? The attack over here went pretty good. I'm just going to blink away again. And maybe he gets caught a little bit. Nice blinking so far. Oh, does lose one Stalker for his trouble. Nicely handled, to be fair. That could have been a lot worse for him.
It could have been... The fact that he only lost one Stalker was very nice, and what you say, the Temple Archives and Robobait going up from Fireflies, so he's like, oh, time to double down and getting some extra tech up in this. Stalkers continue to blink over that left-hand side. We see a few more being killed, and Jieshi comes down to the bottom. We do see the Prism showing up, going to come in, drop down a couple of those Adepts, and they're going to be able to get some probe kills as well. So, again, the harassment just keeps continuing. However, Yeshi's had enough of it. He's going to be across the map now, and he's going to be the aggressor. You mentioned that he might like attacking. Well, this is his turn to make the attack happen.
It is, and this base is not set up yet. And Jieshi, despite losing so many workers this game, he's actually ahead on workers here. So as long as he trades all right, upgrades the same between them, it's a true Stalker fight. These Adepts, I looked at it, got 9 and 6 kills apiece, so they've been worth their weight in gold. Fighting against the Shield Battery Overcharge, though, that is going to be a bit risky, but I think he might have the numbers. It's not even charged up anymore. Jieshi bullying about here, but the numbers are so damn close between them.
It feels like he's just about a warping away from overwhelming, but of course his opponent has defensive warp-ins available too, so the numbers stay very similar. He does keep kind of bleeding a couple of Zealots in. The problem is I think Jieshi's having is he's actually trading badly with his Zealots because they keep getting stuck behind Stalkers. If he actually got his Zealots through to the front each time, I think he would have had a way better trade so far. I might have just closed this out already. Now he's fighting on this low ground. Both players have Stalkers not in the fight because of the choke that's being played in. The Prism nearly goes down here. The Stalkers blink away when they probably had it if they just committed. In fact, they will come through for it. But now Warp-ins are lost. Once again, I feel like Firefly's maybe a moment too late on killing the Prism because he kills it just as it feels as though Jieshi is already kind of broken through. He's killed the Nexus, so the play on the Prism, same as last game, was maybe 20 seconds too late.
Yeah, and Jieshi just used all that money that he had, and he had so much of it watered. He had a good, like, 1,200 minerals banked. Don't know where he warped in exactly. There is a big warping in the main base of Jieshi, but this feels like it's Firefly just trying to buy time in some way, right? And does keep his Warp Prism alive against the little Stalker, and he's being aggressive at Jeshi's 4th base, but look at those supplies. They do not lie, and takes down a few of those shield batteries, but has to run away with his tail between his legs.
Run away as the Prism comes in here to the top side, to the 12 o'clock. Firefly will warp in and will be able to grab a few probes. So again, we're back to this point where Firefly is going to throw a kitchen sink at Jieshi to just try and get damage done. But this time, Jeshi's a lot closer to kind of cleaning it up quickly. He doesn't have to run around silly like he did previously. So that's good to see as Disruptor out of finish, plus 2 attacks coming through. These Stalkers get over to the side and we'll get a couple probes on the go as well.
Certainly will. And blinks out of there again, getting a little bit of damage done. How many probes have died now this game? 35 killed for Firefly, 9 killed for Jieshi, so it's not totally lopsided there, but Firefly's just doing whatever he can to keep Jieshi away from him, so a lot of this might look desperate, and that's because it is. Firefly does not have long left. He did try and fire off a Disruptor there. Don't know what it connected with exactly. Probably nothing by the looks of it, because that is a lot of blue Protoss here.
And he's just blinking on top of these stalkers. That disruptor on the left-hand side, I think Jieshi has something to see it, so he shouldn't be caught by surprise by that disruptor. We see the disruptor on the other direction. Well, yeah, he blinks into this one. He gets rid of it. He got away from the other one, too. Third base goes down for Firefly, and it's really a matter of time until GG is called, and that will be it right then and there, as Jieshi takes himself to a 2-0 lead. Another fun game, but man, Jieshi just seems to be the slightly better player right now, where he's just able to eke out the edges and really make the most of those edges. Because it's not a huge amount he's winning by, but he's just manipulating the slight things in his favor a little better than what Firefly is able to thus far.
No, it definitely is. I mean, I do think Firefly, if he can get the game going, a lot of his attacks, especially with the force fielding stuff, it looked a bit neater and tidier. Like that attack at the third base where he force fielded out that disruptor and stuff, like it wasn't the cleanest defense out of Jieshi. But we got to remember, like, that losing that immortal, or the two immortals in the warp prism, was huge. Like, that wasn't something that Firefly was banking on happening at all. You really saw that kind of floundering behind it. And then he kept Jieshi back on his side of the map and did a good job. But then as soon as he was unleashed, it was just like, oh, my army's just smaller, it's worse, and loses his fourth, and it was just kind of spiraled out of control a bit. But all the harass and stuff, if there's anything for Firefly going forward in this series, it is the fact that the harassment went so damn well against him, which, yeah, it felt like multitask-wise, he's got a bit of an edge against Jieshi, and his map control as well, but Jieshi's just very solid when it comes to just getting the attack going, you know?
Yes. He is constantly... I love how... It was really funny because you said, like, he's, like, they're both kind of happier attacking, and you can kind of see that the defense wasn't pretty for Jieshi, and then he was eventually like, cool, I've caught, like, the slightest moment of break, and instantly he's across the map because he just wants to be the aggressor. He wants to put Firefly under that pressure of figuring out when and why and how he should be trading. And by doing so, I think put himself into a very good spot, because that is kind of what tipped the scales in his favor eventually. So, kind of cool to see that in action. The players both readied up here for game number 3. We're going to Golden Aura. We're counting down into our third map, and Jieshi is on the verge of victory and through to round 2 of these playoffs. Whereas Firefly needs to start bringing it back. He needs 3 in a row to avoid an early trip down to the lower bracket.
And he certainly does. And I mean, this is a player that's given him troubles in the past, and you can see why. Like, they are both just very good about the attacking once they're ahead. And Firefly was good at stalling that out and making a real meal out of it for his opponent. But at the end of the day, this man spawning over in the bottom right, he's cooking. It is the blue Protoss. It is Jieshi.
Top left. Time to really bring it all. If you want to avoid that lower bracket, the red Protoss player is Firefly.
You know, going into the series, I mean, I think more people know Firefly, just the fact that he's made it to, I think, or he's been in the limelight a little bit more, but it doesn't mean that he's the guaranteed favorite here, right? Like, going into this, I think we always knew it was going to be a tough one, but if Jieshi does sweep this 3-0, that is definitely a surprise for me.
I'd be surprised that it was so one-sided.
Yeah.
Because to me, it should absolutely be back and forth. And do you think form-wise, Jieshi has shown us that he has been a little bit better? But Firefly's definitely not been as good this season as I expected him to be. But when they match up against one another, I expect it to be close. And there's parts of the games themselves that are close, but obviously 3-0 is still a 3-0. And that is still Jieshi who's just getting the better end of each and every one of those scenarios. So there's definitely a difference there. And that definitely seems the way it's going to be right now. We're still sticking to the builds early, by the way, with the 1-gate versus 2-gate setup that we talked about in both games 1 and 2. So still no difference made on that one.
Also, I think we can't fail to mention that Jieshi is yet to lose a map in this region, which is pretty crazy because of players that are in this region. You know, there's quite a few good ones at this point, but 2-0 SCV, 2-0 Coffee, 2-0 Cyan, and now 2-0 up against Firefly as well. That is not easy. Not easy at all. Opponent, no lifelines left.
Nexus drops in from Firefly. It just goes down immediately again, putting used to that 1-gate straight away. Sentry starts up, and Jieshi decides it's Stargate time. So he'll just go Stargate before he expands himself. We'll see how aggressive he gets with that Stargate. I do expect this to still be an expansion, of course, from Jieshi, but yeah, we'll absolutely look to have that pressure. You get a couple Oracles up, and they're so valuable throughout the game. They're always an option to kind of try and get in and deal a couple of bits of damage, so things to watch for.
Definitely is. Both getting a decent scout of what the other guy is going for. Oh, okay. For a second there, I was like, what's this little cheeky probe up to? I thought it was one of the Jieshis at first going to the very bottom left. I was like, no, this is too wild, man, too wild. But Nexus does start up. Firefly is going to go for the 2 extra gateways again. And he's going to go for... We're going to call it the Firefly wall off here, aren't we?
It's definitely a Firefly wall because I've not seen anyone else do it. Not in recent times, not in PvP. You know, this is something that's, you know, back in the day when you had to open, like, 3-gate expands against Zerg, and you had, like, wide-open naturals. This was how you would wall off against, like, Zerg players. I'm talking, like, Wings of Liberty, like, Metalopolis and stuff. You'd kind of go from your ramp to your Nexus, and there'd be, like, a portion of the, you know, the base that's open. Nowadays, every single natural has a narrow entryway, otherwise it wouldn't make ladder map rules, so... But yeah, Firefly is kind of living it large, man.
I do miss those Protoss layouts where they'd take a Nexus and they'd build, like, their cannon right next to it and block it off with 2 pylons and a gateway.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering why that stopped, well, Ravager made pretty short work of those walls. 2 Adepts do find a little bit of damage right. Oh, nice saving it. But the Oracle comes to the main base, is greeted by a shield battery. So far, maybe not quite what Jieshi was looking for, because he would have hoped for this Oracle in the main dealing a lot of damage as well. But only losing 2 Adepts so far, not bad at all. And will actually get some probes for his trouble.
Yeah, I don't mind it, right? He's draining that battery of energy, and look at the follow-up, by the way. Dark Shrine coming through. Well, Firefly is just sending this with no tech structure, 4 gates. The Dark Shrine is a timer in this game, because the Dark Shrine is an answer defensively, and it's a game ender offensively as well, right? So, you got Jieshi right now. Oh no, I'm going to lose my natural. This is really bad. But as that Dark Shrine takes ever closer, you are on your way to having a way to push back these units, and also, again, be aggressive on the other side that your opponent currently has no way to stop. I think right now, if you're Firefly and you're like, okay, I'm killing the Nexus, you've just got to drop a Robo down. Obviously, this hallucination is going to get the Scout in as well. You've just got to do it. Yeah, not the Dark Shrine. But you've just got to go and throw a Robo down, because the only thing you're losing to right now is something you can't see.
Absolutely, yeah. I think seeing that Twilight Council... In fact, maybe Jieshi started up the blink there just to kind of fake that he was going to utilize it. I love the Colossus for the high ground vision here on the gateways. Limiting the gateway number could be kind of cool. Now, Jieshi did warp in that Dark Templar from the gateway that was dying. I think that was intentional by him as well. Speeds are done. Robo, where is it? It's in the natural. And I tell you what, this Oracle... Yeah, in the main, sorry. That's what I was looking at. But this Oracle was trying to slow things down. It does know where the target is as well. And that's a big deal.
Yes.
Oh.
As the DTs show up, there's DT trying to get in the main, the Observer's on the way, and I think Firefly's done it because at this point these DTs are never going to do enough before an Observer pops out. So, yeah, Jieshi tried to really go kind of all out here with the Dark Shrine. As the Observer pops, these DTs die, Jieshi is down a base, and he knows that this one is not going to last much longer. Firefly will take game number 3, and we are going to keep this series going. We are not going to wrap it up just yet. Firefly fights back.
That was actually a nice game from Firefly. I like all the scouting and maneuvering, and the Great Wall of Firefly as well. Made those DTs take a little bit longer to get in there. But no, it was just clean, wasn't it? Like, knew when to move out, get a lot of damage done, killing that natural. Then getting the confirmation of like, all right, need to get this down because it's the only thing I can lose to, as he said. Just overall, nice game out of him.
Lovely stuff as we get
Game 5.
Yeah. I don't think it's Game 5, it's Game 4, but hopefully that was just a typo.
Yeah, our ref, man, he's wonderful. Have you ever gone to his camera positioning?
He's always in the corner, right?
Yeah. When I'm trying to find map in the game, and then it's like sometimes I switch to the players and stuff, and I go back to the ref, and it's like, oh, he's having a lovely time looking at the scenery over there in the corner.
I know it's he's always somewhere kind of just like out in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? Right?
Absolutely is. After this match, by the way, just to talk about the next match in this region, it is going to be Nanami and Nice, and that's also going to be a bit of a spicy one. It's not been as easy a road to the top for Nice in this region as it used to be, like at all. It's actually quite problematic. And Nanami, he has showcased that he's not easy. He's also one of these Protosses that is on the rise. Did lose to Haas 1-2, but then beat Jim, XY, and then beat Oliveira to get into the tip-top bracket here.
Yeah, it's honestly, Nanami's been playing well. I wonder how the PvP will look for him going up against Nice. I think Nice at the end of the day is always someone who's good enough to kind of show up, and while Nice maybe had the rougher qualification to the playoffs, I still would kind of maybe favor him a little bit. It's going to be a really interesting series. Again, I think that's what's really cool about this region. You don't really have too many favorites, and at this point, when you do have favorites, they're not really too favored over the others. I mean, Nanami might be the most underdog name in this bracket at this point, considering Leban's already proven himself today. So, yeah, that's all kind of excitement, all ready to go. I went on the referee camera just to see if I could show everyone what you're on about, but he's actually in a base this time, Ben. So
he's in a base. He's in a base.
Yeah, no corner camping this time around. It's in the bottom left.
Yeah, you have to wait till the game starts getting good, you know.
Oh,
and
okay.
then he's off looking. I'm gonna bet it's the top left corner of this game. He loves the plants and stuff, you know.
All right. Well, bottom left side, it is going to be our blue Protoss player, Jieshi.
And it's one on the top right-hand side, as our red Protoss, it is Firefly. Did you ever watch Firefly, Wardy?
No.
No? Oh.
Is that the show that only had one season and everyone wants more?
Yeah, it was the one that people went absolutely nuts about them cancelling it. Ooh, mix-up from Firefly here. Double gateway.
Yeah, not going to play that single gate anymore. I wonder if there's anything in particular that he feels about, you know, or he thinks about here that's better for double gate. Because it is interesting to be like 4 maps deep and then switch it up. So, intriguing.
He's had enough of all these adepts being on the map early on and him kind of, you know, having to be a little bit of a punching bag to his opponent for the first 5 minutes.
It's very true. I mean, he gives him more of a chance to be the aggressor from the very get-go. I mean, he still became the aggressor last game, pushing across the map, right? But gives him more aggressive opportunities even sooner, because 2 gates just mean more units. He might just be sick of dealing with like a lot of adepts as well without as many units himself. And this time it's going to be 2 Stalkers versus 2 Stalkers. And so that pushing potential is there, but obviously if they match each other, there shouldn't be too much that happens, and this could just negate out to eventually seeing an expansion from both.
And maybe this is the kind of game that Firefly is actually more comfortable with. Because, I mean, the 1 gate expand, you don't know who they've been practicing with, and maybe he's been playing a lot of mirror games like that. And maybe it's what he's far more familiar with when his opponent kind of greets the challenge, whereas Jieshi's just been like, oh, you're doing that? Okay, let's be really aggro. And it has he has showcased some flaws, or rather some holes in the defense of Firefly, and Firefly here is just like, you know what? 2 Stalkers, let's go, go, go. Jieshi again going for the Stargate this game. He hasn't been the Proxy Robo Kid, though, which, you know, that has surprised me out of his play. We'll use this probe first to get the few shots off first, and
that's really nice.
Because of it,
saves
keeps the probe alive. Wow.
Yeah, the probe staying alive was the bit where I was like, oh my god. Obviously, we are going to see 1 more Stalker popping in a moment, but only the 1 because we invested into the Stargate. So he did not have double unit production for a bit. These 2 Stalkers run away, but the next couple of units are coming. It is 2 more Stalkers from Firefly. Now, here she is right to back away. He knows reinforcements are on the way out, and it is possible that obviously it's 2 versus 1, because he knows that he himself has cut a unit for tech, and that might not be the case on the other side, as it is the Robo from Firefly. Now as he gets sentries, gets a Robo, I feel like aggressive opportunities arise. That Stalker just gets the battery up in time to keep it alive after taking a bad shot.
Certainly does. Different tech choices from the both of them. Oracle is out. Jieshi moving straight into the Twilight Council. Firefly on his side of things going straight for that Robo. So different avenues at every opportunity. I mean, the build orders were initially same, but tech choices so damn different for both of them. I think Firefly's got some Stalkers here and there, but I mean, it's quite a few sentries. And that Oracle, yeah, was greeted. Not friendly greeting, but was greeted by quite a lot of units, and Jieshi was definitely hoping for more.
He was. Definitely would have liked to get some more damage done here, but This is great for us because Firefly takes an early lead. He's down in the series. If he wins this, we can see our first game 5 of the day as Oracle very nearly goes down. It is going to be hurting in the corner, and of course, it may be regenerating some shields, but it's still going to be an easy target for deeper in this game.
Our ref really... Oh, Mapu's doing the ref move. I was going to say, our ref really enjoys Jieshi's base. He's loving it. All right. Nice big scout here from that Oracle, and does get out of there. And he's the one that's going to have the mobile army, just getting that blink online very quickly. Twilight counts. Firefly must have cancelled his robo at some point, right? And gone back into the Twilight?
Yes, because he definitely saw it robo.
Yeah. So he's got that Twilight now. Will be going into blink most likely. Delaying it quite a bit, though. And does have a much earlier third than Jieshi. Jieshi without a third yet on the map.
Yes, that only just dropping down now. We are going to see the difference in bases. We saw it in the earlier PvP2. This is going to be a forward triangular setup from Firefly. Jieshi is going to opt for that left-hand side kind of linear base setup. It's going to be much harder for Firefly to get to for a long time because he's going to have to knock down some rocks to open up access there. Again, just seeing this map delivering different base layouts as Jieshi is going to be having blink in a second. That's terrifying for Firefly because his blink is so far away. I mean, Firefly really has nothing to show for the lack of blink because he went robo then cancelled into Twilight. So it's not like he had another tech structure and that's why his blink is late. Because we're going to get the force fields here, but then we can just blink backwards and Firefly's like, wait a second, this was meant to be great for me. And now I just lost a bunch of stalkers and did nothing but deal some damage that you can heal up from.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Firefly is maybe gaming himself a little bit too hard in this series, doesn't it? Like, he definitely being caught off guard. Jieshi is suffering from a little bit of a supply block here, getting the charge. They're both getting the +1 weapons on the go. That is one thing that Firefly does have the advantage over Firefly here, but again, just that resources lost tab. It's all about Jieshi right now.
All about Jieshi. Yes, he has only lost 50 resources in the game, which is pretty darn impressive, so that really does set him up in a good place. The question is, what does he do next? He's getting charged, he's getting his own robo facility, and Firefly's going to get his own blink up, and he is ahead on that +1 timing as well, so there is a little window there that is beneficial.
And soon the blink will be done for Firefly, and then they're playing an even game of ball, because right now it is not a fair match, which is why Firefly is sitting so far back. And I like this out of Jieshi, probably realizing that economically, maybe not super far ahead, but takes a very quick fourth, almost taking a page out of Lemon's book here. And in fact, if I count the gases on his side of things, yeah, just rolling off 2 gases all the way so far.
Very low gas count, so just super high unit count instead. And this is an interesting 4th base from Firefly. We've now expanded to within like a screen of each other in the top left, which is obviously a pretty huge deal. So that's going to get very interesting as well here. The fact that these two are now getting very close to one another. And that could cause some conflict, as I don't think Jieshi really knows it yet. As these stalkers show up, he might want to go. Oh, he just blinked into the rocks on the bottom side.
Yeah, I saw that on the minimap. I was like, that was an F2 blink if I've ever seen one, where it's like, oh, get into position. Oh no, rocks in the way. And this is the power of these avenues, man. Firefly was just far more aware of what Jieshi was doing, and I tell you what, now that it's his turn to get some moves done, he's absolutely done it. And will bleed out some units on the retreat here. He is ahead on getting the +2 upgrades, but I mean, Jieshi, given that Nexus got cancelled, he has a lot of money in the bank to just warp in, and this is a hard spot to defend, Wardy. I think he might suffer his own 4th loss here.
Yeah, this is really bad because he only has one tiny little root of minerals mined out, so you can't even get out of it easily. We try and blink for the prism, but that's a volley that is not useful because the prism will now get to warp in anyways. Now the Stalkers are trying to run through that gap. 4th base given up, and for it all starting out brilliantly for Firefly, it's completely backfired on him, and he is not going to get out of this what he wanted.
Not at all. That was such a horrible retreat path, and Jieshi, upon losing that 4th location, at least he got to cancel his, whereas Firefly, it finished and then it was done. I mean, this could bite him in the butt a little bit. Does blink onto that Warp Prism in the top there, and Warp Prism does go down, so a little bit of a lifeline was granted there on the other side of things, but he does take a fairly vulnerable 4th location in a way, because he hasn't gone. But now we're seeing the avenues again, and Jieshi very blind to this attack that's happening. This has been happening to him a lot in this series. Once he's on the defensive, he just has no idea where his opponent is.
Yeah, just blind, right? Just lets Firefly get in position. Well, he says, you know what, I don't mind, because we're just going to go base trading. Obviously, Firefly gets the jump on that, because he was just ready to go a little bit sooner. And we actually have a few units defensively for Firefly as well. Jieshi has more army supply going into this. We're going to pop the barrier on that Immortal. A few Zealots get in the front, so the Immortal doesn't last too long. We're one-shotting here, so the Super Battery doesn't matter too much. And we do knock that down. The probes will be pulled to defend. I don't think Jieshi has too much at home defensively to kind of pull his own probes with, and now the army supplies have evened out. He sends a few units back, Super Battery popping, but he definitely wants to pull the probes, because if his opponent's done it, he kind of needs to do it too.
I feel that this was all so unnecessary from Jieshi, you know, like so unnecessary. I don't think he needed to launch it across the map like he did. He just needed to be aware about where the army was, and he was caught in a spot where it's like, oh, I'm not really on a probe line right now. Definitely did some economic damage himself, but he's made this game so much harder. I think he didn't quite understand that he was actually quite far ahead here.
Yeah. But I mean, it's been a bit of a weird game where he's taken damage and, you know, found some on the counter, but hard to kind of place exactly where you're at. Now he's attacking again, but he's way down supply. He's going to lose his Prism as well, and this army is going to be stranded in between two forces. However, the force from the upper right of Firefly is not showing up, and he does not have charge, so the Zealots are not great. And Jieshi is actually going to be able to clean up those Zealots. He's actually going to turn them around. I feel like this is a moment where you're like, that was a get-out-of-jail-free card for him, and he's just going to rock himself back into jail.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knows he's taken way too much damage. Like, Firefly absolutely steamrolling in this game, and look, he knows that he's ahead, and he knows that army of Stalkers is so damn tiny. Charge or not, he's just got the numbers at this point, and tell you what, Jieshi, he's going to be kicking himself for this one.
Yeah, he really is. He really let Firefly control this game more so than was ever really necessary. And multiple times just walked into fights that he did not need to go walking into. He could have been in a much more comfortable position. And, yeah, Stalkers and Firefly continue now down to the south, where they are going to just go and pretty much end this. I mean, we're over double the army supply now. It's going to be very difficult for Jieshi to find the units to stop this. So, Firefly, we're going to bring us all the way back to Game 5 in this series.
And I tell you what, even though Jieshi's been fairly good about just winning out games, once the game gets a little bit messy or scrappy or, you know, maneuvering the map, it does feel like Firefly is outplaying him quite a bit.
Yeah, Firefly kind of wins on the movement, but Jieshi seems to win on the earlier kind of setup and the earlier fights somewhat, so that's definitely an interesting comparison. We are going to Game 5. We are going to get the full series here, so that is awesome. We'll get that ready to rumble and see whether or not we are going to have ourselves a complete reverse sweep, or if Jieshi can just pull it together at the very end to get back to where he was starting with the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and I tell you what, from being 2-0 down, potentially with the clean sweep, well, I mean, one map away from it, or reverse sweep rather, that is quite a nice spot to be in, and I feel that this has happened to Jieshi before, like against Cyan, you know, it was one of those things where back then he was doing the same build every time and then Cyan caught wind of it. But this isn't that at all. Like, Jieshi has absolutely been mixing it up a little bit with his choices and whatnot, and if he had his army in the right position there, like his most vulnerable base was the one on the left, he kind of was caught in the middle of the map, and then it's like, damn, what do I do? I'll counterattack it, but it was too late. Definitely a brutal loss for him there.
Well, Site Delta will be the final map, so it is this map that has that ramp. So we may actually see Jieshi move away from the 2-gate and actually go 1-gate as well. So that's a possibility that obviously opens the doors for aggression or just a differently kind of paced game. So it's something we'll be watching out for as we get this Game 5 ready to go. We are just missing Firefly from this, so get him in here and we'll hopefully be able to go into this PvP. As it is going to be Site Delta for map 5, and to send someone through to that next round of the winner bracket. Again, the way it stands here in the standings is that the Oliveira Lemon winner bracket round of 4 match is set, so the winner of this will play the winner of Nanami and Nice. So I gotta feel like, I mean, I would say whoever wins here is my favorite in the next round as well. It doesn't matter whether that's Jieshi or Firefly, so don't get me wrong, not easy, but definitely, potentially, you win this, and you've got a good chance of making it through to upper bracket finals, which is a great opportunity. That's guaranteed top 3 if you're upper bracket finals, so some cool stuff there.
It's definitely the nicer side of the bracket to be on. Because, you know, over in that other side of the bracket, Wardy, you've got the absolute rock star, the well-seasoned veteran, Lemon.
Yes, man.
No, I mean, Lemon and Oliveira, to be honest, they're both absolutely packing this season. So yeah, you don't really want to be running into either of those mad lads. So yeah, if it's going to be Firefly Jieshi against Nanami Nice over here, there's definitely one side of the bracket that I'm a lot more scared of being in.
I'm 100% with you. Well, it's time to figure out who is going to launch themselves into the winner bracket round of 4 and who's going to be heading down to the lower bracket for an early kind of fight for their life tomorrow. Let's go into game, as in the bottom right corner, it will be the red Protoss player, Firefly.
And spawning over in the left, was 2-0 up, but now life on the line, 2-2 apiece. It is the blue Protoss, it is Jieshi. Low ground pylons. This is where they truly get to test their mettle, a different kind of PvP. And who's better at it?
You know, from the very get-go, you'd maybe think Firefly because he's opened one gate already a lot in this series, so perhaps that gives him a slight edge here that he's more comfortable opening with that one gate, but this is also something which everyone has had to do at PvP. You don't just forget how to do something, right? So, you know, there's been map pools that have had a lot more maps with the ramps on, and so from there, you know, should have the experience as Jieshi to still come up with something.
No, yeah, definitely. You can't avoid these maps. You haven't been able to. Like, the amount of ramps are less nowadays, I guess. But every Protoss that is playing at this sort of level and beyond has to have practiced on these maps with the one gate expand. It's just too good not to. And these guys, they're here for a reason. They're really damn good. I mean, Jieshi was he was looking like he was cruising into the semi-finals, the upper bracket semi-finals, without dropping a map, which is insane. But Firefly pushed him to the limits, and equally so vice versa as well. Nice early Nexus for Jieshi here. Did skimp out on the early Zealot, but gets away with it.
Yes, getting that down quickly is amazing. So we'll just have the extra probe advantage or so perhaps from that. It's a very little difference, but can add up a little bit further down the line. This map pool is kind of interesting because obviously we've got 9 maps, and you might expect, well, there's even more chance you play a map with a ramp, but the actual current map pool, a lot of the maps with ramps disappeared, and instead you have like maps like Post-Youth, which have an in-base expand, or Dynasty, which has like also kind of an in-base expand, but like points outwards, right? I think that's kind of the big deal, because all of a sudden you're looking at this and saying, well, okay, now my PvPs, you don't really want to play those weird maps because the in-base expands in PvP, they're not just one-gate friendly. They are, you know, pretend you're one-gating, but your opponent can't see what you're doing, and then do all the cheesy stuff in the world. So then they really get avoided, so you play a lot more of these maps that do not have, you know, ramps because, well, none of the others do. So it's kind of interesting how this map pool is played out for the matchup. But at a good time because of the center change. Kind of makes up for it.
This early Adept getting over here, I like the patience from him being at the top of the ramp, just seeing where the other Adept was. And I tell you what, he can get quite a bit of probe damage done here. And it's even going to be in a gnarly spot. Has a Stalker as well, blocks the probe in. No Adept can get in. Jieshi, oh, this is not how you want it to happen if you're Firefly. 7 probes to that for 8.
Oh my god.
Jeez, Lou. And it's alive.
Yeah, G's times 2 is that is brutal. 8 workers down. Firefly is hurting already. I mean, he's building an Immortal, but what do you even do now? You just send an Immortal attack across the map. That's going to be very much so depowered from what it wants to be. Now this is rough, and when Deb gets in from Firefly, he's like, maybe it's my time to kill a whole bunch of, well, yeah, I got 1. Well, that ain't gonna do it.
And I was just looking at the probe count as well. I think Firefly kind of stumbled on making some probes. I mean, there's 1 Immortal, 1 Brave Immortal. Let's look at his journey across this map here, because there's a second one coming as well. Firefly, I mean, he kind of has to do something, and to be fair, Immortals do pack a punch, but I don't know. It's rough. I mean, Jieshi looks like he's moving over to try and take a 3rd base with this nice and early. I don't know.
A little bit extreme, right? Like, you just did game-ending damage with like 1 or 2 Adepts. Like, maybe we don't need to be on the super greedy 3rd without knowing what your opponent's doing.
No, I mean, that probe, if he was looking, I think it did manage to spot that. I'm almost thinking if you're Firefly, you shouldn't reveal this.
I'm with you. I think you just let him have the Nexus.
Yeah, like, that's a big commitment. Now you've just revealed that you've got this on this side of the map. I don't... Not sure. I mean, it's still scary, right? It's a lot of plus armored damage, and I'll tell you what, he could... Nah, can he stop blink in time? I mean, it's 10 seconds away. Can super battery overcharge it, which would be a big deal. I think he should do that, by the way. Maybe.
Yeah,
okay, yeah, does get it done. Does get it done.
He's okay. Ooh. As we do now, just send it. We're just going to be able to pick off the first Immortal. Second Immortal again jumped on as well. Force field going down. We will just continue to hunt, and that Immortal is going to get chased by one Stalker. And this looks as though it should just be good enough from Jieshi to just break through, punch out, and secure this series.
Yeah, sad way for Firefly to eventually go out, eh? The single Adept getting in there, dealing that much damage. Brutal. Now he's got this infrastructure on the map as well that is just going to get taken out, and a couple of, like an observer here as well. It's just like, yeah, I'll look at everything dying. It's what it is.
It is what it is. As a couple of Adepts continue through. Let's have ourselves the jump into the main base, just try and find something here, but Stalkers are going to block. They're going to be able to deal with this as well, so that's going to be thought of the problem. Let's just have ourselves the Adepts getting cleaned up, and again, Jieshi just absolutely in a dream position.
Yeah, this is really, really, really a horrible situation to be in. You can't forget how much of an investment as well those Immortals were. That's so much money, and I mean, he's going to try and slow down his opponent here, but by whipping out a couple more Immortals for this Warp Prism, but nothing looks good right now for Firefly. Nothing. Behind him probes, tech as well. I mean, he does have the Robo, obviously, but it's not as if Jieshi's lacking that. He's getting observers out. He's even getting cannons here, because he's like, you know what? I don't want to lose to DTs. Has he split them up between the bases? Yeah, he has. So that's how comfortable he's feeling.
Yes, he is gotta be feeling pretty good. I mean, honestly, this is just... I mean, Firefly is so far away from finding an answer to this. Going to be down the base. He's got a couple of Immortals with a +1, the charge and everything continuing through. All looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, this is still an army after respect. Like, has to use his mobility and stuff to deal with it, but by the time this crosses the map... Oh, it doesn't even get the Stalker. By the time this crosses the map, Jieshi's going to have more than enough ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way he doesn't, right? Even if he has to buy some time for +1 in charge, like, he should be absolutely fine. As Stalkers just will trade a little bit. Obviously, they can just jump away, get rid of the sentry, so gets rid of some opportunity there as well.
There's only a shield battery over here. Okay, there is one being made here, which is pretty decently timed for a fight happening. Oh, it's the Zealots. That's like me and Roddy running, you know, compared to normal charge lots. Not too quick we are. But, you know, what we lack in speed, we make up for enthusiasm, and we're going. And I tell you what, Firefly, he's really trying to bring it, but now those charge lots, speedy diet, they're cooking, and GG Firefly. Oof.
Yeah, Jieshi is going to take it down 3-2 in this series. So he is going to get himself the victory. He's going to move on through into that next round of the bracket, which you can have a look at here on our standings and the bracket, as we are almost done on the day for Asia. We finally got a match to win to 3-2, which is great. And that is Jieshi advancing through with it. Firefly to the lower bracket, and it's time to decide their next round opponents, as it is going to be Nanami versus Nice coming up next to wrap up day 1 of the Asia region here. So that is going to be the plan. That's going to be what we head into as we get this set up and ready to roll. It will be that PvP. One more PvP, and then there'll be a PvP in Europe later, but we get a different matchup between, so it's nice to have a break. But yeah, Nanami versus Nice coming up in just a few. We'll see you for that just after the break.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have one final match in Asia before we swap on over to Europe. My webcam has crashed, so give me a second to turn that back on, and we'll not have me frozen on screens because it's getting too warm in here. Webcam doesn't like it.
Don't worry, I also had to join the lobby. Lobby? What am I on about?
The labby.
This is definitely the series that I was least knowledgeable about. Like,
yeah.
Of all the series today, this is also the one any result, I wouldn't be too surprised about. I do give Nice an edge, just because historically he's been a player I'm far more familiar with. But it definitely feels like if you had to talk about these players, Nice might be a little bit on the decline, whereas Nanami feels like he's definitely rising. So kind of one of those passing of the baton situations, but I'd still probably give Nice the edge just because he has been a very solid player in the past.
I have to give Nice the edge just off of experience. It's great to see Nanami here, and he made obviously some great results to get here through the groups. Show me in the playoffs, and then I'll be on the believer. Like, kind of the same with Lemon. Like, I was on the Lemon hype train, but then especially after that game 1 against Cyan, I was like, yeah, this is why, you have to show it in the playoffs as well. This is a different stage. It's best of 5s. The experience really carries through here. Lemon was able to show us. He made us believe even further. Now it's time for Nanami to do the same. As we hop on into this series, we're going to be starting off in the top left-hand corner with the Taiwanese Protoss player. It is Nice.
And spawning over in the bottom right-hand side as the blue Protoss, it is Nanami. Site Delta to start things off, and it was Site Delta to end things in the previous series. I think that's a nice way to go about it. And already very different approaches as well.
Yeah, it is obviously Site Delta to start, so we've got this map with the ramp already. Nanami says, cool, not afraid of the low ground to gate expand. Nice will go high ground gate, and then we'll see if it goes to gate or not. Let's just have probe continuing through. A similar start on both sides, and away we go.
Away we go, indeed. I do think this is going to be an interesting one. 2 gas up for Nice on the go. Double gateway as well. I mean, that's already very interesting to me, just because this has been such a prominent map for expanding. And I do see from Nanami, after seeing this, he's like, you know what? I'm just going to go throw down a Nexus very quickly over here. And, if this game goes on for more than 6 minutes or so, he's going to be taking a massive eco lead, and he's the one that scouted everything that's going on. But Nice, I think he's prepared something for this kind of situation. I do. Like, the fact that he's not scattered across the map, it's a more predictable map, right? In knowing what your opponent's most likely going to go for. And that does make me think that he's definitely got something up his sleeve here to deal with it.
It's Nice as such a preparation-based player as well. Like, he always has cool ideas, good ideas, and he definitely always preps for his opponent. We see it a lot when he has these matches where you do know the player ahead of time, especially I think back to WTL a few times when he's being prepped as the ace player unexpectedly and stuff like that. So definitely a player that's expecting to have some ideas, able to kind of get away with later scouts and stuff, and be able to be ready to kind of stick by his plan. Obviously, this is no expansion from him still, and we're just waiting for him to see what he's going to do with that gas as well.
Yeah, because no tech choice being made from him. No Nexus at all. It's going to be a Robo, nice and early for Nanami, and it is going to be a Nexus for him. Very curious about this one. It's I'm looking at this and I'm just like, I feel that Nice is just kind of getting himself behind unless he can do something about this. You've seen this so many times where the guy takes a gateway, an expansion, and then the other guy tries to deal damage to it early on, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, you're dead. But Nice is just choosing to play a game where he's behind, I feel. Maybe just hoping to do something with the blink that he's going to get online very nice and early.
It has to be some blink aggression, right? And then just hoping you can find some damage. But We already see an Immortal on the way up from Nanami, so he's going to have a pretty stalwart defense at home. It's hard to imagine that Nice is going to be able to kind of pincer in with Stalkers, and yeah, 3 gates. Honestly, kind of love it for Nanami, because right now, to me, his army is going to be looking good against Blink, and if he gets an aggressive attack himself against a late Blink, against someone who's just been on a less effective build, I think I love it for Nanami through and through. He is not adding any probes. He's really committing to this attack, so it's important you deny a little hallucination. He does exactly that. Prism on the way. We are sending this, and Nice wants to proxy 2 gates. This is going to get kind of crazy.
It's going to get very crazy. Like, really damn crazy. I still like it for Nanami overall. I mean, this proxy location is quite far away, but Nice has been using a lot of the energy that he has on hallucinations, just trying to get an idea of what's happening. But it's going to be at his front door very damn quickly here. Yes. And no shield battery. He's not anticipating an attack in the slightest.
Yeah, because he thoroughly believes his aggression is going to be better, and he's warping in aggressively too. Oh no. Like, the gateway count is nice, in theory, but then he has to warp in the right places, right? And, oh, this is going to be bad. I feel like the first push-up here from Nanami is going to be very powerful, because it's also going to be pre-blink. Nice realizes he starts to try and set up. He drops the force fields, but the Prism can just leech units over that. And that is going to mean that we can start to kind of fight this in full. We're going to get the warping going, and yeah, Blink is still not even done. The timing here for Nanami is absolutely spot on, and Nice walks 2 Stalkers into the base on the other side. Well, that ain't going to change the course of this game.
No, that is the most casual Stalker walk into a base that I've ever seen. Just nice sightseeing there at top of the ramp. 2 of the gateways will be unpowered here, and GG. I tell you what, that was a very anticlimactic game 1. I was like, I hope that Nice has got something planned here, and he did have something planned. It's just Nanami was having none of it. He's like, I'm going to have a better eco than you. I'm going to expand and then kill you in 5 minutes. And it's never looked simpler.
Never looked simpler. Just hope your opponent does probably the worst build they could do against you. Like, Blink was finished as you died, you know? And then he warped 2 Stalkers across the map that did nothing. It was a slow warping as well. Wow, that's one hell of a way to lose out, as Ghost River going to be coming up for game number 2. And Nanami going to be absolutely happy with that one. Definitely a good start. Each way to begin as we get game 2 going in a couple of moments. Get this set and ready to roll.
And Ghost River, first time we've seen this today, actually. So nice and refreshing to spot it.
Yeah,
There's still a few maps we've yet to see at all, right?
Yeah, Dynasty doesn't get played a lot. Post-Youth has not seen a lot of play today. I feel like Post-Youth gets a lot of play in Europe. Dynasty doesn't get as much play. Ghost River is kind of one of the ones that was initially more popular, but people are figuring out that this is a map that is, despite it being kind of smaller, it is like, you just expand and cannot die. Like, it's very difficult to attack into your opponent. I think people are realizing they don't like that, so we're starting to see people kind of figure things out, you know?
Post-Youth is a Benny map. I love that map. Yeah, I'm greedy beyond greedy, and then they're like, "Oh, you're gonna 3-racks me," and then I'm like 2 battle cruisers across the map, and I'm.
Is that the map you were playing on when you did that tweet where like StarCraft is brutal and you like lost one, like, lost an SCV?
Yeah, I lost 1 SCV, and it was like 4.7k resources lost. It's also. I met like the spirit of Idra one time and posted a screenshot of that too, where this guy tried to ravage it all in me, and then he, types "you're so freaking bad," but in far harsher language. I was like, oh man, that's a blast from the past. That is. Anyway, spawning over in the top left as our red Protoss, it is the Taiwanese player. It is Nice.
Up right hand side will be the blue Protoss player Nanami. And up 1-0 in this best of 5, looking to...
No pylon.
Ooh. It's a good cannon rush map. The assimilator is in range of the cannon rush on the low ground, so it could be 2-gate forge.
Yeah, I got to see Fujumi go for the attempt. Uh-oh, that is a very quick scout. Very quick scout, and...
Disaster.
Disaster. I mean... it's almost like Nice has played this map before, right? And probably being like, oh yeah, that can happen. That's pretty bad. And
I actually think Nanami expected him to scout. That's why he's building it here, because I think he expected him to scout the natural, because loads of people have built it to like the right of the natural. So he was like, I'll build it over here, because if he scouts the natural, then he'll go across the map maybe, if anything. But no, Nice is like, I'm scouting everywhere, and so yeah, the gig is up.
You say the gig is up in the north, as opposed to the jig?
I feel like you can say either or.
No. This is like GIF, you know? It's only GIF.
I mean, I'm probably just saying it wrong, honestly. I do this a lot with with like sayings. I like have a rough idea of what the saying is, so I'm just like, oh, I'm just gonna put it out there. No one would have questioned if you didn't say it though.
I just heard you say it all earlier as well, and I was like, oh my goodness, what's going on? But this, I'm surprised that Nanami is not out the game right now. I don't know how this goes from this point. I mean, he's going for a big full wall off here with a pylon and the cyber core, but you get up this ramp, you're going to be met with a greater eco than yours. And he's going for it. I mean, we'll get maybe a little bit of a win on the Zealot front here, but probes are not bad in these kind of situations, and nice with some decent micro just to mitigate the damage. And now he's going to have Stalkers out a little bit quicker as well. I'm a bit sad I didn't get to see the potential of the cannon rush happen, you know, because that would have been really cool. But it's problematic, isn't it? Wait, was he shooting his own Zealot?
No, not sure, but this is not great for Nanami, but I mean, he is actually going to get rid of that Zealot. He's got a Stalker out. I don't want to say that's good for him, but like, the dude is up a couple workers and has the army supply to at least stand and fight back a little bit, you know, so there's something of a positive there. Warp Gate starting from nice, though, and that is going to be a difference if Nanami doesn't start that soon, so that's something he's going to have to get on top of as the back and forth continues.
Yeah, nice focus fire from Nice here. Does go for the Stalker that is a little bit wounded. Has a prepped proxy gate on the other side of the map as well.
I love the robo from Nanami. You know what? You're so committed to it, you may as well just make it as crazy as you can. So get the robo facility up and get yourself some aggression or some further aggression going. And you know what? Because this is a full wall off, the gate across the map would have to be like Stalker warp-ins. If this wasn't a wall off, then maybe you could just like slide a couple of depths in. But if you commit Stalkers across the map, I don't love that. Obviously, if the probe ends up killing the pylon, maybe you can build a depths, but can't imagine we let that actually go all the way through.
What do you think he's going to go for first with this robo? Like a warp prism or?
I actually thought he was just going to go instant immortal, but maybe you could go prism first, so you have the high ground, you start poking at the gates. Yeah, maybe actually, prism.
Any way we look at it, though, it's like you're fighting against shield batteries without shield batteries, and this little probe fight here, Nice's did have a little bit more health to kind of sway with, and Nanami, he is maybe going to look around for a potential proxy, but this is a tricky one. This is a horrible one to be in, actually. Although his supply is higher, like it's such a weird scenario.
Yeah, his opponent's just waiting to warp in, though, right?
Yeah.
And now the warp-ins are ready, and this is the difference. One guy has warp-ins, the other guy does not, because warp gate never started for way longer. And these Stalkers show up, and Nanami gets supply blocks, so that's going to hurt a lot as well. And it's pretty much just going to be go time. He's sending 3 Stalkers back home.
Yeah, can't recall, got no energy.
Yeah, I feel like he should just... I feel like at this point, though, it's literally just better just to fully send it, no? Like, just try and completely break through on the other side, but maybe he feels that's not going to happen, in which case... Yeah, I guess you just got to try and send these home, deal with it. Somehow we've only lost 4 probes during this, so...
Yeah, it's definitely going to start climbing now, though. Shield battery energy and the focus fire is pretty damn solid here. And Nanami, he's 10 supply behind. There's a shield battery wall, but he is in the main base here, Wardy. Doesn't depower anything, actually. It was not an Artosis pylon, but Nanise is just... He's played this clean, I think. Very clean. Oh my god. Okay, that's it. That's it. GG. All right, tied up. 2 5-minute games to start things off. Lovely jubbly.
Yeah, these guys are like, hey, we appreciate Europe starts in about 45 minutes. We're going to make sure you guys have at least 10 minutes break before then. Just in case we go to all 5 games, we'll just make sure you guys have a bit of downtime before the next region starts. So, you guys, nice and Nanami.
I want to ask you an important question.
Okay.
I say lovely jubbly. Do you say lovely googly?
Oh, I think it's just me. I think it's probably is the jig is up. I'm going to Google it.
I'll save you now. You're. It's definitely jig. It's definitely jig.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought.
Alrighty. Okay, now what will the third map be between these? Because so far these have been very one-sided games between these guys to get things going. And I am wondering.
So apparently it, like, officially, like, from way back when it was the jig is up, right? You know, because, like, the jig is like a dance and stuff, so it's like, or, like, apparently Practical Jokes is, like, it's over, but, like, it can be used as the gig is up. According to people. Some people, a lot of people have been confused about this in the past. I'm not the only one.
Americans, right?
Yeah.
Americans get very confused.
Yeah. That's what it is. I went to America recently. It's lingering.
It's broke you, Audie. It's broke you. All right, we'll be Oceanborn now. Between these two, and if I'm in a series like this where it's just been what the hell is going on, I'd probably feel a bit better if I'm in Nanami's shoes, because he went for a very, very risky build there in game 2, which it got spotted before it began. You know, definitely brutal.
Yeah, that was rough. Nice absolutely realizing the map and just saying, no, I'm not going to take any risks at all here. As we get ourselves ready for Oceanborn map number 3, tied up 1-1. And yeah, big series, of course, because again, the chance to kind of go through onto that semi-final, play some PvP, and maybe continue your run here in the Asia Regionals. Again, everything in Asia does play over the next 4 days. I think tomorrow is like upper bracket and lower bracket. Upper bracket round 2, lower bracket round 2, and then the day after that there's going to be some more upper and lower bracket combos, and then we have the finals on Sunday, which is amazing how quick that comes around.
Yeah, and just to talk about their rankings in the group stage, they both made it through, obviously, but they made it through in the closest way. They were both finished rank 4, equal rank 4, with the 7-4 in maps apiece. Means they're technically the two closest players, like seed 4 and 5, if you will, going into it. So this is technically lined up to be a close series.
All right, well, let's get into it. In the top left-hand corner, the blue Protoss player is going to be Nanami.
And spawning over in the bottom right, as that red Protoss, it is nice.
Yeah, I'm absolutely...
High ground pylons for both of these dudes.
It kind of makes sense, right? I don't think... I think it's one of those scenarios where, like, there's just no reason to play the low ground 1-gate expand. So then, like, at all, like, even MaxPax isn't doing it. And if MaxPax isn't doing it, I don't think anyone should do it.
No, I mean, MaxPax is definitely a guy that lives and dies by certain things, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was the build, that was Himp's build, that was the MaxPax style. And even he's gone to, like, the high ground 1-gate, so... at least the majority of the time, so yeah, I really do not think that low ground gates are really much of a thing anymore.
No, and I think rightly so. They're just too vulnerable these days, aren't they? A bit too vulnerable. And both these players will be scouting about with their initial probes to get things going. And, you know, after casting 2 full PvPs right before it, I don't know what to add, Wardy.
It's just very standard, isn't it?
I'm just trying to think of words that...
Well, you need sayings. If you can find sayings, I'll probably say them wrong.
sayings that you'll...
Well, no, I think it's just like, I'm casting, right? Like, and so I don't really use these sayings and stuff in my everyday life. You know, I'm not that kind of person. But then I'm casting, I'm like, oh, this is a perfect time to say something that thing that people say. So then I, like, get it halfway, but I don't know it in full. Happens to me all the time, man.
For me, I know that I often say dumb things, which I know after a cast, I'll have a few of you guys be like, what? And I'll just be like, oh yeah, that just slipped out, you know. Like, sometimes it happens when you're casting. We do have some deviation on the go here already. Nice going for a proxy Stargate. It's not something you see all that much these days. Ooh, both with a Stargate. This is going to be a funny one. Will Knight... Oh, no, won't be able to get the confirmation there of what was going off. That was very close to spotting it.
Yeah, this feels pretty good for Nanami. Obviously, no proxy versus the proxy. The proxy can still come quickly.
Show ref B.
Oh, ref B cam?
Yeah.
Ref B cam. Look at this. It's beautiful.
He loves the scenery, man. He loves it.
Yeah. He is, and you'd think he just tapped out and the mouse caught and scrolled him to the top. No, he actually just sits there and just watches it. He just watches the rest of the game via the minimap.
absolutely, absolutely. He's a minimap enjoyer. He's got one of those mods, you know, where you just make the minimap as big as the screen kind of thing.
Magnifying glass on app or something, just like...
Yeah, this Oracle could be spicy, by the way. Like, this so far unspotted, but Nanami doesn't really have too much reason to move out. And it looks like he's decently positioned for this, so shouldn't take too many losses, even with a Phoenix showing up.
And that's very quick for the Phoenix to get on the Oracle, right? So there's unlikely to be a recall available. And
one probe down.
Yeah, this is bad. Second Oracle building, which might be something to catch you off guard. These Adepts are going to get into the mineral line. I mean, we are going to absolutely send this. The Phoenix needs to come back, because the Phoenix can lift one of these Adepts and take away the one-shot potential. This is going to end up as 6 workers killed, maybe. Oh. No, that's the... Yeah, that wasn't it.
You know, if he was to lift up one of his own probes that was, you know, about to get one shot, that would have been sick. But that was maybe the worst of everything. That was great.
Yeah, less damage to clean up, more damage taken because you didn't get rid of the units dealing damage. As now another Oracle flies in, but the Phoenix just gets the catch on it, so this one is found quickly as well. Get a Stalker warping in. This time the Oracle is going to get 2 probes before it gets chased away by the Phoenix. And
mate, this is so costly for Nice, though. Like, he's sent a lot of units to deal damage, and Nanami now has a good bunch of Stalkers, and I tell you what, I think this move out across the map has got a lot of potential, doesn't it?
Yes. I think so. I mean, he's got a lot of army supply advantage. There's double battery here from Nice. He's aware of the potential danger he is in, as he's going to try and get to Blink. I love the hallucinated Stalkers. It's very difficult for Nanami to know which of those are real and which are not right now. There's also the Oracle of Nanami in the main base, which is going to stasis ward. A couple of workers on gas, so not a bad thing to get a catch on. So that's definitely a little bit of a factor too. So we grab that. Phoenix, Probe, Blink, all continuing out here. Robo facility building from Nanami as well. And we just see this Oracle showing back up from Nice. Gets a couple shots off, but will not do too much. And this time, would have gone down to this Phoenix's recalls on cooldown, but it actually just slipped out of range. Now it
so that Oracle. I mean, the Oracles definitely haven't got done what Nice was looking for. He's got his own Phoenix on the map now, by the way, which is interesting. I mean, definitely can help with picking off the Oracle of his opponent, which also has dealt very little. 0 damage done in terms of just kills. Did obviously get that stasis, and that Oracle does not know how lucky it just got.
Yeah. Very fortunate is the Blink so late for Nanami, though, so the Blink timing of Nice will not have a lot of units. The units he will have will be very efficient, and so that maybe just saves him for long enough to just be okay in this game and catch up a little bit. Obviously, it's going to be a mile and an eternity until Nanami is able to reach anything off of that Twilight Council in comparison. I like that he's building the Immortal because it will keep him safe defensively as well if needed. I think Nice is doing the right thing. There's nothing Nanami can do right now with Blink completed, so he just takes the 3rd base and will start to work on an eco advantage. And I say build on, because he already has a 6-worker lead.
Yeah, it's a proper weird PvP, actually. Proper weird. And Nanami's like, you know what? Let's start up quite a lot of gateways. So 4 gateways and glaives kicking on up as well. So I don't think he wants to make this a long one, given that it's just been real chaotic so far. Pro count is low, and this scouting hallucination, it went over the bases, and he started up probes just to make it look like they were working, and then he cancelled them. That's actually really damn cool out of him, and that could have quite a bit of an effect this game. But we'll see, because right now, Nice probably thinks he's just in a regular game right now, taking his 3rd base. He's also not probing, by the way, so maybe he made the Giga 5-head read, although I think he did spot all those gateways warping in here. Yeah, he did, so he knows that aggression is to happen, and Nanami, while he stopped the probes, which is one thing, Nice did spot the other.
Still needs to build the right stuff. If he gets all these gates up and spams zealots into Glaive Adepts, he's going to have a bad time. So
that's true.
Needs to kind of keep the Stalker count high, because the Stalker's been in good numbers, are what can withstand that Adept damage and be okay. Yes, a few zealots are nice because you want to kind of waste the Immortal shots, but there is still potential for Nanami's setup, and he has got a lot of supply. And again, Adepts work best when they overwhelm. That is exactly what I think Nanami is currently set up to do.
You know, Nice seeing this army with this many Adepts in the mix. He has to start thinking, like, you know what? That's a weird unit to be making this much of, like, but right now he doesn't have a lot of gas to spend. Like, he's just working off the 2 gases in his main, which I've seen a lot of the players do in this region. And it's going to be Glaive Adepts, and doesn't get a shot off with this Adept, so it doesn't quite reveal that it is Glaive Adepts, but still, this is going to be very, very difficult to deal with, I feel, because that is a lot of units.
It really is. We have ourselves a couple of Immortals getting shots on Stalkers as well, which is great. Prism from Nanami is going to finish and come across the map as extra Adepts are being warped in. Nice, sets back onto his batteries again, an 11 worker lead, so he is very much so set to try and just keep warping in and defend this. And he get enough up as these Stalkers trying to get a few more shots off. That's why the Immortals shouldn't be pulling back. They should be kind of turning and getting some shots off themselves onto these Stalkers. As the Adepts, they want to try and go towards the Zealot if they're going to go anywhere. And they did kind of redirect for that on the Shade, but does not commit to it as you see the Stalkers still trying to shave up a couple more units with the Adepts now warping in off that Prism.
Nanami currently supply block, but he did just get in a big warp in of these Adepts, and that is a lot. And he's getting into a position here between about as many shield batteries as he can find, actually, and that is a lot of charge lots that get into the mix straight away. Big old blinks on these Immortals, which will take them down, but I tell you what, that Warp Prism in the north might be the bigger target here, and Nice's supply is dropping pretty rapidly. Warp Prism will go down as well. More Zealots being warped in here, which, again, might not be the correct choice, but I think Nice is dealing with it. I think he is, and I think he's going to survive this game. And honestly, not bad defense, but it's not all over just yet. These Adepts are starting to get a lot of probe kills here.
Yeah, it is not over at all. It was a big deal that he got rid of the Immortals because that was the thing that was going to be able to...
Wow!
Wow, that was going to be the thing that was going to be able to fight the Stalkers. Nice says GG. He decides that that is just going to be too much. I don't think he's wrong. He's losing so many probes. He's not going to stop those Adepts, and by the time he does recover, his opponent has way more units once again. And at that point, maybe he doesn't even need Immortals, just pure Adept from there on out. And Nice is just never going to be able to build up on his army any longer because the Adepts are just going to kill probes at a faster rate than he can ever clean the Adepts up. So Nanami gets to a 2-1 lead.
It definitely feels like these Adept builds are getting a bit more popularity just with this low gas count of the Protoss these days. Because if he had just like more Stalkers in the mix, I mean, Stalkers aren't the best thing against the Adepts, but at least they don't take massive damage. Kind of what you really want to try and get online is some Archons or something like that, but with this low gas count, you just don't have the numbers or the money available. I think Nanami actually handled that pretty damn well. It was definitely a bit crazy, that attack path, but the blink onto the Immortals, allowing the extra Adepts to warp in the north, I think that was a really, really good move.
Oh, we have Golden Aura for map number 4. This Nice is going to have to go to the drawing board, and the one game Nice is winning, like, he scouted a Proxy 2 gate, right? Like, you know, you don't get those games all the time, so this got to be feeling pretty rough for Nice. It has not been his series this far, and Nanami is going to be feeling pretty good, because everything that has been a more normal game has genuinely gone his way, so just waiting for our referee to start us off. We are all set otherwise, and are ready to go into Golden Aura for map 4 of this series.
You know, I was a little bit surprised that that went as badly for Nice, actually. Like, he had good defense against the Oracle as well with the Stasis. Like, it never really got that much done. But I'm kind of discrediting how bad his Oracles did early on. Like, between two Oracles, it was just like, all right, I've done how much damage? Killed, like, 2 probes between 2 of them. So definitely not the best. And yeah, cool. I mean, that was chaos absolutely everywhere. I liked the play out of Nanami, honestly, and it's no wonder that these kind of attacks are getting so much more traction. Nice target fire as well on the probes. Spawning here in top left of Golden Wall. Life on the line now is Taiwanese. Nice.
Bottom right, the blue Protoss player. It is Nanami, a map away from the upper bracket semi-final matchup against Jieshi.
Yeah, weird series between them. It's very cool to see so much difference in PvP. Like, of all the guys today, I've definitely felt that Lemons is the most solid.
Yeah.
But it's fun to see that there's so many or rather, what's the word? Spanners that you can throw into the cogworks here and just really get damage done, you know?
You try and pull on me, and you're just saying you're not fully familiar with and messing it up halfway through.
I felt like it, yeah.
I appreciate you taking one for the team, Ben. You didn't have to make me look good.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. It was kind of funny. Like, in the last moments of that game, Nice was booting up, like, +1 air weapons. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh, yeah?
Like, it must have been a misclick, right?
I can't
Where he
imagine.
was trying to, like...
Yeah, I would think so.
I still don't think... I think that was one of those situations where Nice was just like, you know what, screw it. Because he was still on 3 Nexus.
Uh-huh.
I think he just felt that he was actually way more behind than he was. But anyway, he knows better than I do.
Some would say. I mean, it's one of those moments where perhaps he just knows that the next 30 seconds plays out, he's going to lose 10 more probes, have no rebuild, and reinforcements show up and he dies. Because the problem is if you lose too many probes, rebuilding any probes becomes almost impossible because you can't afford them alongside building units, right?
It's just army supply was also pretty close. Like, I still think his standing army, like, because he's going to clean that up, I still think he has a lot of potential for a counterattack. Okay.
I mean, yeah, could have been. Maybe that would have been his way to still do something in that game.
Yeah. I mean, we see it all better, right? Because we see the whole thing, but yeah. I'll give a yep to the yep man himself. Alrighty.
Triple yep.
Nexus starts off earlier for Nanami this game. A couple of sentries for him. Sentry Stalker for Nice, and seen a lot more sentries in PvP. Twilight Council also starts up very quickly for Nanami.
Yeah, it's going to be seeing the Twilight going to be giving him some tech early. Already seen some Stalkers in production. We're seeing this kind of, remember I talked about earlier, the 2 gates, but we actually only use one of them. We built like a Stalker and 2 sentries here from Nice. That's kind of what he just did. He was only really using one of these gates throughout, and now he's on the Stalker and a couple sentries. As the Twilight Council is about halfway done. Nexus finishing soon. So Nice with his own Twilight. Will just be that a little bit later on the blink.
Yeah, this is one of the most honest games between these two that we've seen, where it's just like they're both going to be able to scout one another. They're both doing pretty damn similar things. And maybe it's going to be the most standard macro game between them so far. I mean, we've seen Proxy 2 gates. We've seen a lot of wild stuff. Even the first map, of this series, the Site Delta game, where it's like, I take a Nexus faster and I walk across the map at 5 minutes and kill you. Just a strange PvP series.
And it really has been, as the couple of adepts will try and find their way through for the moment. Going to get to the natural, and actually will commit to the shade, I think, because the Stalkers are far away, so we can get just... oh, he actually killed his own probe. Did a lot of self-damage today.
We have a lot of it.
It's not a good day to be on your own team, I guess.
No, the friendly fire has been brutal today. It absolutely has. Alright, so Blink pretty close between them. I mean, Nami's will be a little bit faster. And now it's how fast we see them take their thirds. If you're Lemon, that thing's already halfway done by now. But these guys, in fact, it's a very symmetrical game between them. Thirds will start to go down. I see the blue probe in the triangular position here, so slightly different choice of thirds, but it's about as mirrored as it gets here.
Stalkers blink, they're going to grab that hallucination, so that will go down, and we still have our Stalkers here. Also just going to come about, just see the hallucination still moving up toward the top. And again, Blink is about to finish up from Nice in the next couple of moments. So we get that Blink completed, a couple more gateways will be going down. And the Observer still Corona boosting along as our Stalkers and Sentries will go firing it up. And this fight from Nanami just coming straight through. He's going to lose his Guardian Shield now. That's going to take away, I think, any edge he might have had. He will have to stop blinking out of here. He's got Blink on those 2 Stalkers in the back. Coming off cooldown, but this is bad. He actually loses a lot of Stalkers trying to get away. Yeah,
that was not smooth. I mean, the fact that he left the injured Stalkers that had their Blink on cooldown behind there, that was probably not the play, because I think Nice was anticipating, alright, can I actually blink on him? Because if I blink on a guy with fairly similar Stalker counts, then he has Blink to back off, then it's just a bad fight. But Nanami made it pretty easy for him, and Nanami this game, that is 6 gateways right now, so no Forge on the go. he's not about... In fact, no, sorry. It's Nice with 6 gateways on the go. He's got the Forge coming down, but Nanami doesn't.
Yeah,
I mean, they're both going to be clocking in on a very high gateway count.
Yeah, you were right. Nanami did have 6, and then 2 of them just finished up, I think. So,
yeah,
they both are basically doing the same thing. Nanami's just doing it off way less workers, but the fact that Nice is already kind of doing the same thing as him just a few seconds later, to me, means that this worker cut is not going to pay off. Nice has had this worker advantage for a bit of time already, and I think he's going to benefit from being able to just warp in so much more. So I can't really see Nanami having enough to break through, especially after losing a few extra units at the start there. We'll find out in a moment.
That fourth base attempt, though, that could spice things up a little bit here.
Yes.
And I mean, does have a little bit of a quicker charge here as well, and army values. I tell you what, Nice War Prism Sniper even had a unit in the mix there, and I tell you what, this is about as good as it's ever going to get for Nanami here, and big warp in from Nice here over at his third base. Those are still Roddy Zealots. Okay, now the Benny Zealots, they're nice and quick. Guardian Shield does get eliminated here from the fight, and I tell you what, Nanami is making this about as close as it can possibly get in this situation.
Yes, he really is. He's giving it a real good go. He's going to knock down a pylon here. Not sure how much impact that will have. He still has a slight army supply lead. Super Battery fades on the left-hand side, and he's going to blink and really focus on these few Stalkers here. I would have liked to see him just get rid of these last couple of Zealots, as we do have another battery coming up. He's going to go for the pylon, though. If he gets the pylon, the batteries will be depowered, and the new batteries are both on that pylon, so that is a big deal.
It certainly is. I mean, no more warpins on this base, and I tell you what, it's going to start losing probes out here. Nice still with a little bit of reinforcements in the top here. This is incredibly close between them. Remember, Nice still has more probes, 10 more in fact, but gets that pylon back up. That is a pretty damn clutch pylon to get back in the fray. Now Zealots warping in at this third base. I think Nice is just about able to get it going, and I tell you what, the Hug of Doom on those Zealots, nice defense out of Nice. Very, very clutch getting that pylon up again.
Yeah, that pylon was massive because all of those batteries were fresh, so they had all the energy in the world ready to go again. Ah, lovely. Well, we do have now the counter from Nice, who is going to be ahead. Workers still obviously never lost his worker lead and has the army supply advantage as well, so looking pretty darn good for Nice here. Across the board, he just needed the defense. He's got the upgrade lead as well, and Nice maybe about to push us through to a game number 5.
Yeah, I like the decisiveness out of Nanami going for that, like cutting the probes massively and stuff, but that was a nice hold out of Nice, wasn't it? Like, you really felt that that was about as good as it was ever going to get for Nanami, but now that Nice has survived, the good old Zerg approach, if you will, where you've got the 4 bases now, you're absolutely cooking. He's not been too scandalous about probing up like crazy either. I think he realizes this is a weird game, and he's being careful. He's even getting cannons here, which I like a lot from him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Nice just anything like that is just going to give him a benefit of the doubt if Nanami does show up with one more attack. So these Stalkers are in position. I love that. They were just a little bit back, which makes the bait of that Prism moving a little bit closer. Is going to be Prism shot down with units inside, so even more of an advantage for Nice now as we do try and send this through to Game 5. Nice is across the map and looking to send it to the final map.
Yeah, I mean, Nanami's just hoping for a mistake here. He's hoping for a big mistake, and I'm not sure he's going to find it because he is working against superior numbers, superior upgrades as well. I tell you what, it's still a scary army that he's got, but holy cow, Nice has a lot. I mean, it's one Archon in the mix, which is in the best position for it, dealing a lot of damage to these Zealots, but Nice just has way too much.
Way too much, and that is game decided. Nice is going to be able to hold on. Man, Nanami, though, really has this talent of kind of being maybe not the best spot, and then making it extremely close and extremely hopeful anyways, right? Like, this last game, it kind of felt like there was an opportunity. It kind of felt like maybe there would be some hope. And maybe he had a chance again. It was the same in the game before, right? We kind of felt like he wasn't going to do it, and the glaive attack was just good enough. It's kind of wild, his ability to do that. Very scary play to be up against heading into Game 5 now, and it's anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, I think it was good that we mentioned, and it's going to be Dynasty to end things off as well, which is fun. Don't get to see this a hell of a lot, I feel. But the fact that these guys were so close in the groups, like both finishing 4th and 5th kind of thing, this was on paper set to be the closest match of the evening, which, yeah, it's looking good between them, and it's been spicy too. It's not been easy for either one.
It has not been easy in the slightest. It is a tough series. Players are readying up as we join in here, just waiting for one guy to stay ready, and we are going to kick it off into Game 5. Dynasty, weird map, in-base gold, which points out on the map, so it's like not real. It's in-base, but it's kind of not, like it's exposed. Very interesting. Will be intriguing to see if either player plays for that, if either player doesn't play around that at all, because we've seen kind of both happen in PvPs, where some players will take it, some players will just ignore it completely for a long time. And it's going to be this final map of the series then, and it's the final map of Asia today. We're moving into Europe in about 15 plus minutes, obviously a bit longer if this series goes on that long, but it has been pretty quick games between the two. 5 to 10 minutes has been the kind of length, so we might just be bang on time for EU as Dynasty comes up. Loading screen is here, and we are counting down into our map number 5.
Definitely feels like Nanami is a bit more of the wild boy, though, of the two of them, right? Like,
yes.
Nice, a bit more straight up, if you will. I mean, the 2-gate build on Site Delta was probably not that normal, but, you know, Nanami showed us why it's not normal. Anyhow, spawning over in the bottom left-hand side here, on Dynasty, it is Nice.
And the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss player is Nanami.
Yeah, I'm very curious how the expanding is going to go. I mean, I'm also very curious about like the unit comps and the tech choices early on, because Nanami's, he's not shied away from just being a little bit crazy. Like he really hasn't. Probe cutting, kind of random attacks in a way, but he's been scary. Like they've not made zero sense. They've absolutely made sense when he gets himself into a bit of bother. But even that attack there, is that a full wall off by Nanami? All right, up to no good.
Well, this is the tricky part of this map, right, where you can kind of maybe... I guess it's not quite the same as post-youth, because you can actually scout the gold. You can scout if that base is taken or not. But the full wall does obviously deny a lot of info for the early stages, so we'll commit to that. Early pylon to make it happen, and it just does not want his opponent to be in there, seeing what's up super early. But like I say, it's kind of interesting because you can just spot the gold from the other side of the minerals in this map, so this would have made sense to me on post-youth, but this map, just intriguing.
It's very intriguing. Does he have a probe out on the map or anything like that? Doesn't look like it, right? So, I mean, mind game galore from him? This feels like a position for a Stargate, but I feel like a Twilight Council might fit better. Okay, it's going to be a Stargate.
Pop that down, and see Nanami looking to get a little aggressive with that Stargate early on, of course. Try and get over, try and get an Oracle out.
This is one of those games where Nice came and scouted and saw there's not a gold base being taken, and he saw there was one gate up the ramp, so he's probably thinking like, all right, he's doing something weird to me, isn't he? I get the strong feeling that's the case, and yeah, he's scouting around here. It's like, where's your proxy, mate? Where's your proxy? You've got to something's going on. So regardless of where this game goes, the mind game sense, like Nice doesn't quite know what he's up against, and as a response, he's going to be like, you know what? 3-gate robo. Let's go.
I'm into it though. Like, we've not really seen a super aggro build like this so far as well, so not a bad time to bring it out. The robo comes down from Nanami immediately though, so he is going to try and be as safe as possible in the back of this Stargate. I love that. Currently he's struggling though, because 2 Stalkers will out DPS 1 Stalker, and even over the pylons, be able to put some damage onto that building battery. So get rid of the battery early. That's a great trade, and yeah, that's just an unfortunate situation for Nanami, who has to build another battery a little bit further back. That is money wasted on the potential future defense.
It is, and Nanami, he didn't focus down the Stalker that was missing most of the shield, and he has to be so careful here, man. Like, oh dear.
It's fallen apart.
The plan has failed, Wardy. It's failed. Look at this. Finishes up as the Stalker dies as well. This is a disaster of a start, and I mean, there's an Oracle coming over. I mean, he has a big mission on his hands. I think he moved the... Oh, no, he didn't move at all. That definitely slows down things quite a lot. I mean, Nice. He doesn't have Blink to get out of here. And Shield Battery, the second one, does just finish. Little random sentry comes in the mix as well. Nice warping pylon over there.
Slow warping into the natural. Now he'll start to hit it, but a Void Ray popping up is going to be a big part of being able to potentially defend this. And if you do defend your upper base, that's the situation right now. Prism shows up. That can help to evacuate some units. Are we going to let this natural go down as Nanami? It looks as though he might not want to risk the Void Ray.
I don't think he wants to. I mean, if the Immortals out right now, obviously, absolutely contest. But this is, yeah, I think this is a wise move by him, just letting it go. Nice. Is he... Okay, I was going to say, is he tonkering on down here? But we'll just make sure he gets on out of there. And he's still got a probe over there, Wardy.
He does. He does. Let's going to reset a little bit then, but I do think at this point you've got to love Nanami's army, right? He's got a Void, he's got an Immortal. His army is stronger, you know, in terms of the depth of units he has. It's the number of units that will be good for Nice, but eventually another Immortal or two, and I really feel as though Nanami's army is going to be very tough to beat. And Nice has still not really shown us too much. Here's the Oracle, stops the probe, getting back in to build the natural up.
That's actually quite a big deal. Like, stopping that natural from getting up, and now he has to get the Warp Prism back home to ferry a probe out, or try and go for that gold base, which he's going to try, but there's a stasis there. I'll tell you what, Nanami's making this a little bit problematic from being in a bit of a bad spot here. Those adepts are greeted by a single adept here, and oh, it's a couple of adepts actually.
Yeah, cleans that up as we see the Warp Gate on the high ground, still taking a few more shots of damage, so a little bit more coming in. Going to be seeing the battery to actually keep that alive. Don't hate it. And the Immortals want to be careful moving down there because they're afraid of maybe getting force fielded apart and then picked off. It's not a bad thing to be afraid of. As the Prism going to pop from Nanami, that will give him a bit more freedom. We're getting to the point where I feel like Nanami's almost going to have to go do something, because him just sitting at home, I guess he starts up the gold base again. Nice is going to go into that gold base as well. I mean, I guess maybe he is okay just to be at home. I mean, the bases come up at the same time. Blink is on the way from Nice. His opponent, Nanami, is then choosing to play more tech-based units instead of the Blink. I guess it kind of evens out in a lot of ways.
I actually don't hate it for Nanami. The fact that he's been so brazen about getting this Immortal drop going. Because that really is going to throw a spanner in the works, Wardy. That's the correct saying, I do believe. And Nanami, all of a sudden, he's got a good amount of supply. A real good amount of supply, and those Immortals, they're landed. I don't know where they are right now. They're going over to kill that natural. Didn't in fact, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, he killed one pylon. I think he thought that was going to be the pylon 2 depower, and then there was another pylon. I think he was too busy defending. So
yeah,
he's definitely miscontrolled those Immortals. He could have had a lot more from them. But I mean, he's doing it correctly. He's defending right now. This is maybe too many Stalks to truly fight against, and he's got to be super careful because Blink is about to be done, yeah. The moment Blink is done, these Immortals need to be kind of already gone. They're going to get blinked on now, so just going to have to drop them off. We do get both out at least, and the Stalkers are on Blink cooldown, so... okay, I don't hate the recall, because at least we're going to save one of these Immortals.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, they did recall on... Did they recall here? I mean, he's got 3 Immortals out, and Nice's probe count is not that healthy, to be fair. And if they are in a straight-up fight, I mean, Blink is all well and good. You can't mine from this gold, which is definitely problematic, but fighting against 3 Immortals here, this is... It's not a simple one here, Wardy. Mr. Oracle's back. How many kills does this bad boy have? 5 so far, but he's done a lot of scouting, a lot of denying of bases as well. And some ore count still growing. I mean, those probes, they are running through the fire here, I feel. Not quite in range of the shield battery.
Yeah, neither of these Immortals, so you've got to be careful with them. Pull them back a little bit. Pros are getting healed instead. Now the batteries are going to get that energy drain pretty quickly. I mean, this is an issue because you might have knocked down Nice's probe count, but at least he can actually mine off of his gold base. Absolutely. I like that. These force fields are nice.
Oh, I mean, going in for this Nexus, won't be able to get it because that overcharge is nicely used here. But I tell you what, every moment that's going by where Nice keeps the Oracle alive. Whew, 4 health remaining. Every moment that goes by, he is mining more. And Nanami, look at that in the production tab. That, yeah, that could be kind of cool with this number of Immortals, because you don't really want to blink on Immortals if there's a whole bunch of Adept Glaives over there.
Yeah, interesting, because obviously I feel like the Glaives does not do as well against heavy Stalker counts, which is what this already is. I'd say Glaives are usually much nicer when you're kind of playing against someone who's about to transition into the Zealots, as there's one Immortal stuck, the other Immortal just got saved. But yeah, I'm kind of with you about at least the Immortals will then not be something you can blink on top of, as now the Void Ray shows up on here this side. Nanami's done a great job of stopping Nice from manning off of this base as much as he can.
He really is, and I mean, this is the most random little squad, isn't it? The Stalker, Phoenix, and Oracle fly over to the other side of the map. I mean, Void Ray will suffer a defeat here. It was obviously just used for the early game defense. Nice going into charge again, which it's always a decent move, but against what he might be up against here, this is nice blink micro out of him. Will pick up a Stalker and great force fields as well. He's actually playing this very nicely, because this was not an easy situation to be in.
No, I think he's taking control of this. I think he is looking good as Resonating Glaives is about to finish on the side of Nanami, so getting that Glaives completed. And with that Glaives done, we'll be able to continue through. Charge coming up on the side of Nice. 5 extra gateways are coming. The Stalker's just going to open up that pylon, and the rest of this Stalker Sentry will be sitting around, as well as the Oracle is going to activate and go after a whole bunch of these probes. So a few probes going down. The other Adept's going to move in here. There are going to be a few workers going down as well. I mean, this is going to be across the board a situation where Nice is just starting to take an overall lead. I mean, all those gates coming up from Nice as well, so he's going to have even more production. It's looking great for him as this game may be starting to come to a close.
I think it is. Just even though, like, Nice has just done such a good job just managing the eco so well, and even now, like, he's just constantly throwing in units here. These Adepts were a bit crazy, but the work count, neither one of them has really got too far past 30 probes this game, but it hasn't really mattered. 7 Stalkers at once. He has 7 gateways on this kind of economy. In fact, he has 8 gateways on this kind of economy. That's crazy.
8 gateways in this economy? There's no way. As our Stalkers are going to go catching this Prism. I mean, we can blink to get rid of it, right? So the Prism goes down, and I mean, in a more open space, this is going to be not good for Nanami. He's going to lose one Immortal before the others really get to join the fight. The Phoenix will do its duty and lift up a single Stalker as we do blink on top, and I just think the numbers are really here from Nice to just get rid of all of this tech. And even if he loses a lot of Stalkers, I'm not worried about him being able to rebuild, because he will rebuild so much more than his opponent can, even if it is just gateway units, and it looks as though that's not going to be a concern anyways, because he is going to completely wipe out this force. GG's, and he's going to win this series. Great showing from Nanami, but Nice, the veteran in this scene, is going to come through with the win in the end and get himself a big victory here today.
Yeah, that was about as close as I was hoping it to be, like, between these two, because, again, 3-1 in the group. They're both obviously solid in getting here, and yeah, it was also a very, very spicy series. Like, if you're going up against either one of these going on forward, especially in an army, you're like, that boy's crazy. That boy is super crazy, and that's the kind of press I do like to see.
Well, we can have a look at our standings here in the Asia region, the bracket at the end of day 1 of our playoffs, which is going to be seeing Jieshi and Nice in the winner bracket against one another in PvP. That will be played tomorrow alongside Oliveira versus Lemon, also played tomorrow. And then Firefly versus Nanami, Coffee versus Cyan. You guys are going to get the gist of this in a second, but that is also played tomorrow. And that's going to be the lower bracket. So that's where we stand here after day 1 of Asia. 3 days remain in this region for the spring regionals. And we do now get ready to swap regions. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're going from Asia to Europe. It's a long way. Losing a couple words along the way there it's expected. We are bang on time. It is literally 3 minutes away from Wayne versus Harston being allowed to start, so we're going to go into our usual break. When we come back, it will be Wayne versus Harston, then Showtime versus Goblin, HeroMarine versus Lambo, and then Clem versus Blight to round us out today. It's a fun set of matches, some variety in matchups as well, which we've not really seen, as we've had a lot of PvP today. So we'll get into that in just a few. It'll be our typical break length, guys, so don't go too far. We'll be right back after this.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We're back, and it's a new region. Hearthstone versus Wayne is going to open us up here today in Europe. I'm going to be diving into that in just a few moments as we get all of this ready to go. Ben, we're very excited for this one already, I think, right? This is already one of those matchups here we look at and we're like, you know, this is fun. This is already absolutely kind of what you want to be seeing. Fun set of players. Excited to see what's up. And just in general, the European region is almost always going to be a very fun region, you know, and the bracket is looking great as well. I'm trying to bring it up here, but it's not being my friend, but that should be it now, so we can have a look at what this bracket looks like. This is double elimination. This is just the upper bracket of it, so we're going to see a couple of matches from the top today, and then a couple of matches from the bottom as well. And it's going to start with Wayne Hearthstone. Later on, to end the day, we've got Clem Bly. Some matches we'll see tomorrow that I'm looking forward to. Raynor Mana, Gung Fu Panda Spirit. I think those are fun. Laser Christiana, Skilless Max Packs, those ones all tomorrow. And, yeah, insane.
I mean, there's no bad players left, Wardy, and it's always fun to watch it when it really... I mean, this region is as open as it's ever been, just because Cyril's obviously not taking part. There's a lot more viability to really make your statement, if you will, just because he's such a big contender. If you run into him in the bracket and you just... You know, you don't like it very much. But yeah, Wayne Hearthstone, I do feel that Hearthstone's PvZ specifically has been on the up and up. And it's always been a matchup that he's enjoyed, I feel, just playing that nice defensive, solid style. But Wayne's crazy. Wayne is crazy. And if there's anything that we've seen recently out of Hearthstone is some of these crazy Zergs can catch him off guard a little bit. But I would give Hearthstone a little bit of an edge going into this one.
Yeah, no, I think Hearthstone's been playing really well lately, too. Don't get me wrong, this is not a free win, but he's got a good record against Wayne in the past. I think he's playing some of his best StarCraft lately. Wayne just still has that inconsistency to me. Some days he shows up and he plays against a Showtime. He's like, look at me, I can absolutely take on Showtime. This guy who's able to control Raynor in big best-of-5 series and so on. And then sometimes Wayne plays and it just all crumbles, right? So very intrigued to see how the first game goes, because to me that's going to set the stage a lot for this series. We're going to see what kind of Wayne is here, what kind of Hearthstone is here. I honestly would like to say that I think whoever wins the first game, if it's a fairly normal game, not super wacky, I really do kind of pick as a favorite for the rest of the series from there on out, because I do think these players really do kind of play very much so day to day. So, yeah, this first map tells a lot to me. As we hop into game number 1. In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protoss player is going to be Hearthstone. I'm just gonna... I think I've got my language filter on.
Oh, you do?
No, I don't, actually. It's just like...
No, I think it's one of the... We've got quite a few...
Yeah, not me. Cool.
Got a few new obs in the bracket, you know? Or rather, I messed up. Damn probe movements messing up. I mean... Better than the olden days where you start with 6. They were doing nothing. And you had to click on each mineral patch.
I think we resume from replay from 3 seconds. What do you think?
Let me just confirm that it's not me
I think
at all.
I think it's
Definitely
actually
isn't.
universal across regions. So.
No, it was Naruto.
Unbelievable.
That frickin' guy. You know, once upon a time, he was like, Kevin, Roddy, I've casted way more than you have. And then all of a sudden we see this, still amateur hour over here. I tell you.
I wonder if that is the language filter. I wonder if that's... I don't think the language filter actually lags the game.
No, I think
it just lags you.
I think he's lagging.
Yeah, I think he's lagging as well.
That guy.
I agree.
Pulling an Emil over here.
All right, well, we'll take a couple moments. As it looks like we're just going to completely regame this, so we'll just completely come back out to us for a few moments then, and we'll just get this ready to go a second time over.
Yeah, I mean, no harm in re-going it at this point. I mean, honestly, the early moves, especially for Protoss in this matchup, just getting, if you are going to go for an early probe scout kind of thing, early probe pylon, getting it out on the map is very, very important. So I understand. It can be the difference between blocking a hatch or not blocking a hatch. And that's a pretty big deal for Protoss players out there.
Yeah, no, it's going to be one of those things just to absolutely kind of just make sure nobody knows exactly what the plan was so we can get a fair fight. And we'll get this rehosted and going again in a couple of moments. Wait for our referee to get going. Couple of seconds, yeah, get this rehosted. We've got a lot of obs in the lobbies here for the European region. It's one of the regions that everybody comes into cast, so it's natural that we have a couple of problems here and there. Hopefully that will be the last one for today. Getting it out of the way early, and we can just battle on into this PvZ.
Yeah, and again, the European section of the tournament is always fun. Always fun. Let's have a look, see. Getting... He couldn't disable in-game.
You definitely can disable in-game, because that's what I did yesterday.
Yeah, I think that guy's full of wheat.
I also lagged with the filter for like 2 minutes yesterday, and the players didn't say anything. Because I'm pretty sure, because I don't think it's lag. I think it's just FPS issues. Like I think it just like completely tanks your FPS to like super low. So yeah.
Yeah, proper weird one. All right, we're just waiting for everybody to join the lobby now, getting all situated again. And we will get the games underway, because again, starting this day off in Europe is going to be Wayne versus Harston. And later on, as you rightly mentioned...
I'll bring the schedule up.
Yeah, bring it up, Wardy, bring it up.
There it is. Talk us through it, Ben.
Well, I can't see it, Wardy.
You were about to talk about what's coming up anyways, so...
I was, but a nice schedule to do would be very, very pleasant, you know. After this one, it will be Showtime versus Goblin. Then after that, Lambo HeroMarine, that's definitely one that I'm really excited about. That for me is the series of the day, just because I think it is very close between them. And then Clem and Bly, the icing on the cake, if you will, at the end to top it all off.
It's a great day of games, actually. Like, I really like this. I think Wayne Harston's a really cool first-round matchup. I think Showtime Goblin is actually a very intriguing PvP with Goblin playing well lately. HeroMarine Lambo, you talked about that. And then Clem Bly, it's one of those, like, should be guaranteed. It's one of the matches in the playoffs where it's, like, the top dog versus the lowest ranked player. But it's probably one of the most interesting situations of that you can get, right? Because we really are, like, Bly can make anything interesting. So that'll be fun to wrap the day up on in a few hours' time. For now, we're going to go for round 2 of this Wayne Harston opening map on Crimson Court. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is Wayne.
And in the top right-hand side, representing the Shopify Rebellion, it is Harston. And Harston, he is a man that has
Great
a plan
statement.
when he is a man just finishing there. Yes, he is a man. I mean, not wrong, not wrong. Wayne was already gearing up for... Oh, he's going to go for the rich gas base straight away. Like, he didn't even think about taking his natural here. That is cool. I haven't seen that so much before. How about you?
I think it's been done a couple of times. I've seen it. It's definitely not the most common way for Zergs to go, but if a Zerg has to take a base outwards on the map anyways, like, honestly, taking the forward base here is not so much worse than the triangular base, because those are your two options, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, forward bases are typically more difficult to hold onto. I think the biggest problem with this base, though, is not necessarily even kind of like holding it early versus just keeping your extractor alive. So, I think it was Classic, Reno. It was Classic Reno, right, in finals the other day. Classic Reno in the finals yesterday of Kung Fu Cup, and Classic was constantly denying that rich Vespine with an immortal kind of glaive attack, and he just like constantly went back to the rich gas and just killed off the gas, and he was like, well, that's such a a gutter for someone who's trying to afford Ravages and so on. So not that can happen super early, so I kind of like it for Wayne. I think get benefit from that ASAP, because if you try and take benefit of it as like a third base, or something like along those lines, then maybe it is actually harder to hold onto that gas, and maybe then you never get the benefit of it. So a little risky, sure, but I'm down for it. I like it.
Yeah, me too. Even just about like getting the creep spread going, like that is quite a jump start to the creep across the map, isn't it? And that is something that every Zerg player will enjoy. A little bit of a supply block here for Harston. That pylon will finish up. Gets that Adept on the go, along with the Warp Gate nice and early. And I mean, Protosters right now, they do not tend to shy away from Stargate. That being said, a Twilight Council to get things going. Most likely for something that you pointed out, like Adepts, that rich gas, that base being so close, does mean that your Adepts will get there to the economy quite a bit faster. So do you think it's going to be some kind of glaive opening coming out of Hearthstone here?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I don't think... Hearthstone always loved glaives in the first place as well. Good scout, though, for Wayne. I don't think there's going to be DTs or anything, which would be the other alternative, unless we do something really hectic, like pull out a gas and like a full-on charge lot all in, but I prefer the glaives. It's not as all in. It's still a... Okay, he actually did pull out a gas. Okay, cool. Hey, he goes back in, though. I think that's just glaive amount of gas, honestly.
Yeah, two guys on each Vespene geyser. It's just more efficient than 3 on 1 and 1 on the other.
You don't need a lot of gas for glaives. Depths are pretty gas cheap. And with this variation, you're not getting the robo, so that's a gas kind of expense you can spare yourself as well. And it just means that then you have as many minerals as possible to expand behind it and all the rest, because this is going to be very much so pressure, not full commitment. These Adepts must win the game here and now.
It's a very early Roach one from Wayne, though. And I mean, he did get that rich gas nice and early. He wasn't mining the gas until just now in his main base. So really utilizing this massive influx of gas here. And look at his supply as well, Wardy. He's got a lot of money ready to spend on a lot of roaches. And I mean, it's lining up nicely for him, like having this defense available. But given that it's Wayne, I don't think this is just about defense for him.
No, he's going to take the Ling Roach and he's going to defend and then extend into the attack, right? Which a lot of people would say is probably one of the more effective ways of dealing with Adepts. You just never stop building units and you just go, because the Adept player doesn't always have a very strong army behind this, especially with this variation where Hearthstone takes a third Nexus. He's going to probe it up. He doesn't have the Robo yet, so he can't immediately build an Immortal, right? These are all things he's going to have to head towards at some point. But again, they're not going to be there straight away, so as these roaches start to come across the map, absolutely some potential to deal some damage, because like I say, there's not really much to stop him right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for Hearthstone. If there's one thing that Glaive Adepts don't want to fight, it's roaches, and there's plenty of them on the map right now, and he sees there's a lot more Lings coming as well. Will be in a spot here where he can get on that rich gas, and there's not much to greet him either. This is going to get very chaotic on both sides, and I don't know who I prefer it for. I mean, Hearthstone's going to be denying income very quickly over here, and he does have quite a few shield batteries, but that Robo is only just coming online. He's doing a really good job of holding the wall so far, though.
Yes, he's actually... There's so much damage onto that Cyber Core that has not been onto units. That feels like maybe a mistake in targeting from Wayne. The Adepts go back onto the Rich Vespene location, which means that they're going to get a few more drones as well. And so the mining time continues to be denied, and it's holding up so many reinforcements, so Wayne can't just send everything across the map. I think there's been a very good defense so far from Hearthstone. The gaping hole in this wall is now an issue, though, because that means units can flood through, and that's going to make it so much more difficult to stay alive here. But the Adepts on top of Ravages obviously do pretty well for themselves. Just being able to fire quickly gets a lot of damage adding up. Mortal is not taking a shot to lose its barrier just yet. The Pylon will live for a moment longer. Doesn't change too much. Now it gets targeted down as we can pop Overcharge to keep this Immortal alive. Corrosive Bars will knock down the Super Battery. And this is the question mark of just, does Hearthstone have enough? As he does still have a couple of Adepts in the front. Some Zealots warp in as well to try and play the protection game. It's the Lings that are going to be the bigger issue right now, because he just doesn't have enough Adepts to turn those Lings around.
Oh, and it is surrounded here. The Probes are trying to help out here with a Hug of Doom. One Immortal falls, but the second one is going to pop out very quickly, and I think Hearthstone's done it here. He holds, and with quite a few units remaining, and I mean, still there's going to be Lings to worry about. They can start scuttling here, there, and everywhere, but Hearthstone's economy is actually cracking.
Yeah.
45 Probes. He's got a third base up as well behind this. He's solid.
Extremely well done by Hearthstone, because he was in a tricky situation to start, and this was very multitasking heavy, right? He had to do well with the Adepts across the map. He couldn't just let them wander in and like end up fighting some roaches in AFK. He had to do a lot with them, and he also had to make sure that the fight on his front doorstep was also going well enough for a good long time as well, while keeping everything else going. It was not an easy hold at all, and he really performed it very well, and comes out in this really good position where now he just has to hold one more attack, because Wayne knows he's too far behind to not just send one more attack and try and end it. So he's going to go one more time, but I think Hearthstone's going to be okay. We're talking about multiple Immortals at this point. He's looking way better than he has before.
Yeah, and he will get a grab on these Adepts, but that is not the end of the world. As long as you're shaving down the link count a little bit, when your economy's better, and I mean, trying to get rid of those Lings that are behind enemy lines right now is a really big move, but soon it's going to be 3 Immortals out here, and now Hearthstone, he can just sit pretty And his army actually packs a real punch here. And just utilizing this wall, the Sim City, it's good by him. That is still a scary amount of Zerg that you have to respect, but Harstem's just got so much. So many force fields available as well. And more batteries for days.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. The batteries on the top are huge to still have, so he has access to so much healing. And of course, at this point, the Immortals deal with roaches. At this point, you can keep opening the depths as well, so you continue to have a good answer to Zerglings. As you see, corrosive files continue to come down. Good corrosive files. They do land as this got a little bit messy, but I mean, Harstem is fine because the longer he sits here, the more he is mining with over double the economy of his opponent. It really is on Wayne to go sooner rather than later. He goes now. Good dodge of the biles. Harstem does not eat any of those. And again, the numbers are just waning for Wayne as he does not have enough to keep this going.
Yeah, certainly. And again, just more static D for Harstem, more pylons scattered about as well, just making sure everything stays powered. And the Biles, they're slowly chipping away at stuff, but 58 probes to 26 drones right now, and GG is called. Wayne knows he can't break, and the Harstem was getting a Dark Shrine towards the end there as well, just to confirm that, hey, even if you do somehow break this, I'm gonna have DTs to back it up.
Well, I said at the start, I really like it for whoever wins the first game. And I feel like this was a really good case for Harstem because this was Wayne doing Wayne things, right? And I feel like his choice of stuff, like the early roaches, was great against the Adepts and the aggression beyond that. And Harstem really just handled that so well. It makes it difficult for Wayne, and I feel like Wayne is going to have to step away from any kind of like roach-based aggressive attacks like that. Or like Queen Walks, and maybe we go more towards the other style of playing that Wayne likes that is kind of chaotic, which is like muta play, for example. Maybe that's what he'll try out, and especially on a map the size of Golden Aura, that could be a choice here for him, so maybe we go towards that, but it feels like Harstem here makes a huge statement, which is like, hey, you better take all those kind of builds out of your kind of game plan, because it did not work.
Yeah, if there's any play that Harstem's always loved when it comes to PvZ, it is like just being defensive. So in a way, given that Wayne is all about the offensive, the aggressive, this is, as far as a clash of styles go, I feel more Harstem's playground in that he's very solid at this, and it's not as if it's like playing against a macro guy that's occasionally going to throw out the aggression. It's, you know, he's going to be aggressive, and that you saw he didn't hesitate about getting the static defense down or just being good about the defense. And Harstem's a greedy boy too. Like, he was so rich behind it all, like 58 probes at the end there, and still hammering down on the macro. Yeah, just solid play. And it will be Golden Aura, second map here between these two. And this is far more normal. A far more normal map. And I dare say Wayne will also go for a slightly more normal approach here.
Yeah, no, you would expect so. This is not going to be like early aggression. It's super large. Every base is up a ramp. It's really hard to break into those bases early. That's why I'm definitely feeling something more like maybe taking control. Because also, if you play something like Mutas and play like a big controlling game, you also have access to the gold base in the bottom right. So that's another target for you to eventually kind of latch onto in the game as well. So lots that can happen. Currently up in the series 1-0 is the blue Protoss player. In the bottom right from the Shopify Rebellion, it is Harstem.
And Spawner in the top left, up to no good, but a different kind of no good. It is Wayne.
Really is a different kind of no good, isn't it?
It certainly is. And this drone over here, let's have a look at its path. Where? Interesting, Wardy.
I guess just wants some kind of a hatchery block. And just wants to come in from an odd angle.
Yeah, I mean, after just playing against a guy that really quickly probe scouted you, going for something like this is definitely a little nutty, right? I mean, it's going to be quite a few links coming out. Don't get me wrong, I like these kind of plays. Like, if you're crazy, just lean into it. But what is this? He's going to go for like blocking the wall off.
Yeah,
maybe?
I think he's just going to hatchery in the wall. Either that or some kind of crazy like hatch cancel spike roll. I think that's way too much, but I think just gonna hatchery block the wall so you can't stop the links from getting in. I mean, otherwise, kind of surprised we didn't just go for it already though, because now you can't hatch block the wall, so maybe there's something else here. Huh.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely interesting. Now he's got confirmation on the probe that's gone out to scout, And now he's like, you know what? Let's get on in here and
just patrol in the gap.
I tell you what, that's a move. That's a move. We'll stop any sort of probe coming down, and Harsum's in trouble.
Yeah, Pylon will start to take hits. The Zealot is on the way. We need to take those hurt probes back, which is exactly what we do. We put another Pylon down. The Zealot is going to get surrounded. At least we have probes down here to help the Zealot out a little bit. Don't get me wrong, the Zealot's going to go down, but it's obviously knocked away a lot of those Lings already. And that's it for now. Yeah, that's a hold.
I think that's a pretty solid hold. Like, I felt that he was going to be in quite a bit more trouble there, but I tell you what, Harsum handled that very nicely, and even with the probe micro here, going to keep as many of these alive. And as soon as big boy Adept's on the field, and guess what? It's more Lings being made out of Wayne.
Wayne is just spamming Lings. Now he starts drones, but he made so many Lings that could have just been drones already. Huh.
He is in a world of trouble, man. Like,
yeah, no, he's
12 drones.
This is terrible, man.
Yeah, I mean, was he just hoping for a less perfect defense out of Harsum? Like, less probes being pulled? I don't know. You see the drone there, you see the Lings turn up, you realize, like, hey, you have to react pretty damn fast.
I think it was just the right call from Harsum to pull the probes so quickly. Because if you don't pull the probes and the Zealot does get surrounded, this becomes a nightmare. The pylon goes down and this is just chaos. But the probes being there from the very beginning, Harsum's lack of hesitance to, you know, just bring them down. It was absolutely the spot on call for the aggression that Wayne was bringing. And now it feels as though Wayne is going to be, yeah, really stuck.
Super stuck, and all this hurts so much. And if you're Harsum, oh, bit of a misfire there on that extractor. I was going to say, if you're Harsum, you see that extractor going down, he's a smart guy, so I think he can absolutely hazard a guess that that is not a second extractor at this point in time. Like, he's been in this position before. Very, very interesting.
This is actually a little wild as our Stargate then comes up from Harsum, and yeah, I mean, his economy is just going to be absolutely booming. I mean, realistically here, Stargate, just kind of, I would honestly go Stargate, couple Oracles, and just go into like Blink and +1 and just kind of hit a Blink timing, because there's going to just be a natural deficit for Wayne compared to what's usually meant to be around. He loses a drone here, a couple of Lings will fall to these Adepts. Oh, the turnaround was not good enough, and he does lose that Adept, but he will get himself a second drone kill. I'd say 2 drones and a couple of Lings. Almost always a worthwhile trade for the Adepts.
Really is. And right now, remember, any damage done from Harsum is just great. Like, he could technically just force lost mining time at this point, and he's in good shape. Like, speed is not on the go for these Lings at all. Like, Wayne is trailing in every sense of the word. And Harsum's just cooking. He really is. Like, Protoss has never been in such a good position before. And
never.
a lot of it, never. Just never.
Never
I say it right now. I'll plant that down. Never been in such a good shape before.
If you guys show us a game where Protoss has been in a better position, Ben will give you a 5er.
A 5er.
It's a new bounty.
I mean, I tried to give them a 5er to find the Hulk clip, and nobody could find it.
Yeah, well, this is the new challenge, man. Last week's challenge was too difficult.
Too difficult. Oh, you know, somebody's going to upload something, and it's like, look, this person better position. And it's like,
Nah.
This is the best.
This is it. So this,
Right,
is what they print in the textbooks, mate.
Yeah, speed on the go. +1 melee on the go as well. Nice Spore Crawler changes. But again, gonna need... yeah, Harsum's having fun this game.
Yes, he is. I mean, he can really just kind of play his game out, right? Like, it feels like there's almost no risk. Well, it's weird because, like, your opponent's in a weak enough position that there should be no risk, but maybe he's in such a weak position he has no care anymore, so he just fully sends something, so there's a risk of him just kind of, like, committing. I mean, this Oracle play has already put a bunch of drones, so this is just even worse for Wayne. It's really a nightmare to have lost, 12 drones in the game, where you open 10 drones behind on.
How many? He has 6 queens. Like, these oracles, how are they still finding so much damage everywhere? It's crazy. They've just been out of position. Like, this is absolutely a train wreck of a game for Wayne here. Just everything. Like, even that Zealot not dying as quickly in the wall to start things off, and he is going to send it with like +1 Lings and like Banelings, I'd imagine, something along those lines. But he's not long for this game, man. And I like that you were talking about he's got no care in the world kind of thing, maybe. So, you know, he's dangerous, but that's kind of how Wayne plays every game, I feel like.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm very hesitant to say that Hearthstone should feel safe, because it feels like at any point Wayne would attack you. But honestly, like, I feel like he's done the exact build which just gives him the best chance of not dying to anything, which is just, like I say, a few oracles, move into a bunch of stalkers, and these stalkers, their biggest threat right now is honestly the lings. But the fact that it's only lings, there's no roach support or anything, oracles are going to be very good here, and the more stalkers there are, the less impactful the pack of lings is going to be as well.
Yeah, and this stalker count, like, it's just going to keep on growing. There's almost as many stalkers on the field as lings, by the way. It's 18 stalkers and 25 lings. I mean, more are coming out, but you can't get on top of these either. We'll stop the warpins, which is a nice move by Wayne, and might be able to get a bit of a wraparound, but with that oracle support in the back here, I mean, this is just brutal, man. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I was going to say, honestly, I would have liked to have maybe seen the oracles activate a little bit sooner and help out here, but you know what? This is all going to be good. GG's, and Hearthstone is going to have a 2-0 lead in, well, not very long. First game didn't take too much. Second game, okay, the second game was like 8 minutes long, but really it could have been like 4 minutes long with the way the game had opened. Hearthstone with a very comfortable 2-0 lead here to open the round of 16, and he has absolutely shown us that he is not afraid of the aggression that his opponent can bring. So very nicely done in that regard, and I mean, you continue to look like this, wow, credit to him. You're playing a good series. You're going to be looking to go through the group. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Hearthstone's just playing a good game, man. Like, solid stuff.
Next map, though, I do feel if there is one for Wayne to get a win on the board here, it is Cyan. Like, there's that gold base that's available. He's already been up to craziness, but there was something that you said after game or map 1, and it was like, Hearthstone's kind of made a statement here that, you know, you have to put those funky builds out the door because I'm going to stop them. And then he's like, you know what? Let's get even more funky. And he just stopped it even harder that time.
It's like the grab. Yeah. It's like the funkier it is, the harder Hearthstone stops it. Like, we really need to just go play standard way.
Yeah, and we also mentioned how it is quite a clash of styles with these two players. Like, the guy that likes to defend, likes to macro and up against the guy that, hey, he likes to attack you. And he's showcasing that he likes to attack with anything as well.
It is funny, though, because, like, I think back of some of the upsets that Wayne has brought at points in time, and I'm like, well, Wayne has frequently won against Showtime when I don't expect him to. And Showtime, shares a lot of those kind of tendencies with Hearthstone, right, of being the macro defensive guy. So it's not like it's a style that Wayne cannot completely break down, but Hearthstone is just so on top of it right now. He's not letting anything be done. And I say this because it has happened with kind of Wayne in this event as well, right? So, you know, like in these regionals in the past, Wayne has played Showtime multiple times and won. So it's not like it's on a smaller stage, but yeah, it's definitely not working today.
No, and sometimes, you know, every game's a clean slate, right? But so far, if those games are anything to go by, it's telling me that Wayne isn't super confident about a later game against Hearthstone, which doesn't always spell, hope for me for Wayne's gameplay against him. But again, Cyan is a different beast. It's its very own map, right? And it's got a gold base available. Far easier to utilize for the Zerg players in this matchup. But anyway, getting Ellen into it. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, as our red Zerg, currently 0-2 down, it is Wayne.
And in the top right, our blue Protoss player from the Shopify Rebellion, we have ourselves Hearthstone.
Now, I got a wait. I had a question. I was like, this is something I really want to know. Then I totally forgot, Wardy.
You must have really wanted to know it.
I must have really wanted to know, you know. Just
was it StarCraft related?
It absolutely was. Absolutely was.
Huh?
I'm just going to have a look at who these players face to get here. So, Hearthstone's were out 2-0 Uthermal, 2-0 Lambo, 1-2 Reyna, and then 2-0 Gung Fu. And then Wayne in the other group, it was 0-2 Battlebee, 2-0 Fujumi, 1-2 Shutdown, 2-0 Spats, then 2-0 DNS. So they both had their fair share of playing in it thus far.
You know, if you read that list out, though, I feel as though Hearthstone's route was that little bit tougher.
Yeah.
And he performed better along that route as well. Yeah. So when you look at it like that, absolutely Hearthstone should be kind of the favorite coming into this. that's the thing with these group stages, right? Just because Wayne didn't maybe face as tough a set of opponents doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't capable of winning here either, because yeah, you can only play against who you're given to play.
No, absolutely. And I mean, there's still in fact, hold on, before I say anything silly. So these players, there is a lower bracket available. Now, you don't necessarily want to be just dropping into there automatically, but next opponent most likely for the winner in this series would be Clem. And I mean, that is a tough drawing, but you know, at this stage in Europe, it's not meant to be easy at all. But yeah, both of these guys must be looking at that and just be thinking, come on, Bly! You know?
Gotta love, you know, if Bly gets through and you get to play against Bly, that's the great match until you actually play against him, right? And then he starts doing Bly things, and you're like, no!
Not again! I knew it was coming!
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
all right.
The Bly things is kind of crazy. We'll talk a bit more about that. We'll talk a bit more about that later.
We certainly will. Yeah, like this so far, 3 games in. I mean, normally PvZ, you think you're seeing it all, don't you? But this is the first time we're seeing a normal macro opening out of both of them here. Like, the Stargate opening, obviously Harsem probably would have started Crimson Court a bit differently if, you know, he's against something far less aggressive. But yeah, no 12 pool to be seen, no early rich Vespane gas to be seen. It's just a nice standard PvZ. I'm happy to see it.
Yep, this is really the just kind of the age old, and Wayne definitely learning his lesson to kind of get away from some of this weirdness. You see a couple of adepts not find their way in, as well, good Evo Chamber as well, going to stop them coming back around that left-hand side, so that works as well. Skullcrawler goes down. The speed is still coming up. That's about a finish here from Wayne. A couple queens are going to come along with that in the next few moments. So again, those queens up, ready to go. Oracle is about to pop from Harstem. We'll get that on the map to add to some aggression here.
Yeah, by far and away, I feel the best opening that Wayne's had in this series. I mean, he's got a lot of lings out on the map, which I'm not sure can go and cancel this third. It's what he's going in for. Most likely just looking to delay where he can. Oracle is looking to spot where it can get damage done, and Harsem being a little bit cheeky with these adepts and gets himself into a... Oh, I like that. He's actually delaying this third pretty nicely with these lings, to be fair. I didn't think he was going to get much, but this is a lot of delay, especially getting that probe.
Yes, it's really nice as now we see the Nexus will get to go in. The third Oracle on the way up as well. You got to expect that those Oracles are going to be a big part of this game for Harsem, because he's going to need to keep scouting. Wayne is, you know, even playing a more normal game is never going to be easy. He's going to have tech switches ready, and, you know, that's the sort of stuff you got to be on top of. So those Oracles will have a huge role to play. There's the Twilight and the Forge follow-up. Kind of maybe, you know, he could maybe go into charge instead of Blink if he wants to mix it up, but Blink is also a fine way to play. They're both very viable styles at the moment.
One thing I really like about Blink on a map like this is just the avenues. And I mean, just get into... Because most... Or when I say most, a lot of Zergs do take that gold as their fourth, which Wayne hasn't done. Let's check Harsem's vision if he's aware. He's going over to sort of check, going to deal with some of the creep on the way, but he doesn't yet know where the fourth is. But very often you do kind of anticipate it, and then it becomes this battle over the creep behind the gold, which Harsem's doing a good job of just making sure it doesn't spread that far. Ooh.
Oracles activate, trying to fight the queens of all things. They're actually going to try and take this battle onwards and try and get a bit of something done as our Baneling Nest comes through from Wayne, and another upgrade coming up. As you saw him try to go into last game, but of course he was just too far behind to really do much there. So, yeah, getting the Ling Bane style established. Those Oracles even more important, because now they're going to have to protect those Stalkers, just as they're going to protect these Adepts a little bit. And this is great for the Oracles. They're going to get a lot of Lings. They lose 2 Adepts, but of course these Adepts are extremely expendable at this stage of the game. They're not something you really look to keep up for the rest of this.
No, but it also bought Wayne time, because he just kicked up 14 drones upon that little trade happening, and that's going to be a very fast 5th base by him. And he's already got himself to a nice drone count over here. For a lot of these aggressive Zergs, 66 drones is kind of a magic number. And he doesn't have to fear too much right this moment. These Oracles still being a pest and still, you know, none of them going down just yet. And Harstem is getting that blink up and going, getting the +1 as well, very nearly done. And this is kind of the move out that a lot of Zergs are scared of these days.
Yep, this is the timing where you're just trying to get your extra bases online. The Stalkers are going to be able to start pushing, and they're going to have themselves that +1 and Blink to kind of do it with. They're going to see +2 starting as well. Temple Archives drops down as Hearthstone will look to tech up beyond this. Against this Link-heavy style, you absolutely want to be moving into Storm and Archons, right? Those are both going to be good options. Big issue here for Hearthstone is as these Stalkers get caught, the Oracles don't have that much energy, so as they activate, they can't stay active for that long. Actually felt as though that was very scary for Hearthstone, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, I was scared that Wayne was just going to run him down afterwards. Like, that wasn't that many Stalkers alive, and Wayne is gearing on up, getting Roach speed, melee +2, Bailing speed as well, getting a lot of things that Zergs do love. Drone count, though, he got up to that 66 number, then didn't really push it. I feel he's playing in a way that he's quite happy having this gold, but he's anticipating maybe an overcommittal by Hearthstone at some point, and just hoping to absolutely slam it out of the park, then go for a big counter, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he wants Hearthstone to kind of commit when he shouldn't be, and then take full advantage of that, because he's not set up super well. Like, he could have easily been 80 drones by now. He has the bases to saturate 80 drones as well, right? So he could absolutely have a better economy. But Hearthstone isn't doing that. Hearthstone is building Storm +2. He's investing in that future. That's why I liked it when I saw the Temple Archives going down, because there was no need for Hearthstone to be overly aggressive. With what Wayne was setting up for, just getting to Storm was going to be one of the better answers. And now Wayne is looking to try and be the aggressor himself, but can't help but feel that this is kind of going to fall flat on its face with Storm already done.
He does have a big squad in the top left here, and I mean, that could potentially bust down that wall in the natural and really open the floodgates a little bit. I mean, this is a scary amount of Wayne right now, but Storm is juicy. Clears out a lot of those Banelings initially. I'll tell you what, he broke through that wall at the natural as well, so he's in there, able to deal some damage. Immortal, a Big Daddy unit, great warpins out of Hearthstone as well, just keeping that Immortal alive for as long as possible. And these Zealots, they're good at dealing with it as well in Hearthstone. He's the miracle of holding at the moment.
Great defense again, right? I mean, yeah, you lose something, but so much given up by Wayne. You're meant to lose something here, Hearthstone. You can't defend perfectly. You defended completely fine on the right-hand side. The Zealots just about get here to play wall off. There's one probe that's helping the wall. That gives time for the Oracles to be here, so even more units do nothing really from Wayne. And this is just getting worse and worse for Wayne. Like, he needs to get something done. He's about to finish +2 melee. If that will make any difference, we will get to Corrosive File down one battery before this starts. But the Stalkers say, well, where are your Lings protecting you? So we blink in and we get a couple of Ravages in return.
Yeah, that was a ballsy blink, but a good one. Gets a few Ravages, very juicy targets. And the Oracles here, they have been true MVPs in this game, haven't they? Yeah, like 14 awesome. Kills on one, 9 on another, 8 on the other. Now they're just cleaning up these units in the middle as well. Oh, there's High Templar.
Good save.
Nice blink wall, yeah, nice.
I don't want to curse it, but I feel as though... Okay, that's High Templar's going down. Shouldn't have started talking. I was going to say, Hearthstone feels like he can do no wrong in the defense at the moment. Like, he just feels like he's keeping everything alive. He's doing a good job. Then he did lose those High Templar in the end, but he already saved them from one situation I felt was pretty rough. And overall, his supply is good. His army supply is similar against a low-tech Zerg army. His work account is obviously doing wonders for him, and he must be trading better at this point. There's no way, right? Yeah, twice the resources lost for Wayne than there has been Hearthstone. So this is all about Hearthstone here in this game number 3. He's up 2-0 in the series. He is cruising through this round of 16, and he's even going to catch those morphing Banelings. And
look at the work account as well, Wardy. Like, Wayne hasn't produced a drone since starting this attack, and it's kind of like a car when it gets stuck in a too high gear, and then it's like, you know what, you've just slowed down, mate, you need to drop back, and he's like, no, I'm going to keep on plowing forward, and maybe it's the only option left at this point, but it is such low-tech Zerg at this point, and the Protoss army's just getting bigger, better, stronger, big upgrades out of Hearthstone. Nice shield battery overcharge as well. We'll keep these Archons alive for a little bit longer. And Hearthstone, he's just rich. He's macroing really good behind this as well. This is a flawless display.
That's really excellent as our Roach Ravager Bane gets pushed back to the center. There's a bunch of units on the left-hand side that are diving onto the natural of Wayne, and that's something he's not really had to deal with yet, counterattacks, and now that's just an added kind of problem. Again, we're catching this army before the Banelings are ready, so we get to cancel a few of those, and again, it's hard to find a light at the end of the tunnel for Wayne, because this has just not been a pretty series for him. Games 1 and 2 kind of came and went so quickly. He tried to play a bit more normal in this game, but then he was still being that kind of aggressive player, right? In the end, he still has just played Ling, Bane, Roach aggression, and he was not forced into this. This was completely his own free will, and Hearthstone showed that he could deal with larger armies defensively as well, so Great stuff from Horstum as these attacks continue forwards, but it's just, again, very hard to imagine that any of these are going to start seeing success. Catch a couple of tech units, but every tech unit that goes down comes at a huge cost of Lings, Roaches, and Ravagers, and Wayne just cannot keep affording this.
No, he can't. 80 pros for Horstum now, and Wayne, that 5th base, even though he took it fast, it was the last one he took. And right now, it's just all-out aggression from him. Again, these Oracles, let's check the kills on these bad boys. 22, 17, 22. I mean, he's trading so damn efficient, and he's holding. And Wayne, gonna check out a few of these bases of his. I mean, luckily, they're not running super dry right now. I mean, he's still got that 6 o'clock that was literally just kind of a proxy hatch down there. Stargate startup and Fleet Beacon for Horstum. That's how comfortable he's feeling.
He just feels good, man. There's just no reason for him to kind of stop or worry or anything along those lines. He's feeling really good, and I mean, why not just get the extra tech up? You know, at this point, it's just a nice little something, added extra, very safe way to get it done.
And you know, when he comes over to this base and it's like you see that number of drones, you're just like, okay, I'm really far ahead. And then you get all that damage done as well. You see these little roach run-bys, and it's like, I mean, those Oracles are granted so much vision in this game as well. Yeah, brutal series, because I thought it would maybe be a little bit more back and forth. Granted, I thought Horstum was the favorite, but he just, he knocked out of the park this series so far.
Yeah, he took being the favorite and was like, oh, well, the favorite never loses, right? He really took all hope away from Wayne. Tough to find other things to say. It has just been absolutely spot on from Horstum, and he is maxed out against a 155 supply Wayne. He is building higher tech units. Wayne is now finally going to see some other tech himself. The Hive is coming up. The Hydrogen is coming through. I think Horstum would be making a mistake if he didn't attack before those structures were there. He should be able to kind of take something of a fight before those finish up. But even if they do finish up, I mean, the supplies are still going to be in Horstum's favor.
None of these fights are pretty, are they? It's just...
No.
Like, if you were new to StarCraft and you looked at this, you're like, why don't you go the guys with the lasers? Like, it just doesn't look like a fair fight, but that's just because of how well Horstum's been holding, trading, good micro, constantly counterattacking as well. And, yeah, that's some clean PvZ.
Yeah, really was. Gets me excited if we see more PvZ of Horstum in this event. I know Wayne is maybe not the most kind of challenging player in terms of like the more macro focus, but like to be able to survive so easily against Wayne's aggression really feels like he would be able to force any other player into a longer macro game. And like you said, that's kind of what Horstum likes playing. So it'd be really cool to see that, as just going to be seeing this gold base going to be in trouble. Horstum is indeed just pushing us, you know, with the max out. The Lurker Den's about to be done, but even if these Lurkers morph in, they're not going to have range, and they're not going to have adaptive talents. We also don't really have any money to afford Lurkers or Hydras or kind of anything that you need as the Banes get stormed. They try and reach the High Templars. That won't happen. GG it is, and it is going to be Horstum with 3-0 sweep to open up Europe's playoffs.
Yeah, that was really good out of Horstum, honestly. I've been feeling his PvZ recently, especially. The fact they took out Lambo in the groups as well. He's, you know, normally I would give Lambo the edge when it comes to Lambo Horstum, but it didn't look that way. And the fact that he continued to bring it and made this one look easy. Oracle Horstum's looking scary.
You could call him Oracles, man. He was all about the Oracles in this series, that's for sure. As Horstum does net himself as the first player into the round of 8 in the upper bracket. Of course, Wayne will drop to the lower bracket. I believe it would just be a drop down for Wayne to play the loser of Bly Clem, so he's really wanting to make sure Clem doesn't lose out to Bly later on today. And that will be one of our later series, as we have 3 best of 5s remaining, with the next up being a little bit of PvP action, just because we missed it so much from Asia. You know, we only had a few of them. We are going to be having a little bit more PvP with Showtime versus Goblin. That will be followed up by a TVZ finale, HeroMarine versus Lambo and Clem versus Bly. All of that comes up and continues after this break, so do not go anywhere.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
And we are back once again. It's back to what we love best, PvP, Showtime versus Goblin. And I was typing PvP instead of ready, but just letting everyone know that we are set as we enter another best of 5. Austin really dispatches of Wayne very quickly, Ben, and that leads us to Showtime Goblin now. And a series which could potentially go on a bit longer, depending on, I think, how Goblin wants to play. Because I think Goblin is the guy who might just say, no, long game against Showtime ain't my thing. So he might just get very aggressive too.
He might do. And this is one that I'm a little bit worried about for Goblin. Like, he has showcased very good games so far. And I will have a quick peep at who he's played. Like, every person that he's played, I've been like, wow, he's done way better than I thought. Like 2 on Mana, 2 on HeroMarine, 0-2 Clem, and then 2-0 Skilless. All those names, I was pretty much like, I think Goblin's going to lose this. And he just kept on going. And he's probably been looking the best he has done in a very, very long time. And Showtime, he's not going to go into this thinking, this is going to be easy. I mean, Showtime is pretty much like one of the absolute best protosters of Europe. And right now, when you're against a little lad with nothing to lose right now and just everything to gain, it's going to get scary. Spawning over in the bottom right-hand side as our blue Protoss on Golden Aura, it is Goblin.
In the top left, our red Protoss player is going to be Showtime.
And we already did get to see that marathon PvP between Showtime and MaxBax, where it was nothing short of Phoenix, Carrier, and all that jazz, and just being an absolute mess in every way, shape, and form. Like, it was awesome. Goblin is a guy that is not a stranger to Phoenix shenanigans, but like this, depending on what they want to do, especially given that it doesn't have that, ramp at the natural, maybe we won't see that. I mean, there is a lot more potential for the 1-gate cyber expand here. Looks like that's what Showtime will be, I was going to say is leaning towards, but just take the second gas nice and early here.
Yeah, gets that down. We line up for the second gateway, so there's going to be 2 gateways each. I wonder if 1 gating is still a little bit risky against someone like Goblin, who was one of the players to at some point start to find an answer to MaxBax, as he went for like the double proxy gate, which led to kind of so he built 2 gates and he proxied 2 gateways to get to 4 gates and just all in, and that was one of the things that MaxBax struggled with for a little while. Goblin really enjoyed doing that, so he's got that tendency, he's got that history, so maybe you've got that caution in your mind at Showtime. We'll see what we do over the course of the series, of course. Plenty of time to mix it up across the course of a best of 5.
Yeah, pretty much the only difference here between them is the fact that Showtime went for a far earlier scout, just to make sure there's no cheeky shenanigans going on, and Goblin was a tad more greedy on getting his probe out a little bit later, but he's not going to suffer for it, as Showtime is up to the exact same thing. But this is where we see a little bit of deviation between the two. 2 Adepts to start off for Showtime, and it's a Stalker Sentry for Goblin. This is kind of the opposite way that I thought this would pan out between them two, honestly.
Yeah, Showtime going to be more the aggressive, while Goblin sets up to potentially be the expander. You're right, if we blindfolded the names, or sensed them out or whatever, I would have guessed Showtime versus Goblin the other way around, if I knew it was the 2 of them, right? So it does mean Showtime can get the Stargate up, though, and that's a fairly controlling unit or structure as well, so we'll have Adept and Oracle control on the map. Goblin will just double down, more Stalker Sentry for him, as he sets up through these early couple minutes.
Yeah, this will allow Showtime quite a bit of control and scouting of the map. He's also getting out number 3 and 4 for his Adept, so not slowing down on the aggression. Goblin will set up his Nexus a tiny bit earlier here, but hasn't really showcased what tech he's going for, but he's going to have a good amount of sentries and will be able to get a spot on what's actually happening on the other side of things.
Adepts do not commit up the ramp, but of course Showtime gets to see the sentry and stuff that was there, so he's already picking up on a little bit of information. And we'll have 2 more Adepts coming over. The Hallucination seeing all of this, including the expansion. And Goblin will go into the Robo facility as his next step as well, so get that up. And very safe, but also timing potential, because there's definitely some immortal timings lately that can pack a punch. So maybe that is on the agenda for Goblin. He could still turn this, some more macro setup, into some timing focused on 2 bases.
Yeah, he can. He's also going for the Twilight Council very quickly behind this as well. And so far, not really making a wrong move when it comes to stopping these Adepts from getting into his base, which is a nice move by him. Get some Stalkers out for his troubles, and Goblin knows all about those Adept or the Oracles and where they are. Showtime is going into his own Twilight Council. Not making any more units out the gateways thus far, but we've just got a nice, honest PvP on our hands.
Twilight Council's halfway done. Hallucination's going to tank the Oracles a little bit. Nexus is about to be done. The Observer coming out from Goblin as well, so we get that Obs reducing through. Stalker on the way. And we have a couple Stalkers still there as well, just chasing the Oracles back for the moment. And these Oracles not finding a way in as long as Goblin keeps his defense up. This feels pretty good for Showtime. Now the Adepts, are they going to commit? They are. Two different groups, and they're going to target down different probes. Maximizing damage here for 5 kills. Can we get away with any of these? Probably not, because Force Fields will go down. But if we shade away and then run the other way around, that works. So 5 probes for 2 Adepts. Great trade.
Yeah, you get some Protosses that, you know, they struggle with target firing one group of Adepts,
Yeah.
but Showtime just does it with 2 quite flawlessly as well. Could have even maybe got 1 on the exit there as well, but does get super confirmation here with these Oracles of what he's exactly up against. And okay, a few... I was just looking there. What else just died? I saw 2 more probes. Okay, so it's 8 probes killed for Showtime, and he did go for the far more aggressive opening, right? And he's faster into Blink and whatnot, will probably be faster into his third base as well as a result. And those Oracles, they're still pretty damn healthy. This is definitely a nice start for him.
Yes, just having those Oracles up gives you a lot of control still, and we're going to start setting up Stasis Wards, so you're very safe. With Blink on the map, it's another way. I mean, I feel like everything that Showtime has done is being very map controlling, right? From Adepts to Stalk to the Oracles, and now the Stalkers with Blink as the priority. Like, it's all about being able to be out and about on the map and being active. So it really seems like there's a trend as to what Showtime wants to be doing across the course of this first game. Meanwhile, Goblin has extra gates coming up, another Immortal coming through. How many gates that put Goblin on? It's going to bring him up to 4, so nothing too aggressive. It is that point now where he decides, does he throw down a third base, or is he going to send some sort of an attack across the map and try and deny his opponent's third and take an advantage from there?
I've got a feeling he's just waiting with that War Prism for the 2 Immortals, then to try and get something done. Don't know exactly what at this point, and, you know, Showtime's been very good about just being in his face continuously, although this is the moment for both of them to breathe a little bit. It's just Showtime setup here, getting this third base this much faster. Like, Goblin is trailing a little bit, but his army is a scary one, it does have to be said.
It is. No, I mean, those Immortals are very powerful. 2 of them available right now. And he's got a lot of sentries, so you can really catch units in a big way, should Blink be on cooldown, for example. As we have the Forge is about to finish, the Nexus drops down on the third base from Goblin. But man, he is really late on that Nexus, so that's the thing for Showtime. He's not the one that needs to do anything across the map. And he has got an absolute maze of Stasis Wards set up currently that Goblin is going to have to work his way through. If he does want to commit to some aggression, he's going to work from the right-hand side, already losing a few Stalkers here to a Stasis Ward, a few Probes dead back at home. Stalkers blink for the Prism, he's going to go for the Immortals immediately because too many units are caught in the Stasis, so Showtime has no respect for this army any longer, and Showtime loses a chunk of army supply, but he takes all of the threat away from a continued push.
He really does, and that third Nexus of Goblin, it's almost too late to matter at this point. He's down to 40 workers. Oh, he blinks into another one. That is an absolute disaster for him. Now, the rest of his army, there is a juicy Immortal in the mix as well, and Showtime has got a massive target on it, and the German does take it out pretty swiftly, and this push is shut down. I mean, Showtime definitely going to be very happy about how those stasis has worked out. Still has to respect these Stalkers on this side of things.
Yeah, they need to be careful. They need to be careful where they blink because there's more Stasis Wards they can get caught in. No! Oh my god.
You can't get out. You can't run. And guess what? Their blink cooldown just got used into that stasis as well. Like, Showtime is just going to surround them.
Guaranteed kills.
Yeah, easy pickings for him. Easy pickings. This is such a bad start.
Because the Observer as well. Oh my goodness. Everything went wrong in this set of attacks for Goblin. He's going to try and save these Stalkers by bringing the other units across. And to be fair, he saves, what, like 2 of them? Which, honestly, is better than expected, so some benefit there, but honestly now Showtime can actually fight the rest of these Stalkers as he moves down this ramp, and he will have Blink to chase, so he will get a couple more kills as well. And Showtime just continues to look great right now in this opening game of the series. You know, Goblin put on a decent showing. It just got to this point where suddenly Goblin's like, okay, now's my time to make a move, but Showtime was so prepped for that.
He was, and I'm really admiring the little moves out of Showtime as well. Like, he's blinking forward his big blob, but then separates like 3 Stalkers just to kill a low wounded Stalker, so not utilizing every unit there to overkill. Just really good play out of Showtime. The resources lost tab, it's great for Showtime. Its economy's been a lot better. These Oracles as well, still alive right now, and again, just so much damage done. Goblin's just suffering on every front.
Well, now Showtime can sit in the front and try and just pick away at a couple of units. He's already on his way to +2, so he maintains an upgrade lead at some point in this game. He will get that +2 to +1 advantage. And yeah, again, we're kind of waiting for Goblin to show us a way back in. The problem is he lost the Prism, right? So he doesn't really have a way to kind of be aggressive across the map with harassment without rebuilding that Prism. And of course, that is expensive, and it takes away from Immortal build time, which he needs to build because he lost all of his Immortals. Showtime is going to keep the pressure up. Now that he's got map control of these Stalkers, he will intend to keep it, although this is going to be a successful hold on the high ground from Goblin, and Goblin's 4th will get to build. It is just that much further behind Showtime's, though.
It is. He's got 3 Immortals in the mix, which definitely bolster this army pretty significantly, but Showtime's got the mobility here. He's also posturing and gets to shut this down. Now he can go home, doesn't have to worry too much, and just keep on leaning on Goblin.
Keep on leaning. Stalkers and the Zealots still moving about. +2 attack and the armor upgrade coming in as well. Dark Shrine is building. A few extra Stalkers all coming in. I mean, I like the Dark Shrine. It's some way for Goblin to maybe actually bring himself back in this game. It gives him options again, instead of just kind of waiting for Showtime to keep finding openings and kill him. It could maybe give him a way to be back on the map and getting something done. So I do like that. I think that's a big deal. We got our Prism about to finish. +2 attack is going to be done soon. Our Stalkers knocked down a Pylon. We knocked down a Probe as well. And we blink back across the right side to go grab a Nexus.
Yeah, this is really suffocating. No cancel there either, so a big old kill. And that resources lost tab. I think over the last minute, Showtime hasn't lost a unit, because I swear his number of resources lost has been the same. And right now, Goblin, where does he take a 4th? I don't think he can. Like, Showtime's army on both sides is pretty massive. And this little hit squad over here, that's just a good amount to start picking at this while just navigating over to the 4th. And oh, Showtime's looking big.
Yeah, he is just playing 2 armies. Again, his control is impeccable. He's up an upgrade. Oh, it's +2 attack versus 1-1. I generally would prefer +2 attack over the 1 armor, so Showtime just to head in kind of every way. And again, just kind of picking a fight over here. He jumps on the Immortal, gets rid of it, man. He just knows what fights he can take, doesn't he? He's going to get rid of this Immortal too, so he's just winning out on that right-hand side, getting rid of some of the defensive units that are meant to be very useful, and just chipping away, because he's also up 20 workers, so if you're up 20 workers, you can afford to take slightly inefficient trades as well.
And throughout all this, Showtime's moving up to 12 gateways. Goblin's still just rocking 4. Like, obviously, there's a big investment on those DTs, but, I mean, numbers do not lie, and Showtime's going to get his own Dark Shrine on the go as well, realizing that the map is his playground at this point. And yeah, the army on the right side is just getting bigger. Goblin just hunkering on down on 3 bases, trying to get that 4th up, getting more gateways as well. But I feel at some point Showtime's going to realize that he can just absolutely have his wicked way with him.
Yeah, I don't think we're too far away from this. As again, at this point, you're just trading, rebuilding, trading again. Every time in Immortals here, we just knock it down without issue. And with Zealots coming in as well, just going to be able to have a little bit more kind of in the front tank. And we're going to target fire the Nexus down, just get rid of the 4th. Now Goblin has even more economic issues. If, being behind 20 probes was not enough, he's now behind 20 probes and a whole entire 3 bases. I mean, he's just dead in the water. It really is. This game is pretty much done and dusted. Showtime is just looking for the final fight at this stage.
It really is. And, Goblin did a good job of fighting with far less, but he knows it. Showtime looked very fierce in map number 1. He was even going up to a 6th base, taking the gold in the bottom left, just realizing how good a situation he was in. You know, it's just map 1. Goblin still has a good few maps remaining, because he didn't play bad by any means. It's just, it started off rough with those stasis, and I mean, if those stasis didn't connect, and, you know, we're just talking like 1 or 2 stalkers instead of a big old block of 8 or so, maybe we could have been looking at a different victor there.
No, that is true. I mean, the stasis wards were really, I think, far and away the absolute guarantee reason why Showtime was in such a good position. I mean, you know, like, plain and simple, you just can't let stasis wards like that go off so repeatedly. And yes, okay, like, you know, hitting one, it's maybe going to happen, but it was just non-stop. The stasis wards just kept on landing, connecting, and every single time Goblin loses some units or momentum from it. Like, the first stasis ward, Showtime immediately blinks on the prism, gets rid of Immortals. The next stasis ward catches a group of stalkers that ends up killing a bunch of them. That was the momentum switcher. This game was won by stasis wards.
No, it definitely is. Second map will be Oceanborn.
Yeah. I mean, pretty standard, right? I feel like
Pretty damn standard.
Oceanborn has been favored by some races sometimes, where it's like, the layout is still kind of decent for like Terran and TVZ and stuff, but I think at the end of the day, it's still, as far as it goes, fairly standard, fairly normal. A couple different expansion choices. Pretty regular size, obviously, as well, so heading to Oceanborn for game number 2. We'll see if Showtime can keep it running, or if Goblin can dodge the stasis wards and maybe get himself a map on the scoreboard here as we go into game 2 of the series. We'll be starting off in the bottom right-hand corner with the blue Protoss player from the Platinum Heroes. This is Goblin.
And in the top left, representing Berlin International Gaming, it is Showtime. Yeah, and we did kind of talk a bit about the way that Showtime opened and Goblin. Like, Goblin definitely took the defender's approach, and Showtime was all about the aggression. And when I do think about Showtime, obviously people know that he's got great defense and whatnot, but the aggression and stuff, it's something that he's not unfamiliar with either. And Goblin, when it comes to some of his other matchups, I know he likes to stick with certain builds, making him a tiny bit more predictable. I'm wondering if this game he's going to mix it up a little bit, given how it didn't go that well in game number 1.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of tried to match Showtime. Not going to say step for step, but he kind of says, you know, I'll play something macro-focused as well. It could absolutely just open the door to Goblin saying, okay, nope. I mean, to be fair, you can also look at that game as Goblin and be like, well, you know what, the macro didn't go well, but did I lose the macro game or did I lose the stasis ward game? Because if he just dodged stasis wards, he hadn't really made a mistake up until that point. It was the stasis wards that kind of really swung everything, so you go into game 2, you fix that part of it. It's a fairly easy fix in the grand scheme of, like, playing a macro game. Like, a lot of the time you play the macro game, it's, like, very hard to pinpoint what it is that you need to change to have a chance next time around. But this time, you actually do just know.
Absolutely do. Absolutely do. Now, Goblin this game did go for a scout again, tiny bit later than what Showtime went for. Showtime feels very confident in his PvP openings in general, and again, exact same unit choices from both these guys early on. And I do wonder, because, you know, these players get to play each other a lot. If you're ever laddering in Europe, you run into the same names all the time, and that's because the player field, like the level that these guys are playing at, is just so damn high. Getting there is tough. And if I know... Oh, wait, Goblin has changed it up a little bit, so... In fact, is he going to just get a sentry on this second gateway again? Looks like it, yeah. So, very much same old, whereas Showtime, 2 adepts, but then 2 sentries afterwards. It is... It's always one thing you have to keep in mind. Like, players have styles and strengths, builds, and things like that. But if you are a player that's willing to divvy it up a little bit, as opposed to a player that doesn't, it does automatically give you a way to tinker with it and hone in on the weaknesses of that kind of play.
It's very cool, right? Just the deeper you get into StarCraft, all the little things that can come around and be noted and everything, it's very cool. As you have a couple of adepts going to be moving up. Probe on that high ground as the adepts will not be jumping into 2 stalkers and 2 sentries, but it is still from Showtime, still just a check, right? Like, he's checking to see what's going on. He knows what his opponent's unit composition is early in the game, so he knows what possibilities are likely to lend themselves into play from there. And as once again Goblin just hits that Robo, Showtime is again just going to move into the Twilight Council. So kind of similar to the last game in terms of the eventual text, just Showtime not going to go via the Stargate here.
No, he isn't. It's going to be slightly faster expansion from him. He's been good about chrono boosting out his probes as well. He's been very spot on about that. And they're both scouting in different ways, aren't they? Like the hallucination versus, well, now the hallucination from Showtime, but the Adepts on the field again, just to be a nuisance. And I dare say Showtime's going to take this position and just do a lemon, where he starts expanding like crazy behind it, takes an earlier third and all that. Because he can, and he knows it as well.
He knows it as the couple of Adepts kind of started straight up there. There's a probe on the high ground. Got that blink coming up from Showtime. The Robo facility's about to be done. Get ourselves, again, the Robo about to be done. Blink coming through. All of that establishing as the couple Stalkers go chasing the Adepts back to the middle.
That is a pretty damn early Warp Prism out of Goblin. Alright, so yeah, Dark Shrine on the go. And Showtime does have a Hallucinated Phoenix just a bit north. Hasn't yet. Oh, now it's literally... it got started 15 seconds ago and he goes and spots it. I mean, unfortunate for Goblin. Unfortunate. And it feels like Showtime is just more than ready for this already. He's got his Observers on the go. Takes his third base. He's got Blink more than halfway done as well.
Yeah, I kind of like the idea from Goblin because he put the Robo down like last game, so it looks very similar in terms of units that start popping out, and then, you know, you pop the Dark Shrine down afterwards, and it's a bit of like a, hey, look at what I'm doing, something a bit different, but it gets figured out, and, well, at least you have DTs for throughout the game, but I'm not sure Showtime's going to let up too many opportunities. Showtime's going to have that faster third base as well. Again, just the fact he's on Blink already to me gives him so much opportunity. Blink is such the king of PvP in a lot of ways. I know it's not been as great lately in terms of just like it's not as dominant a choice, but to me it still really is just that freaking good. This is looking amazing for Showtime already. I love where it's going to, and it just isn't quite what I would want to see if I'm a Goblin fan right now.
No, definitely not. He's already situated on the back foot here, and whether he just expected a different opening out of Showtime, like I've seen the double Adept, maybe expecting it was going to be the 4 and the Oracle, and then it's like, I'm going DTs now, but yeah, it's a bit of a roughie. Showtime continually scouting, as is Goblin, so they both know what's up, and he does get confirmation that he let the Dark Shrine finish. And if we look at the positioning of Showtime, he does have a little red spot in the northeast side of his base. He's also got vision in the far left side of his base as well, with that assimilator over there just being a nice little spot. Charge starts up, +1 for both these guys as well. Even gonna go and nibble a pylon in the north here just to get super confirmation if anything does fly on by. Or not. Just gonna go for the 11.
Yeah, just gonna get that drop down. Blink finishes up in a moment here from Goblin. Here it's actually gonna be a lead on +1 attack, so something that Goblin will have a slight advantage on. It was Showtime to have the upgrade lead last time around, as Showtime will have a faster charge, and he is continuing to build Immortals, which is also something Showtime did not do last game, right? He was only on the Stalkers, he never built an Immortal, so a little bit of a different stance there. And the Temple Archives, also something we didn't see much of last time around.
No, definitely not. There are 2 DTs being warped in, not sure where exactly, but definitely not with this Warp Prism, which has been spotted. Looks like they were defensive just for an Archon or so, and Goblin's feeling it's time to move out. And he does have 3 Immortals and Archon. Fairly similar numbers across the board for both of them. Like, if there was a time for him to make a move out, it is kind of now with that 4th base being on the go, but he's also committed to his own 4th base, so a little bit of a fakey-jakey over here, and won't really make too much of it. We've just got I mean, this is far less intense PvP.
Yeah, we're just both happy sitting back and playing into the longer stages. There is going to be a point where a switch is flicked and it's going to be like all-out aggression though, right? That's what PvP tends to do. If they decide to sit back and build up, once they're happy, the fights seemingly never stop because you're going to clash with the big armies, they're going to try and run by all the time. The action really should pick up because you also want to be action-packed enough that you don't give your opponent an opportunity to really kind of like get like, you know, a transition into disruptors, for example, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Showtime's posturing aggressively, and he does have a little bit more supply. Got to remember the investment into the Dark Shrine, which, you know, didn't use DTs, but just going to morph them into Archons. There is a second Forge online as well for Goblin, which, not the craziest investment, but it does mean that Showtime's army will be packing a little bit of extra muscle early on, a few extra units here. But again, numbers very, very close. It's just, it's a lot of Stalkers for Goblin, to be fair to him. But no charge loss at all.
Yeah, playing no charge is kind of scary. He does have the Archons to try and help knock down some of those charge lots, get that splash damage going. That would be kind of the hope here as Showtime is up about 20 army supply looking for this fight. Question is, does he want to take this fight, kind of moving into his opponent's side of the map, into potential batteries? Upgrades are currently still even at +1 apiece. Guardian Shield pops, so I mean, if we're going to go soon. Extra Zealots warping in. That is Showtime's choice, just to spam Zealots and to try and bring those in. Maybe send a few Zealots down to the 4th base as you've got the army kind of focusing on the 3rd. I do not mind that he stops to kill the rocks as well. What that enables him to do is to back away much more easily. He'll force field here to punish the blink. He lost one Immortal, but he gets a lot of Stalkers out of it.
He certainly does. And Goblin, obviously it was quick to pounce. He did some nice micro with a single Stalker earlier, utilizing both his Forges as his upgrades do finish. But Showtime's maxed out. And this is a scary max out that he has as well. Like, Goblin's done a good job of just making sure that Showtime can't get this wraparound with those Zealots. But that is such a huge amount of Protoss here. It really is. And goes that down, takes out that pylon there. But now, now Goblin has to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, he is going to back away just a little bit. I mean, Showtime's army is almost maxed. Showtime should be looking for a fight. He wants to trade out at the very least. He doesn't have an eco advantage or anything though, so he has to make sure to not trade out too badly. It's not like he could, in the last game where he could like trade a little bit ineffectively, but that's okay because he was mining more, so he'll rebuild more. And it looks as though he's just going to let it use his range units to try and get a couple of picks. This is why I kind of expected a bit more aggression, because now Goblin is sat back and Showtime says, cool, well if you're sitting back and not forcing anything, I'm free to build disruptors. And so now Showtime's army just becomes that much better. And Goblin has not made that step in the game, so suddenly disruptors versus no disruptors, Showtime's army is massively better just for the inclusion of those units.
Yeah, Goblin is going to work his way into charge. Granted, it is a bit of a late charge, but he survived. He survived a stage of the game that Showtime was definitely looking for a fight. And Showtime, he's not going to let him rest too long. Just take out a Warp Prism for his troubles there in the middle of the map. And he is a little bit faster to get that 5th base up, but this wasn't the greatest fight for Showtime, and now disruptors are shown. But any kind of gateway losses for Showtime at this point, not the worst, because then he can really rebolster on these big, heavy-hitting units. But Goblin just kind of marching through that high grass there and gets a few value units for his time.
Yep, I mean, actually nice to get rid of some of the tech units there, and that is going to be expensive losses. So, charge on's on the way up. That's about halfway done from Goblin. +3 attack is about to finish as well from him. He does have an armor and a shield advantage, by the way, so he's continuing to work on those upgrades, which Showtime has only just now started out on, for example, an armor upgrade. The sad news is disruptors don't care about upgrades, so that's one way in which Showtime will just discredit the investment that Goblin has made earlier in this game, as we do get Zealot on top of this 5th. But the DT is finally showing up as big disruptor shot. 2 sentries and an Immortal getting caught in that one. And yeah, nice little grab for Showtime.
This is where Showtime does have to be careful though, because I mean, Goblin has weathered the storm. Upgrade lead is very much getting in his favor as well. And I mean, the DTs are doing a good job of negating this damage quite considerably. Goblin's still investing into those upgrades big time with the Forges, but yeah, these disruptors, you always have to respect disruptors. Because as you said, they don't care about your upgrades. So even if you've got them, but Showtime's just absolutely slamming out Zealots on this side. But he needs some vision for those DTs. Oh, he does have it now with the Observer. And he's got Observer speed as well.
Yeah, has to be careful. His opponent's Observer is there. Goblin, is he paying attention? He was. He blinks back. But the Disruptors do hit the Immortal, so they are low. And they get another good Disruptor shot. A couple of Stalkers hitting the Immortal again, just picking its health apart, making it an easier snipe for Stalkers further down the line. And Showtime still being the aggressor and the player to kind of initiate a lot of these battles at this stage.
Yeah, this is those disruptors of easy pickings there at the front line. So nice little hits there by Goblin. He's not making this easy. Like, he's not going down without a fight. Resources lost tab is actually very slightly in favor of Goblin here, and his army's quite a lot easier to maneuver than Showtime's. But when it comes to a big, old, actual fight, I'm a bit worried for him.
Yep. The Disruptor squad is looking big, by the way. Like 6 of them in the back here. If they ever get in range of this army to actually start firing, it's going to be tough. And you got a couple of Immortals to help you kind of push through this. We're actually blinking forwards to chase with the Stalkers, and Showtime may take a position kind of down the ramp on the left side, try and get on top of the 5th base. Zealots there. Fortunately for Goblin, only 1 force field available, as there could have been a lot of his Zealots just getting caught immediately. Now the Disruptors are going to force their way down this ramp, and they are starting to hit the Stalkers. And this is starting to be pretty deadly for Goblin, who needs to blink, but he cannot. And he loses a chunk of units, and Showtime's supply is going to start overwhelming, as he is dealing with this attack on the right side as well. So he's dealing with that. And yeah, this army of Goblin is unfortunately just melting away. This is looking as though Showtime is going to clean up game number 2.
Yeah, and he's even advancing in tech as well, getting the Stargate online, so looking for the next stage in this game if there was ever going to be one. But Goblin's stuck. He can't do anything from here. He's getting completely shut down, and Showtime's taking a 6th base and killing the 5th base of Goblin. Goblin's going to try and take his other 5th base. And again, he's getting those upgrades, but similar story. This is Showtime just microing in 2 spots very nicely, and his army's just better.
It really, really is, as we do drop in another Disruptor shot or 2. Zealots and Stalkers will continue to charge by, and we are just going to go pushing into this base. I mean, we're only on Stalkers here as Goblin. This cannot sustain itself. And if Disruptors just catch even 1 Stalk each and every time, the numbers just get whittled down. Showtime will eventually take this as another Disruptor shot, another couple units getting caught. Obviously, the base count is heavily in Showtime's favor as well. Probe count is starting to slip in his favor. And Goblin, the only good thing I can say for him is he's getting a bunch of upgrades that are just never going to be impactful. Like, they would have been nice as we try and play the catch on these Disruptors. The Disruptors get a few Stalkers, though, post-blink.
Yeah, they really do, and that resource is lost out, Wardy. If we bring it up now, not in favor of Goblin at all anymore, and GG. Showtime, just very solid, very competent PvP, and yeah, not much else to say. Like, he can make some of the absolute best players just look like they can't keep up, but it really feels like Showtime is just hitting his stride, hitting his comfort zone, and we mentioned it a little bit earlier. The fact that Serral is not in the mix this season for this regionals, the players like Showtime that, you know, he's going to run into those big dogs later on. Having 1 less big dog to worry about, this could actually be a season that Showtime is absolutely vying for like a top 3 finish, and he's looking good.
Yeah, I think Showtime's biggest hurdle is probably, honestly, Clem. I think against Reno, he's fairly comfortable, especially with Reno and Korea. Clem's the problem. I feel like every time Showtime plays against Clem, it's definitely Clem favored. It's a matchup that he just can't seemingly get a good enough grasp on to kind of like completely swing his way. And he can beat Clem. It's just that would be, I would say, his kind of biggest challenge. Maybe MaxPax, but I feel like he's still very competent enough against MaxPax in the PvP. Those are obviously very weird games when they play with the mass air versus mass air that they typically end up on. So
yeah, I mean that's kind of like on any other day it's like 55-45, right, for either one of them. And like MaxPax got the edge last time they played, but the next day it's just like, you know,
here we go again.
Yeah, a different swing of affairs. Like both very, very solid at that matchup. But right now, yeah, Showtime's he's a beast, man. I also want to see who he played in the group stage, because we talked about Goblin's run being very, very solid, knocking down players like HeroMarine and whatnot. Yeah, HeroMarine, Mana, Skillus, any of those players, I'd be like, is Goblin the favorite? Yeah, maybe against Mana, but that's a close one. And then Showtime went 2-0 Night Phoenix, 2-0 Krishana, 1-2 MaxPax, then 2-0 Aquaron. So the only really tested him was MaxPax so far, and that's because, you know, he's a little bit of a G.
A little bit of a G. All right, well, in the bottom left-hand side, looking to try and somehow get a map in this series. I think it's aggression time. I think we stop trying to play these longer games. That's not Goblin to me. We'll see if Goblin agrees. In the bottom left, guess what? It's Goblin.
And spawning over in the top right, currently 2-0 up. Here's the red toss. It is Showtime. I'm liking what we're seeing from Showtime so far. It's just different, but he gets a hold of the game nice and early and just kind of retains his lead, doesn't he?
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Like, the thing is, Showtime is under no pressure, I feel like, to do anything super quickly, because he knows in a longer game he's very comfortable. So he just sort of sits, he just sort of chills, he waits, and then he's just so patient because he knows, like I say, he's in no rush to kind of find the best possible fight or whatever. He will just let it play out, let it go, and then eventually find his opening, find the moment where he has a lot of bit of map control. In this game, it took all the way through to tech into disruptors, and then boom, guess what? He's able to start pushing, prodding, and from there, it just felt as though he slowly dismantled Goblin.
Yeah, and Goblin, he's been doing slightly later probe scouts in this series, but this game, this is going to be very wild out of both of them. So Showtime puts down his proxy pylon, which, you know, just doesn't mean anything so far, but kind of backed up to see if Goblin was also doing it, given that he hasn't scouted him. Neither player has scouted so far. And he's just going to be like, you know what, let's go plonk a, I think it's going to be Stargate, yes, yeah. Stargate over here. It's a nice location for it. And Goblin, again, same units coming out of him. Sentry Stalker, and most likely going to be the same again.
It's kind of wild to me that Goblin is the guy that just suddenly feels like his comfortable opener is like Sentry Stalker expanding. Just not what I expected at all from him coming into this. I know he's played like I know he's obviously played pretty confidently throughout the group stages, and maybe gained a little confidence boost from that, but yeah, maybe, I guess he's kind of like a bit of a reborn player in a way, but unfortunately it's just not working out against Showtime just yet.
If he goes for the Robo again very early on, that could definitely be a little bit problematic for him, because I mean, it's a very quick Oracle. That scout from him does get to spot what is going on, and he's going to have a hallucination out on the map here, but it is predictable, isn't it? Like, Showtime, far better PvP player than I'll ever be, but the fact that he's running in there, like, I got the feeling that even though Goblin had a really good group stage, once you start getting to these longer, drawn-out series that are best of fives and stuff, your tricks or your way of playing and your opponent's way of sniffing out these tricks and stuff and the way that you play, it just gets worse for you if you only have one way of playing. And so far, look at this from Showtime, just gets in here. The units were all at the natural where they have been every series, and it's the same units as well. And it's just like 4 probes, boom, I'm out of there. It's trouble, man, because when I've seen Goblin in PvT as well, it's been very much like, I'm going to open up Phoenix, and it's the same thing. The follow-ups might be slightly different, but it's not so much about those follow-ups, you know? And already, we're seeing Showtime just get an edge just based on openings, and I think it's a lot about him just absolutely knowing before he even scouts it what Goblin's going for, because we've seen 2 games of him now. It's not been a change. Well, this is the 3rd game, rather, and it's not been a change.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's just the same thing again and again and again and again, so just keeps on doing it, keeps on doing the same old stuff. And, yeah, I mean, same old, right? The more you do it, the more likely it is that someone like Showtime is going to identify the weaknesses, identify the moments, going to grab the probe up here as well. And dive to the low ground, there's a lot of sentries there, and that means the Oracle does get zapped pretty quickly. But still, just controlling. And it's the Dark Shrine from Goblin again. Surprising.
Surprising, but maybe just... I think it was Goblin that said this at a LAN one time. He was like, I was doing this build, but I didn't think he would expect it again. And it was one of those like, what do you mean? Like, you know, you just did this multiple times in a row. Why wouldn't you think he would expect it again, kind of thing? And it, you know, didn't work out. But Warp Prism, very aggressively placed here. And there's nothing in the main base to greet it right now. So that's quite nice. I mean, I say that, but Warpins are a beautiful thing, and Showtime was moving into a good position there against it. And these Oracles, have they dived deep enough to find out what's actually happening in the main? Does deny the probe at the 3rd?
Yeah. I have not really been able to see it, right? So no information on the setup just yet. Showtime at home, he's got 1 observer out. He's building now a 2nd Immortal for himself. Of course, one observer. The Oracles can revelate too, but on the wrong side of the map, as you'll see the third base going down. So this is kind of a question of where the obs is at and how quickly you can split your units up and all of this. The Phoenix might be able to get on the Prism and put some pressure on that. That would be great. Just stop this Prism from sticking around, stop these DTs from being able to escape away. And now both DTs are committed to the main. Let's see a couple of depths on the natural at the same time. So some multi-prong. The Oracles will come back. Showtime trying to figure out the split here to make this a comfortable defense. The Observer is going to show up. We're going to get rid of one of the DTs. The other gets the recall out. That will be good to go for the moment. And that is that.
Yeah, this, again, it's just rough, because the game, like, you get to see that Goblin's a very competent player, but this is just a player just reading him very solidly and just getting leads here and there. And yeah, it's rough, man. It really is rough, because in this game, Goblin has more probes, but it's because Showtime's army is freaking solid, man. And I mean, there's no shield battery here. That's a huge Protoss army. And this third base, I mean, even that Archon, that's his one power unit here in the mix. He does have an Immortal joining the fray as well, which keeping it alive with those force fields, beautiful.
Yeah, force fields is going to keep it back. If you do see another Immortal showing up from Showtime, though, and he's already whacking away at this third. And this is obviously not good. As the probes pull in, we do get rid of one Immortal, but the Phoenix can now lift up the Immortal as well. So there it just is, just taking out the equation. Plain, simple, easy for Showtime, 3-0. And he does not waste any time at all in moving through to the next round of the winner bracket.
Yeah, definitely a shame, because I do think Goblin is a very good player, but he this has been kind of his Achilles heel for a little bit. Just needs to learn how to mix these things up, because you start getting into these deep runs, and it's a very similar story every time for him. He meets somebody that figures him out and just doesn't get to get going. And you can see that in the macro game, he was very, very competent, very good. Needs to learn how to mix up these openings a little bit more than just being like, oh, well, I went this tech after I did the same opening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. I was surprised it was so similar each and every game. Well, that does mean that Goblin drops down to the lower bracket. He'll play the loser of Gung Fu Band to Spirit. Showtime plays the winner of that series, but that's a series that is played tomorrow. For now, we jump to the bottom half of the bracket, where Lambo battles HeroMarine. We'll be seeing that one, and then Clem versus Bly still coming up as well. 2 series, 2 best-of-5s remain. We'll see you after this.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, everybody, as we get set up into HeroMarine versus Lambo for our next match. We've got a couple series remaining here. We are ready to go into this TVZ. The players have been waiting for us to get set, and that is where we are at right now. So, a couple 3-0 so far in Europe. Surely this is where it ends. Surely we got a bit of a closer matchup here, Ben.
It's definitely one that we hope for, because we've been zooming through this region so far, eh? And I mean, of the matches today, I love both these guys. Like, these guys are ones that you love to watch. You love to see them win. You love to see them lose. And I say that not as a bad guy. Just whoever beats either one of these guys, you know that they had to be playing well to do it. So you're most likely going to be seeing some top stellar StarCraft, because HeroMarine, he's always been a beast. He's Mr. Consistent. He's had phenomenal runs at the Katowices as well. So for a while it was Big Gabe, Monday Gabe, but he's learned how to channel it on the big stage in front of absolutely everybody. And Lambo, he's not shy from performing really damn well either. So to get things started, spawning over in the top right-hand side here, it is Mousesports HeroMarine.
And in the bottom left-hand corner from the Shopify Rebellion, it's Mr. Pauser. Lambo.
Oh, wait, are we casting Pause Boy today? No. Neither are the Pause Boys.
Neither of the boys. Our settings are wrong, so we just take a moment here and get that sorted out. Hopefully it shouldn't be too long. We can just stay on this and we get resumed in a couple of moments.
Mate, it's very refreshing when you get to see things like this, and because there's certain RTS games out there that have a bit newer, like AoE4, that still have yet to add a pause function. So you enter a game, something's wrong, you have to do it on the fly, and you're like, oh my goodness, I hope nobody saw me looking terrible. But yeah, it's a blessing. It's a blessing. And what a fun map to start things off over here, eh?
Yeah, Dynasty is that kind of weird one for TVZ where it can be kind of cool on both sides. Obviously, there's ways for Zerg to deny the gold-based mine. There's absolutely ways for Terran to deny it as well. Would not expect the Zerg to actually rush to that gold base until they have much more control of the map a lot of the time. So it's actually kind of one of those weird things where we haven't seen it a lot yet, but I could really imagine TVZ a matchup where you kind of take the, at some point you take the gold, but not on the in-base side, but on the other side with the rich vest being later in the game if you're controlling the bottom portion of the map. I think that's a way more likely scenario than actually taking it in-base, because there's just so much drop potential for Terrans to deny it. So yeah, this map's, I think, because it doesn't get played loads and loads, still has a lot of figuring out to be done and little twists and turns to be kind of found within it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Gabe is going to be starting off here with a very typical 1-Rex fast expand, something that we know Terrans have loved for many, many a moon, and he's not doing it with an SCV Scout, so a tiny bit greedier with it. But the only time you really need to worry and really get a confirmation with an SCV Scout is if they do some kind of pool for shenanigans. But Lambo, not often the guy to be doing that kind of stuff, and so far it's setting up for a nice generic TVZ. And wait, this is our first TVZ of the day.
Yeah. Hammer, I wasn't kidding when we said we had PvP all day.
Yeah, freaking mental.
It's not just that. Yeah, we had one Zerg, Wayne, who was here for about 15 minutes of game time against Awesome. Otherwise, we haven't even had a Zerg all day.
Yeah, this is. I mean, TVZ. I love it. I love watching both these guys play this matchup. Lambo's very good. If there's one thing that I think Lambo's very good at, it's getting rolling. When he's at 80 drones, I think he's very good about setting that up. And oh my god! By the way, I love this build out of Gabe. This is beautiful. But Lambo's. Oh, what?
I was just gonna say, what do you love so much about it? Why?
So very often when you go for a 3cc build like this, it's your 3rd cc in base just being there to produce SCVs. Whereas now this is equally as safe for the time being, except those SCVs that you're producing, rather than just kind of filling up your main and natural, you're filling up the gold instead. So it's super duper economic. And honestly, if I'm a Zerg player, this is one of the things that I look at and I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to go up against that because it's just going to make the Terran openings quite a chunk faster. Like, if you think about the floating time for the third CC as well, it's like, you know, you might lose 2 or 3 SCVs doing it, and here you just don't. And pressuring that third base, like if you're going for a Ling Bane comp, which on a huge map like this, I'd imagine you do go for, it's just, how do you deal damage to it? I think it's really awesome.
Well, yeah, that's a really good point. And I mean, you can obviously have the Banshee up, so if there's any roaches that want to sit on the other side of the gold, you can kind of control those pretty much straight away as well. So a lot of ways in which, you're right, that's just going to give you, it's going to be a sweet opening, you're right. I can see why you love it, Bang. Greedy old Demu. As the drones are going to get jumped on. This is big as well. You're playing greedy, and then you're going to get damaged like this with the first 2 Hellions. 5 workers go down, and a massive drone pull off the natural. Huge start from HeroMarine.
Yeah, even this Overlord is under fire here, and does get a little bit of scout going on. And it's a tech class, so it's just a safety Banshee as well. It's not even a I'm going to deal damage to your Banshee, just a pure safety Banshee. And so far, this is just, I don't want to say a dream opening, because dream opening is just having the Zerg leave the game kind of thing, but I tell you what, HeroMarine's going to be smiling about this one. Behind the stern look, obviously.
Behind the stern look, yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we do have our Banshee just kind of chilling at home, actually, so just going to stay there. Really is just safety, right? Just wants to move into this kind of next stage. HeroMarine is a player who really loves kind of, when you get greedy openings like this, then just like being as powerful as possible on the big push and eventually just sending like one massive attack. That does feel difficult to do on this map, right? Because it is a larger map. It does feel difficult to kind of get to the other side. The middle can be quite choky. Do you think there's any potential we see a very aggressive kind of push from HeroMarine? As actually Lambo does take this gold kind of on the side I was talking about. I actually didn't expect him to do it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, we'll take it. The only thing he has to worry about now is rallying against drones to the right side first, then onto the minerals. Otherwise, you end up with a sort of embarrassing long drone walk to the main base kind of thing. But I was just thinking about this for HeroMarine. This opens up a lot of potential for those 8 barracks parade pushes. It really does, because you're going to see his supply absolutely skyrocket. And worker count as well. Look at that. Like, it's way higher for the Terran already, which is a big surprise. And granted, Lambo is going to catch up. But this boost for this build, like those 3 extra SCVs, plus you were mining gold earlier than a Zerg player, that is unheard of. And this is the kind of thing that this map really allows you to do.
Yeah, income graph is disgustingly in HeroMarine's favor. I mean, just a massive advantage. The income in his favor, and you know, as the race that generally trades better in this matchup, this is looking like a fantastic start for HeroMarine. As he gets up to 1-1, gets a combat shield, that will be the start of likely some more pressure on the map as well. 12 Marines building at a time off the 8 racks. We are going to go very soon here as Gabe.
Yeah, and he's absolutely cooking here. Like, that's a lot of depots all made. I don't see any SCVs being made by him, which, you know, he got to 60 faster than the Zerg, and now he's just absolutely swinging it, isn't he? And I mean, he will mine out that gold fairly quickly with how fast he got it, but the armory's lining up as well. It's like halfway done with the 1-1 finishing, but this is going to be such a scary push to deal with. Like, so damn scary. And that gold base is a prime target. There's 3 tanks on the field. There's still 6 Hellions as well. And Lambo, he's a guy that loves his Ling Bane, but he's supply blocked. 134 supply. And these tank positions as well, they are going to be very hard to deal with. And if we look at the army that's left over for HeroMarine back at his natural, I think he's going to be packing a massive... Look, this is huge!
Yeah, he was just like, I will not die to the first counterattack of the game. He's like, okay, you're not sending it? Cool. Reinforce, and this army is terrifying. We're talking plus 40 army supply, plus an armor upgrade, as Lambo is late to his carapace. I mean, the potential to be pushing into a gold here, which you kind of need to defend as Lambo. Losing out, that would be really terrible for him right now. This is rough. I mean, how do you even fight this? Because it's hard to get the wraparound, and it's one choke point through the center here. This is not nice at all, and HeroMarine is looking fantastic. There is a counterattack now coming across the map. I think Gabe has a lot of units there ready to go once again, so we got that set up. One more time.
I think Lambo's, is he doing a little queen drop behind the gold or something? Some bailing drop maybe? I see something over in the north base there, so that is a nice way to deal with that, and that definitely slows things down. And this run by in the natural, definitely solid. I tell you what, Lambo's doing about all he can in this kind of situation, but this Terran army, Lambo knows he can't quite deal with it.
I think Lambo's win condition now is to give up this bottom base and just try and hold out on the other bases, right? Basically say, hey, you have to spend a lot of time slowly approaching me on creep. That gives me time to rebuild. HeroMarine is not slowly approaching, though. He's kind of diving through. The tank's not sieging. This gives Lambo another opportunity to kind of dive forwards. He's going to get rid of all the tanks here as well. There's just so much Marines behind it all, and this is where Lambo may struggle. I don't know if there's another rebuild available for him at this point in time.
Me neither. He's working. He's trying to get units out, but GG is called. Great build by HeroMarine, and honestly, going forward, I wouldn't be surprised if Zerg just veto that map, because that looked disgusting.
That was disgusting. What do you even do to punish that? Do you think there's a good way?
In my Terran brain, I'm like, obviously having some roach behind the gold, but it's like, is that even that scary? It's not.
Not with the Banshee. That's what the Banshee
no.
covers, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, maybe taking your gold immediately fast, but that's risky for a whole other array of reasons, like the Hellions that come behind. I mean, you've seen funky plays where players like Reyna pop their queen out with a creep tumor to the other side and thing, but that is just, it's rough. I don't know what the veto situation was between these two, but that looks incredibly hard to deal with, and for all those things I said about the 3cc build, like having a third CC that you can plonk on location safely and your opponent can't do anything about it, and it's a gold, that is just like threefold of worst case scenario for Zerg. And yeah, Lambo did everything he could. Maybe getting out like some kind of queen drop nice and fast to be a real pain at that goal, but everything that I'm saying requires a build up, you know? So it's really rough. I would be as bold, and yeah, IRL bold as well, just to say like that's a straight veto for Zerg against Terran.
Well, we're going to go into post-youth next, which is another mouse we mentioned earlier. It's not really being seen a lot, but we do get to see it sometimes in this matchup, so away we go, as in I keep losing my words today. In the top right-hand side, our red Terran, it is going to be HeroMarine.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side is the blue Zerg. It is Lambo. Yeah, that was giga brutal. And I tell you what, this is another map that I love. So after barely seeing any of them, in fact, this is kind of like almost the first time that I've got to see these maps played. In fact, it's the first time today, but these are maps that I super enjoy just because they are so damn greedy. Like these bring me back to the old school days where you have these really weird, funky maps where you're very safe on the two bases, can be as greedy as you'd like. And yeah, I'm just genuinely curious. And Gabe, going for a 2-rax at the top of the ramp. So this very, well, it's a 2-rax Reaper build, I would very much guess, but interesting to do it because this doesn't scream to me the best map to do it on, but because of that, it could very well work out for him.
Yep. No, it's one of those situations where you're kind of doing the unexpected, and I'm with you because you got to kind of think here a little bit of how do you make these Reapers work? How do you get these Reapers to really be kind of impactful in this map as well? Because the Zerg is also playing an in-base expanded first, so see what we get done as HeroMarine next few moments to get this all settled down. And well, yeah, the Reaper's going to be popping, so we'll see if this can be a success in the early stages.
Another thing that I've also liked on this map, like this place where the Overlord is now, felt like a lot of the just normal Marine openings are very good. Like literally Marine expand, no gas, then you can pop off this Overlord, have a very, very quick and half gold base kind of situation that's also very good. And right now, the rush distance of this map is still very long. So these Reapers don't arrive at like a super scary timing. You could very equally set, well, not equally, because the previous map was disgustingly good for that Terran opening, but this is also quite a nice opening for the Zerg player.
Alright, Reapers dancing. You want to be careful. The last thing we want to do is to be losing one of those Reapers early, so they do pull away, they do hop back down to that low ground. Our Zergling speed is building for Lambo. The Reapers will just put some light pressure on that third hatchery, though I can't really imagine that is going to be a something that kind of sticks around. I guess it's quite far away from the ram to get to that third, actually, so yeah, the Queens are going to step back, and that third hatch is taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness.
It is, but unless you get the kill, in fact, what's this fourth unit? Oh, wow. Okay, the fourth Reaper showing up definitely makes this a little bit weirder, and Gabe behind this is being very greedy, in fact. This is no factory, 3 racks, in fact just 2 racks so far, but 2 engineering bays very, very quickly. Gabe is, he's definitely been in the lab with this one.
He really has been. You know, Gabe is one of the better players when it comes to prepping. When he knows who his opponent is going to be, even just kind of like, you know, the day before, he's really good at coming out with a game plan, thinking, oh, what kind of builds can I kind of get into? What kind of builds can I do that's a bit different? It's what makes him have such good runs at events, you know, you mentioned earlier, like the Katowice, right? Where he can just come in and be like, okay, this map I do this map I do that. And we already saw that a little bit on game number 1 here, you know, and it worked perfectly. So I do think that's a pretty sizable thing to keep in mind when it comes to Gabe, as you get those engineering bays going with the 1-1. And we are powering through at the moment with all of the macro stuff. 3 CC, 1-1 upgrades, and finally a factory to join us along the way.
Yeah, this is... You can already tell, though, that Lambo's not as in bad a shape this game, right? Like, supply-wise, it's not neck and neck. It's not with the Terran taking a big lead there. We'll be quite forward about taking this gold. I haven't seen this map so much in TVZ, especially when it starts to get more regular. But the fact that these upgrades are coming online so quickly for Gabe, that's definitely not something you super expect.
No, it's not, and it's going to give Gabe a lot of really good early trades. And I think it's going to be very good for him being able to put pressure on the map, take out creep, and really kind of work creep away from that gold base to make that a target later. Because the gold base is something you can tack into the Terran quite nicely, because it has high grounds and so on around it that you can set the tanks up on and so forth. So I do think just having early upgrades and being able to kind of be out there and be powerful enough to kind of stand up against some of the first few, you know, Ling units and so on, I think that has a lot of potential.
It does. And he's getting his armory online. Like, this is a very quick armory. It started at, what, 5 minutes here? And that's because the 1-1 is very soon to be completed here. Third CC does land on location. And Lambo's upgrades are decently fast as well, before the lair started, which is fast by Zerg means, but when you compare them to the Terran here, it's like, holy crap, those are very quickly online. And I think Combat Shields is going to finish kind of with the first push out that Gabe wants to do here. Armory pretty decently timed as well for the next set of upgrades. It's very much going to come down to the first push for Gabe, like where he wants to be, how he wants to approach it.
It's typical for Gabe, right, in a way, to kind of have that first push be very powerful. It does feel like it's like almost the essence of a lot of his TVZ builds. It's going to be exactly what he does again here with that 2-2 timing. Going to be so quick, so early. Like you say, so powerful. Lambo actually mining out those minerals just to open the map up a bit, which I do not mind at all. Kind of cool to just see the map, like I say, just kind of opened out and just have access between his bases more easily. As he's not stopped in terms of getting droned up and onto all of these other bases. He's extremely late on the Baneling Nest. I mean, we are not going to have Bane speed when 2-2 is done, I think. Or if we do, it's like it's only just going to finish. So that's already feeling like something that's going to be a pretty big deal. As these Medivacs do get chased away, actually took a big shot off the Queen. Obviously doesn't knock the Medivac down, but brings it a little low, a little bit tender for future assaults.
Does make it a little bit tender, Wardy, and Gabe going up to 8 barracks again. And these Marines right now, they are... Ooh, that Medivac almost got cut down there. That could have been a massive blow for HeroMarine, just kind of thwarting the early aggression from him. But Gabe, he's all about that aggression, man. Worked out in the first game. He went about it in a different way here, and it's going to be 2-2 online very quickly. So not reaping the rewards from the super fast and greedy third on the gold, but He's definitely utilizing the fact that he was very, very safe with this map layout, but Lambo this game going up to high very quickly. So even though his baneling speed was delayed for sure, he's going to be very set up for getting that hive on the go, but HeroMarine's been catching up in supply, and now he's got a couple of drops out on the map, and that 2-2, it's going to be a big fat timing.
It really is terrifying, the timing of this 2-2. Well, we do have this drop coming in, the other drop out of the map getting chased away. 2-2 is very close to finishing. We'll see how quickly Gabe goes. Like, is he going to be in position for 2-2 being done? Is he going to move out kind of as it finishes? I only note this because, again, baneling speed is still not quite ready. It's very good that Lambo did not miss a beat when getting that started. That is a huge factor. As you see those Banes connecting in, Marines load back up and we're going to jump into the main base.
Creep spread's been really good by Lambo. Like, it's not as if HeroMarine hasn't been trying to, you know, put some pressure on, but Lambo's been very good. And now HeroMarine, he's hit that zone. 61 workers here, and he's getting close to the goal. Granted, there's still a lot of creep to work through, but Lambo, he's fighting at an upgrade deficit right now. Does he want to take a fight? I mean, if it's a great one, sure, but he has to be so careful because this Terran ball in the middle. 60 off Marines on the map. Okay, drop's getting shut down by Lambo. Lambo's not in bad shape here, and he can move back to the south to take that fourth base instead.
I think the big thing is, obviously, Lambo's going to finish his upgrades, and it's going to like, okay, cool, well, there's the Terran advantage gone, right? But what Gabe has still done is he's still going to have taken a really good position during this time that he's had the upgrade lead. So he's still going to have a position that Lambo would have to break through to some extent. There is that massive counterattack across the map right now, and we do not really see Gabe set up with anything to defend that. He's going to turn around a bunch of units, although they, I think, get run into by Banelings. Meanwhile, over here, the Bane's going to crash through. Some of those Marines do get back onto those Lings. A lot of SCVs start dropping, and this is Lambo hitting in two different directions. The army supply here, HeroMarine, is standing strong, though, and it's the problem with those siege tanks. You just can't push into them, and these Lings turning back onto the Marines here, probably not going to be a good enough trade, even with their own 2-2 finished. And that's a lot of units going down, and now HeroMarine can more comfortably reinforce. This base is in trouble, and HeroMarine continues to pick his way through Lambo right now.
He really does, and these tanks are very well situated as well. Look at these connections here for these tanks. Getting the wraparound on them does Lambo, and he is at hive tech. I think he does have an Ultralisk Cavern done as well, so that's a big deal. And HeroMarine is so damn committed to all of this. This is a big all-in from him. He's getting some Liberators out as well. And Lambo did keep that base alive just about.
Big deal, because that is currently his fourth. And the gold is rebuilding currently. Maybe he won't keep it alive much longer, but Adrenal Gland is now going to be done. These Lings are going to be even better. The problem is getting the Banes in reach of these Marines. There's just so many of them. Lambo is going to be off retreating, but the drones! Oh, they just try to go to the gold, but the wrong way, because obviously they can access through the center, so that's what they try to do. The tanks sieging up here. A lot of Marines actually in medevacs. We're going to split apart. Other Marines showing up. The tanks in the back are just absolute monsters. They've been there the entire time. Just sat and holding that position as Lambo still tries to clean this up with the Ling Bane, but the numbers are getting worse and worse. He's 50 army supply down, and it is not looking good for him in any way, shape, or form.
And Liberators just add another insult to the injury that Lambo's already facing. Does pull them just to stop the liberation zones, and Blinding Cloud on one of the tanks, but it's just too much Terran here. I think Gabe's done it 2 games in a row here with the 8 racks, and Lambo, oh my goodness, Gabe looking absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, once he gets going with these deadly timings, he can do so well for himself, and that's just what we see day in and day out from Gabe. It's like I say, it's such a typical way for him to play, and it's got to be frustrating for Lambo, because to some extent you kind of know that these things are coming. It's just they're so well executed that it's hard to stop.
They're really well executed, and I did feel that this map lent itself quite a bit better to Lambo's opening. But still, if you hit a timing like that, which is, you can see it, like point A to point B, where he wants to be, and it's not necessarily about the early game shenanigans that go on, like he was kind of like shaving off some Lings here and there, kind of limiting the creep spread, but you really got the idea very early on of how he wanted to play that game out, and it went exactly how he wanted it. I think that run by from Lambo was a bit of a missed opportunity there, because there was a lot of SCVs that would have been a much nicer target for him than kind of trying to hug those Marines in that little gap. But still, very well played by HeroMarine. It will be Crimson Court, so just new maps between these two.
Yeah, I like it though. What do you think of Crimson Court? I think Crimson Court almost lends itself to the Terran hate racks again. It's like, it's super narrow. You can push down one direction. Flanks are not easily to come by. I kind of feel like it's a dream.
I think it's actually not bad for Terran either. Like, the fact that it starts off with 2 avenues automatically means that run-bys are less of a threat. So that's good. Now, depending on how Lambo chooses to expand and stuff, it could open you up to drop play and things like that. But we'll see. We'll see as the game goes on. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, currently 0-2 down. It is Lambo.
In the top right-hand corner, the red Terran player from Mouse, HeroMarine.
Really, really cool builds out of HeroMarine so far. I've enjoyed them for, I mean, Terran brutality, but also just its simplicity. Just 8 barracks, get your push going. Don't have to worry about the game getting complicated, getting ghosts out and things like that. Just killing the Zerg before they get going.
Killing the Zerg before we get going. It's yeah. You know what? When you break down HeroMarine's playstyle, sometimes it's really so simplistic, right? It's like, it's the same in TVP. It's like, well, I'm gonna kind of, pick a variety of timing, and I'm just gonna push at that time in the game. I might edit it a bit based on if I kill a couple probes, but that's just his kind of nature, and it's kind of cool to see him able to bring that into TVZ because we know him so well for the TVP matchup and his domination there over time. But being able to bring that into TVZ with the ARAX, I mean, it's definitely something he's always done. Like, Katowice semifinals against Reynor was very ARAX dependent as well, way back in 2020. So, is that 2020? 2021? I can't remember which year it was. 2022, maybe. 2022 it was.
All right.
I got there in the end. Well, it was... we had an audience, so it was not... It was after the whole COVID thing, so it was 2022.
Okay.
Just took a moment.
Just a moment, Waddy. Just a moment. All right. 2 Reapers here. So he's been enjoying this Reaper opening. Like, he hasn't done it every map, obviously, but he's definitely been fond of it. I tell you what, there are certain things you can do on a map like this, because we did see that he liked those fast upgrades, and if it's working on a map like before, where the situation isn't the best for you, this is definitely an option here, and being able to navigate the avenues, like being able to pressure this natural. Does the Zerg just take the 4th base up to the left? Do they go for the triangular spot? Lambo's definitely... It's gonna be tough going up against Gabe when he's in this sort of form. It's kind of ruthless form.
Yeah, I feel like once Gabe gets confidence as well, he's just like... It really goes such a long way with his playstyle, right? There's a couple of grenades. Excuse me, a couple of grenades do go down, and the Zerglings will help to fight off those Reapers. We are going to triple CC behind this without any hesitation. And we just keep looking around for what's up. I do like that Lambo kind of takes the left side base. That's going to be harder for the Terran to find a way to push into. So I think it's worth mining those minerals and opening that pathway, because obviously Terrans can drop over there, but a big push ending up over there is either going to have to go through some rocks or mine out your minerals yourself on the top side, right? So that said, actually, if you do end up, say you take the triangle third as the Terran, then you mine out those minerals, that's a very deadly push into the 3rd base of the Zerg, because then there's 0 flank potential as the Zerg player.
Yeah, for real. And with how HeroMarine's situated his 3rd base, which is in his main, does kind of suggest he's going to go for that triangular base. I doubt he wants to open up that sideways passage, just because that's another way for the Zerg to counterattack you. You can just kind of hop over there with some medevacs and mean you're quite free. But it's a tough map to get Ling run-bys going. It really is.
Yep, it is absolutely horrendous for Ling run-bys. The deeper it goes, it gets better, right? Because you open up avenues, but like opening up those avenues are really way later in the game. So if you're talking about, a scarier mid-game base pushes like what HeroMarine does, yeah, trying to be, a run-by guy in that scenario is going to be tough. That just means the Terran can put even more focus on that big push. He's going to catch an Overlord here. Lambo will just be shy of a supply block from that. And that is no Overlord on the way either, so yeah. Rough little moment. As we do have Stim finishing soon, the medevacs on the way from the starport finishing, so we'll have all of that moving along in the next couple of moments and seeing just where HeroMarine is going to strike next.
it's a very different opening out of Gabe. Like so A, it was 3 Reapers, not 4. B, no engineering base online. I am curious what he's going to showcase this time, because he's moving up to 4 gases before... Okay, now he's dropping down the 2 engineering bays. So it's like differently timed in a lot of ways, but it's going to be, from what I can tell, a lot faster 2 medevacs on the go. And that could definitely make you... Oh, I'm not entirely sure if Lambo is going to be ready for this, just because it does look so similar, just very different. Those are builds that I do really like in StarCraft 2, where it looks fundamentally the same, and you might be ready for that, but this is going to be hitting very differently.
Yeah, this timing is... I mean, you can just see it coming. We're talking about a Zerg who's building a lair, building drones, building a bane nest. None of this really ready. Upgrades on the way, but not ready yet. And just these first Marines coming through. Overlord goes down, boom, supply blocks. You know what? You just got supply blocked with only 6 lings and 7 queens on the map. These queens have to pull some weight, and we're going to jump across towards the 3rd base here, because that's something a Terran can do. The rocks have not been knocked down yet, and now we're on top of the 3rd hatchery, and this is looking kind of bad. 4 hours, another queen pops out, and HeroMarine is going to respect it. He's going to pull back, but man, Lambo has just gotten away with something there as he loses another Overlord. Still not bad for HeroMarine, because he's killed 3 OVs, and he's been able to force a bit of mining time lost. But, yeah, I mean, Lambo already kind of in danger, and it does weaken him for any future push of HeroMarine as well.
And also, it's cutting into this creep that you really want to get going, and wow, is Lambo about to throw down a macro hatch there? I think he was, and this base getting called out, and already you really feel like Lambo was not prepared for this, and that's a nice cheeky sport down in the south there, but he is going to have 1-1 online very early, but I guarantee that he was thinking it was going to be very similar to the previous game, and that's just the power of good build planning in StarCraft 2.
That's supply blocked again. He's now killed 5 Overlords. 5 Overlords dead across the course of this drop. I mean, that is just ridiculous amounts of damage being found. Crazy stuff from HeroMarine. Is he now going to get forward? He's going to deny a lot of the new creep tumors. That's a lot of energy off the queens. There's not a lot of transfusions left on them. This is still the first 2 drops. I was going to say, we're about to have reinforcements here. I think we could have just lifted those units up, and we would have saved a few more of them. First real mistake from HeroMarine. I understand what he wanted to do, but he did get caught in that surround. He probably could have lifted and just been better off as he finishes his own 1-1. So that was a fight without upgrades as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? That was... Now the upgrades are equal between them. And the unit count from Gabe, it's scary. It's not enough to end a game. It really feels like Gabe is just... He thinks that Lambo wants to take this base, and maybe with his next drop he can get over there in the top left. It's going to be very hard for Lambo to bounce around between the avenues on this map, and this is where it can definitely get a little bit spicy. But creep spread is not where Lambo wants it. Like, being this limited in vision and having your 4th base exposed like this, it is problematic for sure.
And it's really creep spread kind of in the center and the bottom. Like, he's got creep to the top left, but that's the location on the map that we're talking about, where it's already going to be tough to defend if the Terran does go over there. So that bit of creep almost matters the least. And yet it's the most well developed as we continue to push here, and these Marines just going to fight these queens. We've been seeing them go after them for a while. I mean, right now with the amount of creep being lost, every queen lost is actually a pretty big deal as Ling's trying to run into this. This is not looking pretty. Finally from the top side, some Lings show up as well, and I mean, the Marines are just not going to be touched, though. Reinforcements actually might get caught here. We might want to lift those up. Gabe, he sieges the tank, dropping his Marines off as well. He is going to have his reinforcements still being caught. I think Gabe is getting caught a little bit kind of haphazardly here. He's a little bit unsure where he was meant to be, and either way, now he's going to have SCVs in trouble to the left-hand side of this. The SCVs get rolled into by Bane lanes, and they are going to be a lot of losses.
Yeah, this is super reminiscent of previous games, except I think Lambo has weathered the storm here pretty massively, and damage was getting done, but all it took was for one set of Lings and Banes to get through, and Gabe got a little bit crippled here, and he's been absolutely reset. Lambo's about to hit 2-2 as well. He's got the Infestation Pit on the go, so he's thinking about a later stage of the game, and right now he doesn't have to truly worry about making drones. Just make as many units as possible, get that creep online, and if he keeps on utilizing these corridors and getting these little wraparounds and things, he's going to be in not bad shape whatsoever.
Well, Lings and Bane still coming through. More Marines are showing up as the tanks will try and hold, but this is another wraparound here from the top and the bottom. That's what initiated the fight last time. That gave Lambo a good shot at playing cleanup, and now he's got the Lings on top of the reinforcements, and he's going to be able to have the Lings there to stop anything unloading from those medevacs. Not that there's too much left in the medevacs, but in general, we're going to be on top of everything, and Lambo coming through, looking as though he might have enough control of this. A lot of army supply of HeroMarine is straight up in medevacs, and that will not be good enough, as Lambo will get onto the scoreboard here in Game 3.
That was a nice play from Lambo, because it wasn't the easiest. Like, you could really feel that the early part of that, Lambo probably, or I want to say, got caught maybe a little bit off guard by how quick the medevacs were with the stim and just poking around, getting damage done here, there, and everywhere. But that one wraparound that he got, and then the counter damage done, it's nice that he got a win on the board, because it's not easy to do, and it definitely feels like Gabe is all about this 8 racks 2 upgrade push today, and whether he can keep it going. I mean, I don't mind being 2-0 up and doing it again, and if it's working, you keep on going, but yeah, just maybe now it's the time that Lambo's starting to get a bit of a read on this and how to deal with it.
He did finally get the figure out, right? Like, he figured out what the answer was. He found the wraparound. He was able to keep enough units up. He didn't waste anything kind of running by, trying to kind of kill SCVs or anything too soon. And he really did catch HeroMarine in an awkward moment where HeroMarine's like, oh no, like, because he had some units on the high ground. Lambo fought the low ground from 2 angles, and HeroMarine also had units like coming across, and he just didn't really know how to kind of connect everything together. He didn't know if he wanted to bring everything into fight. He kind of retreated, but then stopped to fight, and it got very messy, and that gave Lambo that full chance to break through. As Lambo just asks for a moment here. No worries on that. Let's have a quick look at our bracket and see where we stand here. As obviously, this section is pretty brutal, by the way. The winner of Lambo HeroMarine would play Reno or Mana next round. Obviously, Reno is in Korea, but if you do count him as a favorite, he's still, a terrifying player, despite, playing on Europe with ping. I would not like to be in this section. It is definitely tough.
No, and I dare say, with ping, I mean, CBT can be a little bit of a nightmare with bad ping from either side, but ZVZ, I think that's way more of a nightmare for a Zerg player, so maybe Reno's out there somewhere just hoping that Gabe's going to make it, because if he plays fairly predictable, like these kind of pushes, these are something that you don't worry too much about, as long as you have a good understanding of how to deal with it.
What, is there anything in the bracket you think is going to be, like, a really interesting match, let's say, tomorrow? Because obviously we know we've got Clem coming up still today. So tomorrow you have Gung Fu versus Spirit, Reno versus Mana, Alaza versus Christiana, and Skillus versus Maxpax. Any of those matches in particular you're looking forward to?
I think Gung Fu always delivers kind of fun games. I just do. I don't think Christiana's going to be a walkover for Alaza either. I think Skillus Maxpax is in fact, they're all fun, but Skillus Maxpax feels like a fun one.
Yeah.
To me. And Reyna Mana, normally, Mana is the kind of guy that has given top players trouble in the past, and playing with the ping advantage, maybe that'll be a lot closer than I would initially think.
All right, well, Lambo got ready, so we are able to go into Game 4, our first non-3-0 of the European playoffs, as Lambo brings some life to this series. It's going to be Alcyone for the next map. This is a map where you could absolutely see the game going a whole bunch longer. Obviously, being HeroMarine decide sort of say, no, we're not going to a longer game. But you just lost with that push finally, or with a variation of that push. Maybe it is time to unlock the later game setup this time around as we head into map number 4. It is going to be Alcyone, and in the top right-hand side, still 2-1 up, looking to advance through in this European bracket. It is HeroMarine.
And spawning in the bottom left has the Blue Zerg, with a map now on the board. It is Lambo. Yeah, after looking at the bracket a little bit, I do think Maxpax has a nice matchup against Skillus, right? It's just so good at PvP. Christiana showcased some pretty solid play, actually. Like, defeating Lambo, that was a bit of a surprise to me, which is why Lambo's here, playing against HeroMarine instead of a laser, I'd imagine, because I think that's how it would have worked out. But yeah, that bottom bracket, fairly open, like Reynor being in Korea, so he plays with a bit of a ping disadvantage. I want to say a bit, quite a lot. But yeah, the top side of the bracket, like those guys running up against the Clems and Showtimes, I feel there's kind of two fairly predictable outcomes for the semi-finals, at least the winner brackets of these matchups. But even then, Hearthstone does often give Showtime a bit of a tough time just because of how greedy he is and likes to really work that out against Showtime and make Showtime kind of play from a macro deficit. But then because Showtime, they end up having a very close game.
Yeah, Hearthstone's PvP can be really fun sometimes. It's I'm actually really excited for this bracket. I'm here for the next 3 days straight doing this, so there's a lot of cool matchups coming up. Yeah, I'm here until, well, I'm not here on Sunday, but then I'm here for like tomorrow and the day after. So I see the rest of the round of 16, and I think I see the lower bracket, which will be cool as well to see who kind of fights for their life. And I think Sunday is going to be up a bracket round 2, so it'll be a fun weekend of StarCraft. Again, Thursday through Sunday this week and Thursday through Sunday next week for European playoffs. And America starts next week as well. We also finish up Asia this weekend. As right now, HeroMarine and Lambo just sit and open fairly standard. No double racks this time around.
No, just a single Reaper opening. No SCV scout from him. Just safe standard. Most likely just going to... Ooh, does not get a drone there. Nice little bit of micro on both sides of things. Will be a 3cc opening for Gabe as well. Just one gas to go with thus far.
Yes, it is a 3cc, so we just get very macro focused. The Revo dance is a little bit... I mean, we're just not moving away from that 3cc at all, are we? Just economy-based openings in some way or form. It's been a bit different here and there, but otherwise, generally, HeroMarine has been pretty darn consistent about how he sets up in, again, general ideas. Like, there's been little deviations of how you get there, but generally, it's been kind of all greedy.
It really has. Starport starts up for HeroMarine. We've seen a whole array of builds out of him that have all led to the same spot, if you will. But I am curious if he's going to kind of stay with the same pattern this game. Like Alcyone, it's a little bit... I want to say of the map so far, this might be the better Zerg map because they have not been advantageous for Zerg so far. Maybe you could say Crimson Court is a little bit better than the previous maps for Zerg, but yeah, that Dynasty, that is so bad for Zerg, man. I actually don't know how Zerg wins that one.
If the Terran plays greedy like that, because it's so hard to imagine how you do anything to kind of stop the greed as well. As this creep tumor very nearly going down, it just gets to live. 25 energy spared, and the creep not being slowed down at all is a nice little benefit.
Yeah, going to be getting up to 6 Hellions. It is going to be Cloak Banshee this time. Cloak did start up a little bit later here. Very often Terrans like to combine it with the 2 Banshees anyhow, so not too big of a deal. Nice safe opening from HeroMarine. And so far, neither one of them's been truly about the cheap tricks early on, anything like that. It's been all about just good, solid macro openings. And Lambo, and that creep online opened up those minerals down to the south as well. So that looks like where he's going to be taking his 4th base.
Those Queens are going quite far forward, just want to push the Hellions away as the lair comes online. Yeah, with the commitment to Cloak Banshee, something a little bit different, of course, with the ability to then be very aggressive with those, be able to go and deal some damage. Always love to see those, always very fun. There's a couple more barracks and engineering bays are all coming through as well from HeroMarine, so it's still very biocentric behind it, but just the Banshees to kind of give it a little bit of a different vibe for a while. And we will wait for both Banshees before we try and make something happen here, so just very passive play even from HeroMarine, even with the harassing units.
Yeah, I thought he was going to use that Banshee just for vision to clear out the Overlord, because I think Lambo got the spot on it with that Overlord. But then he was just like, you know what? No, I'm not going to reveal it. I'm just going to go over here. We'll just utilize attacking the rocks to deal with that creep tumor over there. And this is your bread and butter, isn't it, of Terran openings? Just 2 Banshee on the go. And here, this is kind of the moment of truth here. Like, is Gabe going to go 8 barracks again? Because this is around the point in time where you start thinking about dropping the extra 3 barracks, or you get the 4th base going. And so far, Gabe's shown a different build order every game. It's just about where he ends up. It's been the same every time. Oh, this is a gnarly spot to get into. This is a great queen surround. And these Banshees, it's looking like a good, juicy start for Lambo.
That was absolutely disastrous. That could not have been a worse setup from the Banshees. They really achieved nothing at all. And so the defense is perfect there. And HeroMarine, obviously that's a full-on investment that just goes nowhere for you. So that really does suck. As the 1-1 upgrades in Combat Shield continue up from HeroMarine. See the 1-1 and the Baneling Speed coming up from Lambo. I mean, Lambo's also going to make his way to that Hydra den, so we haven't really seen Hydras this series. This is going to be a switch up from him as well. It definitely feels as though in general across the board we're just playing a much more kind of macro-y game that's less timing focused, and so Lambo feels like he can get the Hydras up as well, which is cool to see from him.
Yeah, definitely. And there is a fifth and sixth gas for HeroMarine. Usually signals you're not going to go for the good old 8 barracks, which at this point I'm a bit surprised. Will be a 4th CC. That Overlord gets to spot absolutely everything that's coming out that natural, gets to spot that as well. So Lambo can probably breathe a sigh of relief, although he'd have probably been very happy to see another 8 barracks because he's very well set up this game for it.
Marines and Hellions pressing forwards. Hellions are going to get a good shot off onto the lanes. I think that's what you're oohing at, right? Like, they just found a good bit of splash right there, so good little attack, good little bit of positioning and targeting. HeroMarine is very close in supply to that of Lambo. Lambo investing into Hive. But that's about it. I mean, this is, I guess, a moment where he's just kind of building up the Hydras for the first time. Still getting Hydra upgrades. So he's just not quite kind of overtaken on supplies you might expect. We'll see if HeroMarine can do anything. The problem is for HeroMarine, there's just creep everywhere, right? Every base is protected by creep this game. So it's going to be so tough for him to really break through in any specific position.
Yeah, and Lambo, like, this is when you know a Zerg feels a lot safer. Like Ling Bane, just sticking on that, it's usually like a sign of wanting to survive. Whereas this game, he gets to thrive a little bit, going for the Hydras, getting the speed online as well. He's still very good about the upgrades and whatnot. And he does have that 5th base over on the 9 o'clock position. This is the kind of creep clearing that Gabe needed here. And that tank on the low ground, very fearsome. He is teching into Widowmines here with the drilling claws and things like that, but Lambo does have to be careful. He's trying to fight for that creep spread as much as he can, and you see that with all the spreading and things like that going on. Gabe taking the top base here, going up to 8 barracks again, but far more normal 8 barracks, not your all-in 8 barracks.
Yes, with a 4th base already up, you are already kind of more committed to the macro game rather than the timing-based push. And Lambo with the Hive Tech online, Vipers are coming through, so you will have some good answers to the siege tanks. You can Blinding Cloud, you can Abduct. So much utility off of the Vipers that is now accessed, and that's going to make Lambo's game a lot easier as those medevacs don't go flying into the Hydras. They took a moment to actually turn around there, so taking a second. Otherwise, HeroMarine's still being quite aggressive. 2 different sides, 2 different armies just trying to find trades, and honestly doing pretty decent in terms of trading out so far.
The big thing that he's doing decent on is the limiting the creep spread a lot. Like that down the map it's blind for Lambo. Like, Lambo would love the creep to be, near his opponent's doorstep, but HeroMarine is really cut through the middle there, and it feels like everywhere else on the map, it's just about harassing and limiting his opponent, whereas here, this is where he really wants to fight, in this zone where he's got that tank on the low ground. And again, Gabe, they're both fighting. It just shows you the importance of a situation or a location like this. Oh my goodness, that was huge.
Yeah, he just went for the fight on the Marines and he missed the Widowmine, so the Widowmine gets a massive connection. Something that was kind of necessary because it felt like otherwise this is a pretty good trade for Lambo. Otherwise, now we are still retreating away as HeroMarine. Lambo continues to chase. How far does he go? Apparently that is as far as he stretches. So it's even still very good trade for Lambo, picking up a lot of kills. HeroMarine somewhat saved by a Widowmine, otherwise he might have just been completely overrun. If there was that much extra Ling Bane still available, he might have just sent it.
Absolutely. Gabe does cancel a Cyclone there that he was making. Thank goodness, because that is not the unit you want in this situation. But 86 drones, 81 SCVs, by far and away the most workers we've had on a map in this series, and it's mainly because of Big Gabe, right? And Lambo, he's got a lot of Ling Bane Hydra over here. Upgrades 2 apiece. The Viper's coming in. That is a lot of Zerg here, Wardy. HeroMarine kind of set up on the high ground a little bit, and maybe he can get a Dream Widowmine shot off. It's not what he wanted. Nice blinding clouds on the tanks as well. Maybe Lambo doesn't have quite enough to clean it up just yet. And yeah, that PF, blinding clouded as well. Didn't get to get the trades that it wanted, but HeroMarine does survive the push.
He lives, but Lambo is still very well set with, you know, the rebuild already coming through. He's barely even had to dip into too much of his bank. He'll have to spend some money on bailing still, which is exactly what he does now. But yeah, this is not really where Gabe wants to be, unless Gabe can keep on defending, right? If you can continue to find defense after defense here, there is a shot, there is a chance of maybe this turning into something a little bit more successful for him. So I guess that's what you play for. I don't think HeroMarine is going to find a lot of success kind of pushing out and moving forwards. I think sitting on those lib and tank sieges is going to be almost essential for him now, and just trying to battle away towards base number 5, and from there, that's kind of the economy where sometimes a Zerg can struggle against a Terran. So we'll see as another Widowmine shot potentially goes big. It was decent. Lambo coming in already. He's going to abduct the Liberators in. That's going to be free pickings. The siege tank going to get abducted next. Banelands actually blew up on it, so a little bit of inefficiency from Lambo that wasn't necessary. Again, we have to back away. We're starting to see ghosts out, so they get some snipes out, and they find some value as well. And again, HeroMarine will just be trying to just hang on to all of these little things to try and give him an opportunity here. As you see Lambo pushing forward sooner than I thought he would. I thought he'd kind of come back in only once he recharged the Vipers, but he comes way sooner than that, and that's a lot of Hydras ending up dead.
It is, but all those medevacs perish, Wardy, and right now HeroMarine did not want to be losing that. He wanted to really hunker on down on the Ghosts, on the Liberators. Now it's to remake those medevacs as well. Lambo's in his element here. This is what he likes to do, and you can really feel it. Like, HeroMarine's been very set up to do these big pushes and stuff, but once Lambo survives and gets online, he really loves to play this kind of style. He's going to be getting +3 armor at the same time that +3 attack comes online for the Terran. And where does HeroMarine take a 5th? Is it the far right side? Those minerals aren't opened up, and even if you do open them up, that's just another avenue for attack. Kind of has to go for that top left base, which feels like Lambo's very, very well situated to stop that from happening.
Yeah, I guess so, right? I mean, maybe you can get the 5th, and if you see
Were you
Jib's
gonna
maybe
yep
kind
me?
of tough. No, I was just thinking about it. How difficult
You were
the
thinking
5th
about
is
yapping
gonna be.
me?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I was genuinely just thinking. You know, you said something thought-provoking, so I stopped to think about it instead of just being like, whatever, Ben, cool, I'll just say something else. No, it's kind of true. You're kind of limited on the base. He's going to go to the right side. I'm kind of with you. I don't like that because I feel like that opens more opportunity for the Zerg to kind of hit everywhere.
The only issue with taking that top left, it's like, that's it, that's the end of the road. Like, your 5 bases there, whereas taking the far right, there's at least other opportunities, you know? Like, and right now, Lambo's just throwing units away. Does it look pretty? No, but it definitely keeps trading, and he does have far more mining available. Does Gabe have Liberation range? Not yet. I do see some Liberators trying to get in positions, but Lambo's nicely situated with Spore Crawlers, ready to shut that down as well. And this is where the game gets very hard for Terran. Like, 5 bases is where you'd love to be in a late game setup, but not when the Zerg has the map, you know? Like, this is... the Liberators are doing a good job, and maybe Lurkers could have come out a little bit sooner for Lambo, but Lambo is feeling very solid here. The one thing he's probably not liking is the fact that HeroMarine hasn't tapped out yet, because you never want a Terran to weasel his way back into a game.
It is that kind of setup, though, right? Where if Lambo has a few more fights like he's been having where he just doesn't make too much progress, then I do get a little bit worried that it is going to be exactly what you talk about, where he's going to weasel his way back in. And this is one of those fights. These Marines in the back of that mineral line are surviving for so long. Finally, some Banes break through. Starts to look a little bit better for Lambo, but a lot of it is the fact that his supply is still being reinforced. He does have a much larger bank, and that's something HeroMarine needs to try and fix. HeroMarine would really love this fight to just not come for another minute, so you can actually get a planetary on this right side. That would make a huge difference, and it would have actually saved a lot of his Marines there from Banelands, so...
This was actually very crucial for Lambo, though. Like, he's got one idea in his mind right now, and it's not to let this Terran stabilize. So a lot of it might not look pretty, might not look efficient, but for the Zerg game plan, and you see that with how many Banelands he's making, he just has to keep wounding HeroMarine, because Lambo is ahead right now. Income-wise, he's solid. He keeps trading out with the SCVs as well, which is a massive deal. If he wasn't doing that, maybe he couldn't have this game plan. But the fact that he does, yeah, he's going to keep on sending it, and it is absolutely the right move.
Bane Hydra sends up once again. Banelings go crashing into these Marines. Blinding Clouds on the siege tanks. Gonna turn the Banes into this mineral line. The Planetary is gonna go down. This is big. Obviously denying the 5th base. Just keeps HeroMarine away from the economy he would need to keep withstanding this. At some point soon, HeroMarine's 4 bases are drying up, and it's just so tough to then stay relevant in the game when you don't have that 5th mining, and I think that is really becoming close.
Yeah, Lambo, like, again, a lot of the game plan for Zergs against the Terran that is trying to hunker down, it's limit that 5th base, make it cost for the Terran. Like, even if they set it up, make it so you're on a good 7-8 bases behind it, and you've been trading very efficiently, because they are going to run out of resources. We look at the main, the natural, even the 4th base for HeroMarine is starting to dry up here. Like, mules, they're great, but they do make you run out of your bases very quickly, and Lambo, he's not been under threat for such a long time, and you know a Zerg feels comfortable when they've got 3-3-3 on the go, which is exactly what he has.
Playing Bane Hydra. Viper makes the push through. A couple Liberator shots coming about. Tank shots are going to be firing away. The Libs get abducted forward. Going to try and relocate a couple of those, but Lambo just knows that he has got the momentum here. SCV's all stacked there. The Banelings will find the connection in the end. Another base knocked down, and HeroMarine finally says GG. This is just not going to be sustainable. And Lambo has really brought this series back. Games 1 and 2 were decisive from HeroMarine. Game 3 started off so well for him. It felt like he was clearing up creep everywhere. And Lambo has made it look all about him ever since that moment that he turned it around on game number 3. So now we get to go to game number 5. We are getting a real series here in Europe after a couple of faster ones. And it is going to go all the way down to the wire. As one final map will decide who advances in the winner bracket and who is going to have a long road ahead of them in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and, you know, Gabe, after being 2-0 up with cool builds, good Terran maps, he's now going to be feeling the pressure a lot, because Lambo, he's showcased that he's now getting more of a read on how he's liking to play today. And Gabe is the kind of guy that he'll be 2-Rax Reapering on his stream being like, oh yeah, I'm playing my serious strategies in tournaments. And then it's like, you know, he's bringing out these strats again in the tournaments. And yeah, Lambo's feeling it now. It feels like his play, his idea, his game plan was good. He knew when he was safe to start teching into Hydras, and he knew what he had to do to really close it out, or at least make it, you know, mortally wounding for HeroMarine.
Well, let's see if we can have a game 5 where Lambo can make it happen once more. We go to Oceanborn, which some Zergs do not like playing against Terrans. I feel like this is an 8-Rax map as well if HeroMarine wants to go towards that once again, so it is time to find out whether it's going to be HeroMarine or Lambo continuing to represent Germany into the next round of the winner bracket, as we will head into the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. This is our blue Zerg player. It is Lambo.
And spawning over on the bottom right-hand side, representing Mouts, it is HeroMarine. And by Mouts, I obviously mean Mouse. It was been a long day, Waddy.
Well, it's not really been a long day, Ben. We've been very quick through all the matches so far.
Well, maybe for you, Wardy, but for me, you know, I've been sat here, I get my little 3-minute break, and it's like, oh, I'm back and rolling. Hey, you've had a few slip-ups today. I haven't thrown you under the bus.
I don't know.
Yes, you goose.
I didn't throw you under the bus. I just said it's not
a long day.
I know. Not been that long of a day.
I know.
Yeah,
it wasn't much of a save-in from the bus, I'll tell you that.
Oh, you know. You tripped yourself over the bus.
This is all about the Yetman incident, isn't it? You're like, Ben, you Yetmanned me. I was just waiting for you to mess up, because I know you will. You always do. Alrighty. Let's see what these players have in store for us now, because it definitely feels like if you're a fan out there and you're a fan of both these players and you're like, oh, who do I cheer for? Right now, you got to say that momentum is definitely in Lambo's favor. Like, these 2 or 3 base pushes, how long can they work? And, you know, Gabe's, after the 3rd game on Crimson Court, kind of switched out of it a little bit. And when it started going into the later stages of the game, it definitely felt that Lambo just was more solid there and knew how to play it.
I do wonder if just a game of something a bit different, and then HeroMarine returns back, you can find a bit of momentum with those 8 racks as a gain. And if that's something he feels like he can still work, because I think you can kind of look back to Crimson Core and be like, okay, well, Lambo did things correctly, but maybe I also got myself a little bit confused with, you know, reinforcements here, one army on the low ground, one army on the high ground. If that's something you can simplify on Oceanborn, which I think should be doable, then maybe you do just still believe in the power of those 8 racks.
It's definitely not a bad map for it, but it's not as if it's a bad map for any sort of Terran play. Like, it's big, there's a lot of bases, but when I say there's a lot of bases, there's also kind of a limited amount of bases, right? Like, it's not easy to split the map for Terrans, but so far, the things that have worked for Gabe is, hey, my 3 base pushes. Things that haven't worked for Gabe is trying to play a little bit of a longer game, but if Lambo's getting a read on both those things, it's tough. It feels like, well, do I go for the style that suits me better, but my opponent's getting better at dealing with it, or do I go for a style of play that my opponent's just very good at? It's tough.
Factory swaps onto a reactor, so we have that happening, but second factory starting, and so HeroMarine is going to save the big guns, the change-ups, all the way for game number 5 here. So double factory into something mech focused, or timing focus into a bio follow-up. That's also something HeroMarine has done, right, where you play like Flame Hellions or like a Hellion Cyclone combo. He is going to go Tech Lab on that barracks, which I think signifies Blue Flame Hellions here, and he has sometimes done that kind of bio follow-up with it, so potential possibilities. As obviously the Hellions will be pouring out very soon, and if you don't figure this out as Lambo, it can be terrifying.
I was kind of wondering why HeroMarine hasn't pulled out a mech build just yet. And I know Cyclones are very different now. He had a big patch where he was absolutely flying with the Cyclones and stuff in TVZ. Remember him taking out Solar and just being solid with it. Now, they're very different, and this build, it's going to get scouted very quickly that it's a 2-factory opening. And Blue Flame Hellion? That's a bit of a blast from the past. Roach Warren instantly thrown down by Lambo as well.
I mean, he just scouted it instantly. This could not have gone worse for HeroMarine. That's so bad. I mean, we just see it instantly. Roach Warren comes in, and that's already the majority of a defense, usually against the Blue Flame. I actually think these 4 Hellions right now might find more than an actual Blue Flame attack does, because it's actually kind of nice that they get 4 workers here. Like I said, I'm not sure the Blue Flame will necessarily find as much. It's kind of nice that he got to spot the Roach Warren, so he knows roaches will be coming out. And look at this. This is cool. You don't see this kind of stuff every day. Like the 2-factory Blue Flame, which... yeah, it's not going to do much, is it? But I wonder if he's just not going to giga commit with them, keep them alive for later, for when you do some kind of push with Hellbats, you know what I mean? Could be kind of nice. You get a few Hellbats and the Marines have stim, and that push timing with a couple tanks could be kind of deadly. Yeah, I feel so, because you're spot on. These Hellions with Blue Flame are not going to get much done. About the most they get done is force out a few Roaches, which it isn't the best trade for them. At this point as well, Roaches being made are... well... they're going to help a lot against the Hellions, and then maybe if you just go Marine Tank, then maybe you can hit a timing where the Roaches are not as great, right? If a couple tanks can get some good shots off on them and so on. Lambo clearly feeling as though he's safe right now because he keeps droning. He's going to go way past 70 already. His Hellions are going to get a couple of lings here. They will find a mineral line, and we will get to roast 4 drones, but that's the end of the Hellions. Yeah, not what you're looking for at all. And maybe with the Blue Flame tech, you might go into some Hellions later on, but it's not ideal. It's not ideal at all, and you can definitely say that eco damage-wise, this was, even though this didn't go well, this was still a better opening than the previous game with the 2 Banshees that flew through all those queens and maybe killed 1 drone, eh? Yeah, that was... that's the true disaster. Yeah, that's the true disaster. Where do we go here from HeroMarine then? I mean, obviously he's got himself a tank or 2 coming up. He's got 1 combat shields. Just 8 racks, you think? Just freaking go. To be fair, if Lambo does lean into these Roaches, which it does look like he is doing, because I don't think he's done a follow-up scout to know what it is. And I think,
depending on what he sees right now, like seeing these gases at this third, he's still not fully knowing what he's up against. Now he gets confirmation of what he's against. Now it's a bit like, oh, hold on a minute. There's some barracks here. Now, maybe he did know that it was going to be back in Tobiah.
No, he didn't. He was building a Spire and he cancelled it the moment he saw, so...
Alrighty. So all this time, Lambo was gearing up for something that wasn't happening. So, I mean, Gabe's trickery and this little committal to roaches, and they do have roach speed and stuff. They're not great against tanks. And Gabe did throw down a 4th base, but you can definitely say that maybe it's done some indirect damage, eh?
Yes, it is a bit of indirect damage, right? Something that adds up. Lambo not quite where he wants to be, perhaps, but he still was kind of generic on what he was doing, right? He's getting bailing speed anyways, he's getting the hive, so he'll still be an okay spot to set up against this. It's very tank heavy, obviously, from HeroMarine, because he's had 2 factories from an early stage. He can build a lot of siege tanks, so I think that's going to be a big part of his push if he does go. Obviously, he's building a 4th base, though, so it's not going to be a completely committed attack, as he gets a little supply block on Lambo right now from the drop.
It's a little bit brutal that +1 melee is not a thing this game for Lambo, because all those lings are just going to be significantly worse once all the bailings do dissipate. And bailing count, what's the count? It's going to be 10 on the field. That's not a lot. And Gabe's gone through the map, and he's getting to a really good location here. Really good. And, I mean, Vipers are being made, but this is about the one time for Lambo where he just wasn't ready for this hit.
He was not. The tank count is going to be really kind of dealt with well by Vipers, but they're just about to pop. They would still have to get a bit of energy, so yeah, we're about 30-45 seconds short on those Vipers, and now HeroMarine sets up a 4th base behind this, taking the chance to clean up some creep. He can evacuate with the medevacs. That does mean the tanks are going to be left sieged on their own here, though. He will now try and drop the Marines off back into the fight. Can the tanks get rid of enough bailings to make this okay? I think so. There's going to be a tank left over.
For Gabe. Yeah, not bad for Gabe. I thought it was going to be a lot worse there, but I love this choice by Lambo. He's like, you know what? I'm lacking those melee upgrades, but do you know what really doesn't give a damn about those? It's the Ultras. So if you can get Chitinous online, which he's doing here, and really get some of those units out, he has to be careful, though. Like, he's got no bailings on the field right now, Wardy. This is very problematic for Lambo. He's feeling the pressure here.
With an attack on the right-hand side as well, this is an issue. I mean, at least Ultras will be saving grace to some extent. There's nothing to really deal with Ultras right now, although a couple of Overlords just flew into Marines. That isn't pretty either. But yeah, Ultras should be something you can't really stop at the moment. HeroMarine has himself purely Marine tank. So yeah, Ultras will be big as a Bailing connects there. And we are going to chase this army away on the right-hand side. Now HeroMarine sees the Ultras. Ghost Academy goes down immediately. He did already start up a few Marauders at least, but that's going to be a while until that count rises up to anything too significant. And so for now, it is a defense from Lambo, and with a good army on the map compared to what the Terran's been working on.
Yeah, I mean, Lambo has good tech available, but it's not the best tech, right? Like, Ultras, their time is, they want to deal damage very quickly before you set up, because eventually you will have counters out to Ultras. And his economy has absolutely been flomped with, you know, his 5th, 6th base both being deleted at the same time. But he's still got nice units to work with on the map. Doesn't necessarily want to be taking every fight available, but Gabe is not set up to be dealing with these Ultras right here, right now. So HeroMarine wants to buy time, because his economy, 4 bases, very nice setup for him.
And Drilling Claws coming through, just something to help you kind of later in this game, is when you want to kind of switch towards mines rather than tanks. There's a point where tanks kind of just keep getting overrun a little bit, as Bioforce needs to be careful not to get too caught. There's only 1 medevac to evacuate with, so those units are stranded. Try and hide behind the back, but they were low HP, so Lambo gets a good cleanup. There's a drop out to the left as well, which Lambo has not dealt with so far. HeroMarine is going to try and reach out to the bottom left bit.
These little drops over here at the natural have been a bit gnarly to deal with, and all this tech infrastructure from Lambo hasn't made it easier for him to like funnel on through to deal with it, which is, you know, problematic. But Lambo, he's starting to stabilize a bit here. He's got his 5th base done. 6th base does get cancelled. I don't know if it got killed or not just then. And he is going for +3 chitinous, which helps a lot. What just got pulled?
The Baneling.
We've had a few missteps today, like be it people shooting themselves or, you know, Phoenix lifting up a Stalker instead of an Adept.
Or the Baneling that poked.
Yeah, that was great.
I don't think I've seen a Baneling that poked before. Maybe that's the new BM. You abduct Banelings into your opponent's army, as we are going to see Lambo commit into the larger attack here. Blinding Clouds across the tanks give the Ultras a better chance of just closing the distance. They're going to get right on top of this planetary. And the Banes are here to crash through the SCV portion of this as well. Now, a few bits of bio survived off to the left side, but some Ultras already turn around onto that, so those units are going down as well. Both players taking heavy losses across the board. The base going down is going to be replaced by an orbital, but Lambo loses everything in the end.
Yeah, that was not what Lambo was after at all. Like, even though we got a lot of workers killed, he wanted to absolutely smash there, and that was not it. He's going to have to rebuild a lot. The Marauder count also very scary now. Like, 17 Marauders. They're soon going to have +3 as well. Like, they will absolutely blitz through a small amount of Ultras, especially without Baneling support, which that is one thing that is massively lacking. And Gabe, he produced a lot of CCs. Like, this is a really close game between them, but Lambo absolutely has to keep on surviving to get a better army together, to be more rich, and this is a good little grab by him.
Good jump on the tanks that were unsieged, and a fairly Marauder-heavy army with Lings kind of getting on top of it definitely works. You have a couple of Infestors being brought out. Those are huge. If you can get a couple of Fungals where you can just lock units down and let the Ultras do their work, you could put some work in there for sure. As extra Banes, Ultras, Lings all coming up. A few Vipers make their way down the bottom as again, Viperling Ultra gathers together. +3 attack finishing, +3 armors halfway done. Cyclone Liberator continuing to build from HeroMarine.
Yeah, Cyclone's definitely an error at this point. But yeah, it's a scary spot for Lambo, because even though this map is decently large, you feel like Lambo's having to take bases that he didn't really want to take. Like that top right base, the creep spread in the top right portion of the map also isn't the best. Getting into Infestors, they absolutely could come in clutch here. But Gabe, with the 5 base situation that he has, it's a great spot. He's also got multiple CCs down. He's feeling far better than he did on Alcyone. And now that the game kind of stabilizes a little bit, you might be like, oh, this is good for Lambo, right? It's not what he wanted. Like, the Terran getting to this stage here, 5 base setup, it's not what any Zerg wants.
No, it's just such a comfortable spot for the Terran player. They can really afford so much from here. We actually kill a base that right side is the Terran too. But with Parasitic Bomb's going to try and chase those Medivacs away. A few more Ghosts move up, and we do have a couple more Starports building. Ghost still producing. The Fusion Cores coming in from HeroMarine. We actually get a couple snipes off, and that's a dead Ultras. As now we jump on the left side hatchery. I'm going to work through that.
Yeah, this creep spread is just so lackluster, isn't it? Like, you look at this map, we're 15 minutes in, and, you know, back in 2011, you'd be like, holy crap, it's amazing, but lots of these fights, they're going to be forced off creep, and Lambo takes a good start to this fight, to be fair, but that win of mine. Some juicy hits. Great fungal on these Ghosts, though. That is very, very critical for Lambo, and Lambo coming in like a wrecking ball over here. Where is the rest of HeroMarine's army? He's got a bunch in the top right, but this is absolutely the opening that he was looking for.
It really is. He knocks down a base there, and we're just going to be continuing through. There's no stopping these Ultras currently. They're on top of the Ghosts, and HeroMarine's army is falling apart. We have indeed knocked down these bases. That is a huge deal. A couple of depots are getting chomped through. Not going to be the determining factor as Lambo is maxed out. If he just gets set up again and goes one more time with a big push, this could be huge for him.
It really could. That absolutely brought Lambo back into the game. Gabe was not ready for that kind of attack. And I can imagine him being like, what the hell did you go for that attack for? And it's like, well, it was the best time to attack you. Like, I had to hope for you being not ready. And Lambo does start gearing up Aspire. So if this game does go on, he does have Broodlord, or will have Broodlord tech available, or even Corruptors to take down the Libs. Lib count is growing, though. Tank count definitely reset here. And there are multiple starports for Gabe to start working with, but that amount of eco damage done, that was absolutely massive out of Lambo.
That one lurking Infestor would love to do something further down the line. HeroMarine is rebuilding, though. That's the problem, right? Because it was kind of like a 5-base Terror, and he had a bit of money to be able to rebuild off a fight like that. The big thing, I think, was denying that bottom left 5th base during all this. So it was a good fight, and he denied the economy. So big, so important at that point in time, because if the 5th base stayed up, I think HeroMarine's actually still rocking.
Definitely. And I mean, this isn't one of those maps where Zerg can just be on like 10 bases versus your 5 or 6. It is one of those that does start to get small, and that's a weird thing to say, obviously, but the amount of bases that are available, Like, HeroMarine is going to be fighting for these bottom two that are yet to be taken. And I mean, Lambo can't take that 3 o'clock base because, you know, you can have a tank on the high ground. That's HeroMarine's base. So it's going to be a massive fight as to where Lambo can really get stuff going. But the further away that he's going to be taking these bases, the worse it gets. But I did say that his creep spread wasn't looking great. It's now looking phenomenal. He's starting to get it everywhere. And look at this. Right for the pickings over here.
Well, abduct on the Liberator. Some of the tanks getting blinding clouded. The Ghost yet to start sniping, as we are going to knock down a bunch of SCVs.
Oy.
There's the snipes finally coming off on those Ultras. Once they drop hard. There's 46 more Lings on the way from Lambo. He's got money to spend, so he can work his way through that. Only 33 SCVs remain from HeroMarine. I know he can mule a little bit, but he does need to start getting on top of... Yes, yeah, there's a cheeky Ling under there. He does need to start getting on top of these other bases and actually get mining again. And probably add a few more SCVs back in, which he is in the process of doing.
I like this, though. Like, HeroMarine's army is massive, by the way. I feel like the snipes haven't really been coming as quickly as I'd like in these fights. These Ultras are definitely getting a lot of damage done. Lambo's sort of taking out the Ultras a little bit here, really respecting that air switch, getting Corruptors online, and, you know, it is a lot of Liberators out. But I tell you what, keeping that top right base alive for Lambo is going to be so damn hard, because one single Liberator can get in such a nice position, and you see it in the north as well. Like HeroMarine, yeah, he's got a really low worker count, but Lambo's is equally unhealthy for a Zerg in this kind of situation.
That is true. Only 70 workers. Obviously, he's got a lot of bases to work on. He is taking one of the bases that eventually would be HeroMarines, or at least trying to. The bottom left and that upper right base, both kind of, you know, meant to be shared, one apiece, but the Zerg doesn't want to share. They want to make sure that they have a base over the Terran player, so trying to do that for the later stages. I mean, HeroMarine's a long way off taking one of those bases, realistically, so this should be kind of fine for Lambo to do, and that's why I think HeroMarine might be in some trouble, as we are going to dive into this. The Corruptors come through, looking to knock down a lot of those Libs. The Ultras on the ground, though, are melting. I think there's one left over, but that will die as well, and there's only really Corruptors left here from Lambo. This is very Corruptor heavy for it. Doesn't feel like a huge lib count. I mean, I guess there was like 15 on the map. Jeez, I didn't realize there was that many Liberators.
Yeah, this is like, that wasn't it. Like, that wasn't it. I know it's the 5th base of HeroMarine, which is where you really want to bust if you can, because it's the healthiest. But that was where HeroMarine was so well set up. Like, so much siege, so much Liberators. So many Liberators, but now you can really feel that those orbitals that he's got 8 orbitals on the map, by the way, Wardy. That's such a high number, and you're really feeling it's so hard to break HeroMarine at this point, and Lambo's kind of stuck on this tech. Like, it might have looked very close between them, but Lambo's really been hoping to crack and break, and maybe this is the fight he's looking for, but still, it's going to be tricky.
Ultra goes down. A few Banes do kind of penetrate past the lib lanes and get onto some units, but it doesn't really capitalize too much. Now pulling away, and Lambo's bank isn't there, so he's only really rebuilding off of what he's already got, and that's going to be an issue because it means he's not really ready to go again with another fight immediately. And this could be where HeroMarine sees some big success with his armies, because he's going to get to build up, he's going to max out on a massive force, and then Lambo starts to find fights against that.
Yeah, it definitely does. HeroMarine's playing a much more solid late game this game. Like, much more solid. I mean, it's not been the easiest game for Lambo at all. Like, so what's he got to look for at this point? Getting more drones online, but for what bases? Like, keeping that 12 o'clock base alive will be a big deal, or 1 o'clock even. And does he go for that bottom left one? Every base from this point on is just a nightmare to take. It's all, what's that word where it's like, I forgot. It's a liability at this point as opposed to like a benefit for you. But it's going to be very, very hard for him to get anything done from this point, unless HeroMarine's just in the wrong location at the wrong time.
Well, we have Link Corruptor going to start making their way through here, so trying to make a little bit of an advance as we have the jump forwards. I mean, the Ultras are going to get on top of that mineral line. SCVs will be dropping in. To be fair, HeroMarine does not have a lot of SCVs to spare. Problem is always going to be, as you turn away, you get absolutely smacked. And so that's going to hurt quite a bit as well right there.
Yeah, I mean, HeroMarine, like, this game's been chaos, man. He's not in a comfortable spot, but he's got to know that he's trading well. And when you see a Zerg army like this just bumping on into you, you've been limiting the bases of your opponent. It's not out of desperation, but the Zerg has to get something done. And right now, it's just not quite enough to get the ball rolling for him.
Well, it's a... I mean, as he kind of knocked down one base, HeroMarine's going to take the other. So he just keeps ping-ponging between 5th bases. 3 snipes right there, going to get the Infestor, a bunch of Corruptors. Lambo is not in a position to be giving away freebies, so he is again going to be struggling because of it. And that is anything but ideal right now.
Yeah, this is a tough one from Lambo. Like, Gabe's pretty much able to make as many SCVs at a time as Lambo is, with the amount of orbitals he still has on the field. And granted, they got limited a little bit, but still on 6. Still has bases that are very much his to take. And Liberator count, it's not the strongest at the moment. It's mainly set up defensively. But his army's so big now, Wardy. Like, it's so big. If he starts harassing again with the Liberators, Lambo's going to be in a lot of trouble, and he's already in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, he really is. HeroMarine just has 60 army supply lead. I don't think Lambo can ever win a fight, and HeroMarine is realizing this, because now, with this army, you can slowly move up this left-hand side, jump onto other bases, and just deny the positions that have, up until now, been a safe haven for Lambo, and now you're going to have to fight for those. Well, obviously, that does not bode well, as this base is going to go down, and Lambo is going to be setting up top right to try and mine from there, but this is really anything but ideal.
Anything but ideal. And this base as well, the one that we just looked at there, that is so damn ripe for pickings in terms of liberation zones behind it. And there are a lot of Corruptors still on the map. Oh, when I say lots, 3. They've been turning into Broodlords. Yeah, this is a rough one. It's just kind of, I think it's starting to sink in a little bit here for Lambo, because he's put up a hell of a fight in this series and almost made the reverse sweep happen, but HeroMarine, 5 bases, going to be moving up to 6 very shortly, and it's just a slow death for the Zerg player from here on out.
Not wrong. It is a... I mean, basically it just depends on where HeroMarine and when HeroMarine wants to attack. He's going to go one way, he's going to go the other. That's pretty much everything for now, so... He's going to be seeing snipes on the Queens, get rid of all the potential transfusions and everything, make sure that they are not going to be a factor. Just knock those down, and they really do continue to look as though it's going to be okay. A couple fungals do drop, but I mean, there's just so many units down the ramp that this should, always turn out to be pretty darn decent.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so much firepower, man. So much firepower. Lambo just running into it, giving it one last shot here. But this... Oh, brutal. HeroMarine takes it 3-2 in a real feisty series between them. And, the 4 maps before this, they're all a bit... there was kind of a clear winner, but this one definitely bitterly fought by both of them.
Kind of felt like Lambo had a lot of control over it and then just kind of ran out of ideas to end it, which happens so much in this TVZ, right? Like, it's just so difficult to find that final little punch through and to kind of close out games even when it feels good for you. So that is going to be HeroMarine booking himself into the next round of the competition in the winners bracket. Lambo will have to go for a lower bracket run from here on out, so good luck to him on that, because that is not going to be easy. It's going to be tough down that lower bracket. I mean, first round is going to be against Reno or Mana, so that ain't going to be fun any which way. As we are one match away from being wrapped up from day 1 of the playoffs across Asia and Europe. We do have the next match coming up. It's going to be Clem versus Bly. It's one of the top dogs versus one of the underdogs, but if there's anyone that can be a very interesting underdog, Bly may just be it. So we will have this series coming up in just a few moments. There's TVZ setting up. We'll be right back with that after this break.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
One final match for us today, as it is going to be Clem versus Bly in a best of 5 to see who gets to stay in the winners bracket. Clem will be the absolute favorite, there's no doubt about it. But can Bly cause an upset? What do you want to see from him, Ben? Like, if you had to do anything to take down Clem on a shocker, what do you do?
I think Clem is super rough for a guy like Bly. You know, he does the SCV scouting early on. You got to say, just throw the whole barrel of cheese at him, haven't you? Like, I have seen Clem lose to things like Proxy Hatch a long time ago, and like, you know, Denver's doing things like that to him, just realizing like it's going to be really hard in a regular macro game against him, but it's going to be tough. Spawning over in the bottom left-hand side to start things off here on Site Delta, it is Team Liquid's Clem.
Taking on the blue Zerg, it is going to be Bly, and there is a drone on the map.
You asked me what I'd like to see from him.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
But how's it going to go? Yeah.
The thing is, I think my biggest problem is that I think a lot of the proxy hatch stuff is very good against like some of the meta builds, but Clem can afford to play off meta in a sense of like he can just open like Marine Cyclone or something, you know? Like he doesn't have to open like not the Hellions are like the go-to opening every time nowadays, but you know what I mean? Like to me, this used to be more powerful for those kind of reasons, whereas now, if you're just Clem and you're like, hey, you know what? I can just play super safe. I feel like there's so many ways you can just open up and just kind of make it so that your opponent can never really hurt you with an early proxy set of damage or anything, you know?
No, yeah, there's definitely ways. It's just, when you play against Bly, you're not playing your own game anymore. It's definitely a roughy toughy, and there are ways that Roach Ravager, especially spawning from Proxy Hatch, can catch you off guard. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's a list of bad options, isn't it, for Bly? Like, what do you do? Going for a low ground CC against Bly is already kind of like, all right, is this pushing it a little bit? And granted, I don't think it is pushing it. Clem is scouting with an SCV early on, so he doesn't have to commit the Reaper across the map as well. And Bly's kind of opening is hoping that you don't scout with an SCV. And seeing that there's no hatchery here, Clem's going to get the big red flag that something wild is going on. He's going to be looking for,
pauses the
where
CC.
are you? Yeah, I mean, I like everything that Clem's doing so far.
Pauses the CC to start the bunker. It just means that the bunker starts ASAP. So he takes the SCV off the command center, starts the bunker, brings another SCV down to start, continue building the command center. And that just really shows that you just want to get this bunker up ASAP. And we do have a couple links here going to harass, and bunker is halted for a moment. And then bring the Reaper back, and that will jump onto those lings. The Marine will wait to go in the bunker. First 3 Roaches going to be here, but surely with the modern day Cyclone, Cyclones are just going to completely shut down this pressure.
It should definitely do all right against it, but it is likely you can kill the first bunker. But having that second bunker, the backup bunker, that is key. And this by Clem, by the way, getting the second barracks is huge, because you don't have the time to afford getting reactors. Is he going to focus down the Ravager that's building there? He does, so that's a nice pick off, and that's already a massive thorn in the side for Bly. Bly's in a lot of trouble, and Clem's just, he's ticking all the boxes, isn't he?
Clem's having fun, man. He's splitting the SCV off as the barrel comes to hit it and everything. I mean, it's already looking pretty darn good here for our Terran, who is just about now going to lose a Marines. He's lost 2 Marines to 2 Lings so far. But yeah, he's got a Cyclone out, and that should go a long way to helping defend against this. He can lock on, keep that Cyclone at a safe distance while doing some very serious damage. The Roach goes down at the front there. SCVs will not be able to hold the bunker, but like I say, we're at this point where the Cyclone is going to begin to do a lot, and a lot of these Ravagers are hurting already, so we're not far away from those being in trouble too. We might break the natural position for a bit, but this is really only a matter of time before Clem gets a defense, unless he messes up the micro. I mean, obviously, if you donate your Cyclone here, for example, you can still, have no units left over, so you have to micro properly, but we're expecting that to be the case from Clem because he's one of the best in the world at it.
You can tell he's not necessarily super comfortable, though. Did pull a mule over here that does have its minerals available, and these kind of builds, the Ravager builds, you don't come up against them all the time. And I do think Clem has done a lot right here, but Bly's not doing bad with avoiding these lock-ons as much as possible, like running back, getting the bios down, but it's one of those things. There's not much behind this. Like, he's hoping for enough Ravagers that he can just kind of one-shot a bunker, but this number of Cyclones here, he can't get that Overlord in a nice spot. And Clem is just working with the vision beautifully here, but still, Ravagers are scary. Like, if this just turns into a flat-out fight, and, you know, the bunker does fall, Clem can still potentially die, but he's doing everything right here, Wardy. He really is.
Big repair on the bunker, just keeping that alive, and a siege tank now on the way, which is a less mobile form of defense, but it is going to give you room to kind of actually, like, kind of hold ground a little bit more easily, as that's a big catch on one of those Ravages as well, so we finally get the kill on the one that's been low HP for a bit. We're going to lose these depots. I'm going to lose one. We have got new depots building, so it's not the end of the world. As Fly still has a lot of units here, but this is a good scan, I think, because he wants to know if there's any mining on that base. He wants to know if Bly is still completely committed, or if he is in a position where he's droning. So now Clem knows that he's in no real rush because Bly has not been droning at all. This is a full commitment to army.
Yeah, and now Bly starts up Zergling speed here, and worker count, it's 32 to 16. So even though Clem has been denied from his natural, he's been doing all this, by the way, off just one gas. Like, that's how committed he was, just to making sure he had bunkers, backup bunkers, double barracks production. And with Bly, very often you're like, all right, it's going to be like some macro behind it, right? That's the one trick you can never fall for against Bly. I've learned it the hard way many times, but it's never the case with him.
He is not a macro guy. And if he does macro, it's the weirdest kind of low drone macro that then still makes the game hard for a very long time, but I don't think that's going to happen here. Even an SCV across the map from Clem just going to re-scout, and he does see link speed on the way, so more information gained. He is picking up info as we go, as he just wants to take the low ground, but honestly...
No. He's doing this right, though. So he's doing it right. Like, the fact that he's taking it slowly here is key, because this next attack is actually the scary one. Having 3 bunkers, and how many tanks is this? 2 tanks ready, soon to be 3. I love the fact that Clem's respecting this, because it is still a scary squad that's going to be coming at you, but Clem wasn't caught at the top of his ramp, was not caught off guard. He knows, he's played this game for many a moon, and this push is going to get absolutely thwomped here.
GG from Bly. Just got to double check it's Bly, guys, because he just GG'd out when the game actually ended instead of waiting another few minutes. Sometimes Bly will wait for the attack to come, but I guess he was quite literally on 0 army supply and 16 supply in the game, so maybe that is an okay Bly timing. As Clem does take the first opening map, and he is going to be off and away to a strong start. So, well, you wanted to see a proxy hatch, Ben? We got a proxy hatch. Clem showed he was going to be as patient as needed against it. And back to the drawing board for Bly. What do you do round 2? Post Youth, that's actually a weird map, so maybe there's something funky you can do here with it being an in-base expand?
It certainly is. This is a map where you can also proxy hatch, but you do it at like the Terran 3rd kind of thing. I love how Clem handled that, though. That was all just patient, careful, not getting over eager, because that's the worst mistake you can think of against Bly, is just thinking that you're more ahead than you are. Or not more ahead. You are obviously ahead, but all it takes is for one eagerness where you're like, you're macroing, right? And it's just like, no, I'm not. And Bly's been getting away with it for years, but that was kind of like a textbook example of what you should do against Bly. He also, for a long time, even though we had like 32 SVs to 16 drones, I think like a good 8 or 9 workers were just constantly pulled ready just to fight or repair bunkers and stuff, you know what I mean?
He was absolutely in no kind of rush, right? Like, he was like, oh, I might lose a bit of eco because I've got these workers pulled away. Did not matter to Clem at all. He just knew that he just wanted to be immediately ready to keep his bases, his defenses as safe and as strong as possible. And it paid off for him in the end, because he netted himself a 1-0 lead in the top right-hand corner of the map. Our Red Terran player from Team Liquid, it's Clem.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side as our blue Zerg, it is Bly. Woody.
Here we go.
This might be just a
again.
gold base.
Yeah, gold-based proxy hatch.
Oh, nope. Going for the third.
Okay. Even closer to the base.
Yeah, this map is also... Like, Terran can obviously have the 2 base situated, but... It's... I mean, honestly, I think this is... I want to say smart out of Bly doing these kind of weird builds, just because I don't think he has much chance with anything else. But I'm curious how he's going to try and pull this one off. Like, it's probably going to be the same thing. You know, we talked about Bly versus Marine Lord, and you were the one to cast it.
Yeah.
And yeah, you can kind of repeat your experience of that a little bit, I guess.
Oh, but Bly did the same thing for 31 games in a row. Marine Lord did the same thing for 31 games in a row. And
Yeah,
Bly lost 28-3. So, you know, it doesn't matter how much he loses, he will not change it up if he doesn't want to.
Absolutely not. It's you know, and also I know both these guys. When I've spoke to Bly about games that he's lost and stuff, even though to me it can be like, oh my god, that was dreadful, you know. And I'll speak to him, he's like, no, just this little thing went wrong, and I'm like, oh, like you just have a different take on the game to me, you know, in every way, shape, and form. Clem comes over, gets to spot that there is no hatchery here at all, and gets to see, oh, it's double gas. It's probably going to be the same thing again. Just this time, I don't have to lift up my CC. I just have to... Oh, where's that drone off to? Where was that drone? Was he going to go for spine crawlers, do you think? Oh, going to mine out the minerals to have another way into the space.
Smart. Well, cool idea, but Clem gets on top of it already, and he's just going to stick nearby with this Reaper now to know that this is exactly where that drone is at. Bunker's coming up. Obviously, the road drone will be done soon. And Clem just on his way to his factory, prepping the Cyclones very shortly, I imagine, as we get this all underway.
Yeah, and I love the backup bunker. Like the one bunker, the backup bunker. It's smart. A queen over here as well to take up or soak up some of the damage, and Bly he definitely wants to have a different opening into this base. Oh, no. Clem's going to stick on that one gas for quite some time. Oh no, he turned it into an extractor.
Yeah, that's a little bit sad, as we are going to see the Reaper getting rid of the creep tumor. You know, it sounds crazy, but these things can still work. I remember casting Scarlet against Maru in like 2018 Katowice qualifiers, and she was on Varney Research Station, and she Ravager rushed Maru, and you were like, you really think it's over? And then you lose one depot, the Lings flood through, and you know, as you've been saying in the previous game, you know, if your guard wasn't up the entire time, you can still lose the game, and that's what happened in that scenario. So it's one of those situations where Clem still needs to kind of keep it easy. But look at this from Bly, the drone's coming up, so he's going to mix it up by macroing this time.
I'll tell you what, that is not entirely what you expect, but this is, of the two maps, the worst one for it, I feel. Just because it's not as if Clem has to have loads of idle SCVs or over SCVing, you know? Like, he's got a base that he's macroing from. And this map, he's like, you know what? One Cyclone into the tanks feels like a pretty good shout. And he's right. He really is right. Though I guess the one difference for Bly here is Creep is way closer. He can actually transfuse because he has Queens as well in the mix. But still, it's one of those where it's like, I don't see it getting much better for him. You know what I mean?
No. To be fair, Clem was really good last game. I've seen what was up as well, like checking the base to see if there was drones. His Ravagers is going to slowly get chipped away at. Obviously, Clem went for less Cyclones this time to go into the tanks a bit more quickly. I don't blame him, because I guess you kind of can just kind of hold on the high ground more for longer here, because you obviously have your base mining in position. So, yeah.
This tank's getting some pretty nice value shots, and I like that it's not that close, you know? There will be a second tank done now as well. So there's no moving up that ramp. He kills a depot. Might be able to pick off a little bit more with the biles, and why not? It's a free spell. Pretty low cooldown as well. So Bly just going to go for the War of Attrition with double Evo behind it and into a fast lair.
That's, I mean, to be fair, right? If you're going to macro, then macro hard, double upgrades, lair. I'm just going to try and... the problem is, I almost would have liked this on the last map more, because now Clem is mining off of 2 bases while you're trying to macro. So it's not like you're holding Clem to 1 base economy while you try to macro. He gets 2 bases of economy anyways.
Certainly is. And that one cheeky tumor on the high ground here, I kind of like the attempt by him. And I mean, when Clem does break out, and he will, does he do it with just like a medevac squad? Is there a starport even up yet? No, not on the way either. Clem does see that it is a little bit of macroing behind it and does get a Reaper out, meaning he will be able to see what's actually happening behind it. But again, he's been mining off 2 base economy, and that is not bad for him at all. But yeah, Clem does do Clem things. Just scouts, gets to see. Nice little drone trick there, keeping the drone alive. Didn't get confirmation yet on the main as to what's going on over there, but this number of tanks, Clem's respecting Bly.
I like that he's respecting him. I mean, you gotta kind of take it slow. Obviously, the more tanks, the better in this scenario, because the follow-up is going to be roaches as well. As Clem will have to get rid of some of this creep that's been leaking into his base as well. So that's one more thing to be looking at, as a little bile there doesn't do much. Clem just trying to eke his way down this ramp. I mean, Ravagers will do their best to try and slow this process as Clem... Oh, what was wrong with that Marine? Why didn't he get split away? All the others did.
That was absolutely right bang on the plonk, wasn't it? But, okay, Bly's supply is growing. 1-1 almost done. That 1-1 is actually kind of scary. If it was just pure bio, but the tank count's 5. Like, there's a lot of tanks, and it's, again, Clem just being good about the move out here. Because the one thing Bly is hoping for, you move down the ramp, you get absolutely smacked. Like, he's getting tunneling claws here as well. Clem with a big old scout, and he's going to be clicking on those units as well, just to figure out what's actually going on with them. But this is, it's a weird way to do it. But it's one that Clem is really playing a good way of doing it. Like, and you know what? I appreciate Bly doing this, because I think it is his one hope, doing stuff like this.
I mean, to be fair, you're right. I think this is kind of the best way that Bly has of trying to win this. So, I don't mind it. We're getting burrow up. Cause chaos, cause trouble, do things crazily. You know, do anything that is going to be crazy or considered crazy, because that is going to be your chance of beating down Clem. You know, we ask, can anyone do it? Well, it's very hard to beat Clem, but Bly might just have the experience of being weird to somehow make it happen.
7 tanks out now for Clem. Like, that's such a massive number. Stim and stuff not yet coming online, but won't be long now. Still a very, very healthy roach number, but that makes the supplies a little bit deceiving. Thing is, Bly has been rolling off 3 bases behind this, and Clem, you don't often have to look for it, the spikes on the roaches. I hope he is aware, because that is one thing that could definitely bite him. I mean, what do you say, Wardy? What do you say?
I'm just kind of considering, like, do you... I mean, I still think Clem's just doing this right. He's playing this extremely slow. We're going to dive? Okay, this is it, right? I mean,
this is it. This is the scary spot, and I mean, that's going to be a lot of roaches, but they're all in one little clump there. The tank line is still pretty damn deep, but if there is a time for this to work, it is now, and that tank line is so deep, Wardy.
Yep, it is. It is just so many tanks, and that is the problem, right? The tanks are the kind of best part of this, is we have these roaches are hunting the scan, did not find those roaches. We go over to try and grab a queen, and we're actually going to lose a bunch of marines. I mean, that is where you actually make this happen, is Bly. This is actually happening, man. I mean, the tank count is good, but it's not that good because there's no marine support anymore, so Bly will completely deny this low ground. Can Clem really kind of recover from this? Well, those tank shots are still definitely helping that case.
They're helping a lot, and +1 weapons did finish, and Bly did not commit to 2-2, which, you know, you can definitely tell that Bly is still dangerous in this game, and all it takes is a few more wrong moves for Clem. And when I say wrong moves, it's where the normal rules of RTS no longer apply. Like, your opponent, he's playing proper crazy, and you know it. If he did have 2-2 started, obviously this attack would have packed less of a punch, but teching out of this, he can still go to Infestors and make a real meal out of this.
The Infestors would be a cool little addition. I mean, Clem does get a third base. We'll see if he gets to keep it here. These roaches just kind of run in this time around. Obviously, there's missile turrets up now, which makes it a lot better for Clem. And this time, the fight goes way better for him. So, man, I feel like Bly had so many good fights, and yet somehow it's still not quite enough. Crazy.
It's just the choice to drone behind all this has just been, you know, it's so all in. Like, Bly definitely brings his own flavor of Zerg to the table. But he is doing some stuff now that, you know, on hindsight might have been better a little bit earlier, where he is now droning up a lot, getting the 2-2 online. Because you can really feel that this build was kind of scary on a map like this, can't you? Like, Bly behind this is on 4 bases mining, taking a 5th. And Clem, it's not been a free ticket getting here at all, but breaking this spot now, Bly knows it's not possible anymore. And I mean, those bases are running a little bit dry, and there's creep. Not on Bly's side of the map, but everywhere on Clem's side. It's just, this is StarCraft.
This is StarCraft. I mean, just creep all over the place. Bly with an opportunity to, well, still play the game, but Clem's army supply is looking better and better. I mean, Clem kind of has to go, but going feels bad because of the way the game's been, you know, set up so far. Clem doesn't have the workers to necessarily play a longer game, does he?
I've always got faith in Clem.
Yeah, I mean, me too. I'm just trying to, like, in a normal game, like, if I ignore the player names, I'm like, I feel like Clem's in trouble, but obviously I kind of believe in Clem because it's Clem.
Yeah, and tunneling roaches are still online. There's still a lot of creep to worry about. And if... I mean, I think Bly's got himself into a game here. It's not the neatest or the tidiest, but some of these attacks have been scary. And again, 79 drones to 47 SCVs. By all rights, Bly is ahead this game. It's just, does he know how to reel it in a bit? Be a bit less crazy? That is a nice little pick there.
It's a huge pickoff. We get rid of a medevac full of units. I mean, Clem is not exactly in the business of kind of sparing units right now as the CC floats across over to that left-hand side, and we just see the rest of the bio coming over and looking to clean out the creep to get there. We see a few roaches advancing. This is going to be a fungal that lands on the group of units in the front. A couple more corrosive bowels dropping down. Creep spread will get knocked away at. But yeah, Clem really wants this 4th base. Will he be able to really make the most of it as Bly comes firing through? The tanks are going to be putting in some work. And we actually are going to see the bio stepping forwards, but there's one more fungal. Fortunately, the bio will survive through that. The medevacs are putting in overtime to keep them alive. Army supplies stay similar. It's Bly's economy that is genuinely in a great spot right now.
It really is. Like, it massively is. Some of these fights, they're not the prettiest or the most efficient, but Bly doesn't need that right now. I mean, that's a lot of Liberators there, Wardy. That is a hell of a lot of Liberators. And one thing he can't do is group them up, but it's going to get hard for Bly to break this. I can really feel that he wants to break it pretty damn hard, but poor. The longer this game goes and the higher the tech gets, the scarier it gets for Bly.
Couple of SCVs taking some shots from friendly fire. The Broodlords are on the way. Great Aspire coming up. The Ghost Count growing. Baneling Nest is still coming up as well. The melee upgrade and +3 Carapace are going to be a part of this game shortly as well.
I'm a bit surprised there's been a little bit of a lack of a turret over here. The friendly fire and the SCVs is a cool move by Bly. I mean, it's actually, he's dealing quite a lot of damage to Clem still.
Yes, I mean, he's genuinely keeping on this SCV count, like, dropping it down, right?
And soon there's going to be so many broods on the map. I think Clem's significantly behind now.
He really is. I mean, the warrior count is bad. He's struggled to get to 4th base, but his army's still good. No? I mean, are we that worried about Broodlords? Do we think Broodlords make the big difference here? I mean, I guess they negate a lot of the siege tanks.
They negate a lot of everything, especially combined with the fungals. It's just, if Clem was a bit richer, I wouldn't worry. The fact that he's making some Vikings here is really good. Like, just getting prepped for it. Because I think if there's one thing, my goodness, some turrets would be amazing for Clem. Even just like a little bit aggressive place. Now you see, starting to shut down a little bit this run by potential, but Bly's rich, man. He's so rich behind this. He doesn't even mind trading out some of this supply. Just because, look at his bank, Wardy. That's going to be a lot of broods on the field.
8 Broodlords start to morph in. That's going to be the starting point of this. And it is going to give him an opportunity to genuinely have a good push. I mean, the Viking count is growing, though. There are ghosts available. This is still going to come down to the engagement. I mean, this is still going to be Bly having to take the right fight. But, I mean, the setup is there, man. He's got so much money in the bank. 3k minerals. Not much gas in the bank. That's maybe the only thing to perhaps watch out for a little bit here.
the good old Ultra switch after all things said and done. Bly has bases for days, and if you're a Clem, moving out is actually really tough. Like, it's really hard. Like, he had to spend so many scans clearing up the creep on his side of the map from this proxy hatch.
It is ridiculous, just how this game has gone. I mean, Bly is doing it. You know, we asked, can Bly do it? Can Bly make an upset? Yes, right now he absolutely can. He made it crazy. He made it crazy in a bit of a different way, and, well, he's got an Ultra Cavern as a backup plan as well. 3-3 still coming up. The tanks are going to fire and get rid of those couple roaches. The forward missile turret helping there. This Clem tries to clean out some of the creeps, but in the front as well. Broodlords will drop down, and our first wave of Broodlings starting to make their way forward as well at the moment. As the Baneling speed, +2 melee, +1 air weapons all coming through.
Clem's army is actually getting really scary here. And Bly's trying to trade out these roaches as efficiently as he can. But, you know, trading out a bunch of them for a single tank over here, it's not pretty. But you do see that he does have minerals for days. It's the gas bank that, you know, you mentioned earlier. Getting this forward spore crawler field as well. Nobody else plays like this, man.
It is definitely a challenge for Clem because he has to figure it out as he goes, right? And that's definitely one of the things that then you kind of take away a lot of Clem's ability just to kind of be like the more knowledgeable, more experienced player. Bly trying to duel with those broods from afar. Clem, I mean, we talked about it in the previous game, but a 5th base is going to be a big deal in any matchup, and especially TVZ. It's usually a breaking point in TVZ, and that's what Clem's trying to reach to now. If he can get to a 5th, it will keep him going for so much longer in this game. As the first couple of snipes come down on the Broodlord there, the Fungal lands on just the front few units, nothing too major.
Yeah, but now we're starting to get to a point where even though Clem is still behind, his army, this is the kind of army that you need to micro really solid against a Terran. And Terran's going to start taking like the 5th, the 6th. And so far, Bly, it doesn't feel like he's super able to just kind of slap Clem out of the game, which is what he's been looking for 20 minutes now, isn't it? Like it's... And when Fusion Core comes online, you start getting ranged libs as well. I just feel that it's going to become all too finessey for Bly. But he's more than in this, Wardy. That's a lot of links.
That's a lot of links. And they're going to try and get that planter. He's going to have to cancel and lift off. And that is a bit of a win for Bly. Anything you do to deny that 5th base for a little bit longer is a big win. Because again, if Clem can reach that economy, that could be a big difference. I think Bly really needs to back away though. Once units got there, those lings won't do much anymore. We get the EMP on all the infestors. And the Ghosts are going to start sniping. Broodlords in the front as well, going to get caught. So Clem gets a good fight here. Now we're going to take a fight. The Banes back away just so I felt like everything was clumped up. And the actual escape route through the gold minerals is blocked by the sensor tower right now. So that's choked up a little further than usual. But
There's no anti-air, right?
Bly is just losing. Yeah, Vikings are chasing the broods down as well. There's nothing at all. And Clem has won a massive fight here 20 minutes in.
Oh, I mean, flying away from that spore crawler field that he made, I mean, it's going to be a big fat Ultralist switch here, but this feels like a Hail Mary at this point, and all of a sudden, Clem, more than back in this game, he's looking ferocious, and even though Bly did have a bank available, drone count isn't exactly stellar. He's at 69 drones, does have a bunch of corruptors to clean up these Vikings now, and he'll do a decent job of that. Could technically land these Vikings, but you always have to be scared about the flood of lings that comes and cleans them up, but Bly with a little bit of a victory over there. It's just the complexity of his army, even though he does have spellcasters and things available. These ultras against ghosts and this amount of tanks and libs, they have to go through real avenues and chokes to try and get things done. And now he's revealed the ultras, and Clem, upon seeing that, he can just be like, All right, more tanks, more ghosts. Corrupt a hit squad. Gonna try and shut down some stuff in the natural base here. I don't hate it.
I mean, Lib Range is quite a nice thing to get rid of. I mean, unfortunately, less went on the Lib Range as compared to the starports. You can out-repair it. We're going to try and push into this planetary fortress. It does not have a lot of HP on it. I think we're going to say goodbye to this base. Fungals all across the Ghost. However, as they get unfungled, more snipes will be available. And Bly's supply did more than just plummet. It got obliterated off the map there. That is one heck of a drop-off as he drops from 120 army supply to like 40. And all he did was kill a base, really, and that's where, I mean, I just don't think Bly can afford that kind of continuing through from this point.
Yeah, that is... yeah, as soon as this game got a bit more finessey and Bly can just kind of, you know, steamroll his way through, just absolute problems for him. And cute game from Bly, really nice attempt. I think there was absolutely possibilities for him in this game, especially if he kind of switched out the early aggression a little bit sooner and got that 2-2 going and stuff. But yeah, Clem's a beast, man. An absolute beast.
I mean, I think Clem always knew if he just kept playing patiently, there was always going to be a decent chance that the longer the game went, the more chance he would have to take a big fight, right? And big fight would be a, you know, something that kind of benefits him, because at the end of the day, you know, being one of the top players in the world, your engagements are going to be top tier, your micro is going to be top tier. And that was always going to be something that Bly was going to struggle against in comparison, and that's what we finally got to. We finally got to this stage where Clem was able to kind of show us that in the fights, and Bly just kind of ran out of steam and couldn't find any more creative ways because Clem was so well established all across the map.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, and that fight at that gold was not it, was it? I mean, just got absolutely melted. And if you have a bigger drone count behind it, maybe there was something, but Clem's just in his comfort zone now. Like this army, what's the ghost count? 20 ghosts, 23 lings on the field. It's not good. Bly doing Bly things where he will stay in the game, but he is just traded beyond inefficiently here.
It is a, what? I mean, Rizzo's loss was like double. Still is. And Bly is just
40k to
lings.
19k, that's so brutal.
It's been like that for a while too. I checked a little while ago, it was like 30 to 15, so it's been like that general trade has just been like Bly has lost so much more than Clem. That has been a consistent issue. As we do have our extra hatcheries coming up. Bly's still taking a lot of the map because Clem just says, no, I'm in no rush to take the map, so it is giving Bly a chance to rebuild. But you look at Bly's army now, it's Ling, Ultra, a few Banes, and a couple Infestors. The quality of Bly's army has gone down severely from what it has been in the past, so if he hasn't won it with the previous armies, I ain't convinced he's doing it with this army.
No, and the creep spread now, the creep spread that he has is from his hatcheries. Like, you know, Clem can just kind of navigate the map. Like, 6th base was easy, 7th base even easier, and it's just like, he has full control. I'm not sure what Bly's hoping for here, because the link count, staying pretty low. Still a healthy number of ultras, but 21 ghosts on the field, 11 tanks, 7 libs. I mean, this is... Bly's a warrior and a hopeful fella.
Bly does not give up easy, right? So he will absolutely let this game go on a little deeper if he feels the need to. As the order command heads on down, we're just going to see our bio pushing through. Going to grab a queen. Bly is going to have to run across here to try and help against this. I mean, he's not, you know, kind of feeling too bad for bases, but it is nice to obviously keep some of these bases alive. We're going to lead these ultras into ghosts. However, the fungal came down. That was nicely placed. More fungals, maybe? No, the infest is all EMP'd, so there's just going to be snipes for days as the ghost will stop fire. Bly's supply is plummeting yet again, and once more, it is Clem to just win out these later game fights. Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. And what's Bly's answer after all his ultras just melded? More ultras. An absolute bunch of them. But Clem's feeling confident here, and rightly so. I mean, he's just got the absolute dream Terran composition. Absolute dream.
15 dead drones, 17. I mean, again, the problem is, again, we kind of had a moment where Clem had to respond to the different compositions, but now once you've lost a Broodlord army, it's so difficult to build anything different than just kind of rebuild ultras. Like, what else would you really like to see Bly do? I think at this stage you're kind of stuck on this comp, and it's just about trying to find like good fungals as you take the fight. He obviously doesn't have that much money anyways, so
yeah, if I was to be like a proper nitpicker, I think he had to try and force the issue even more with the broods. But in all fairness, like Clem was preparing for it before it even began, which was really good by him. And I mean, that's a nice little ghost grab, but he needs about 20 more of those just to make sure that he's still got a chance.
It's a long road for Bly somehow in this game. And as we come to, well, maybe the final fight supposed to. I mean, Clem is setting up on Bly's side of the map. The ghost count is ridiculous as well. We have 23 ghosts out, so plenty of snipes available. And he's been very good at EMPing the Infestor as well, just cloaking forward. He's actually going to snipe an Infestor this time around, so again, just finding opportunities like that. EMP's the Infestor this time, so I think there was only 2 on the map. There's 2 left now, and there's 4 more buildings. So there's more Infestors coming, but these ghosts just farming snipes, farming value.
I tell, like, this brings joy to my little Terran heart, you know. It's been wounded many times in the past, Wardy, but this is one of those games where it's just, when you get to play with a Zerg like this, and it's just, you know, there's zero opportunity for Bly to do anything anymore. And, you know, the EMPs are great, the fights are great. This, getting a few ghosts, but the trade-off is just, you lose your whole army for it. Great play out of Clem, and it was a really fun game, to be fair. A really fun game.
It was a really fun game because Bly made us believe big time for a lot of the early stages of that. So it really seemed like there was a possibility. There felt like there was a chance. It felt like there would be some hope. Obviously, in the end, it was not meant to be for Bly, but man, he really gave it a good go. Clem now up 2-0. I mean, surely Bly does something similar because it kind of worked, right? That's like one of the best shots he's gonna get. Why not try it one more time, or does Clem just learn too much?
It's when you see stuff like this that you're like, if you gave one of the tip-top Zergs that kind of position, you'd be like, oh my god, they're going to steamroll this game, you know? Like, but in the fact that Bly can kind of make those games happen against the absolute best of the best, all credit to him, because it's not easy. And he's had this effect on players for years, Wardy, at this point. Absolute years. And just a few slight different situations for him, or, you know, different choices here and there. It could have been looking at a Bly win that game, honestly.
Is Alcyone for game number 3. There's a very real possibility Bly could shut that down. There's a couple of the fights where it really seemed like we could have just had Bly like win out from that position, and then he just kind of like, Clem, I feel like just about got turrets online to stop those fights happening just before he was like one fight away from being broken. And obviously the longer it went, the less the road charm he did. Then Bly obviously transitioned and still had a great position, but he just never was able to find it through. Waiting for Bly to ready up to enter game 3 of this series. We'll get this underway, get this started up, and go into one final map. Perhaps if Clement wins this, it's our last map of the day. Or if Bly can find a game, we get to go on for a little bit longer. So let's see.
I'm glad he's bringing what he knows best. And when you see a game like that, you just like, crap, it really can work. Because I feel if he did this against a player, let's say a Spirit, that wasn't quite as, you know, maybe honed into the situation, because that was catching Clem off guard multiple times early on. Like the burrowed roach attack, you just don't really think about it. If the tank line was just a little less deep or something, you know, you never know with Bly. It's such a funny story. Anyway, Alcyone will be the 3rd map of this series. Currently 0-2 down, spawning in the top right. It is our blue Zerg. It is Bly.
And in the bottom left, our red Terran player. This is going to be, of course, Clem.
He's going to be a little cheeky drone on the map. Maybe for his own gold. Maybe for his opponent's gold.
I like the
You never know
opponent's
with
gold.
Bly. Of course,
It's already
of course.
clicked over here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, drone's going to go across the map, build on his opponent's gold base, and we will figure out the plan from there.
And I wonder what the plan will be. Whether he just kind of busts open those rocks there and just goes, hey, I'm gonna straight up attack you. Oh, mate. I hate playing against Bly.
I know. I can imagine. It is so frustrating. You never know what's gonna happen. He has a way to just do things with units that you never really see done by anyone else. So like, it's just so difficult to be like practiced against him as well, right? It's so tough.
It's because the normal rules that you play by against any other player just don't exist anymore. Because very often you always think like, oh, I've taken damage. Now it's about dealing counter eco damage. But then against Bly, it's not about that because he doesn't have an eco often. So when you go into with that in mind, and then the next wave comes, and the third and the fourth, and you're like, no, this time he's going to play by the rules, right? And it's like, no, no, he's not. It's just really funny.
And SCV is going to be heading across, and funnily enough here, Clem, he scouts for the gold base. Didn't scout for his own gold base.
Yeah, and he comes over here, and this is where you start... I do want to say getting a little bit like, oh god, where is it this time? He will eventually find it, because you can't not. But he gets confirmation that it's the similar sort of cheddar, just where is it this time? Does spot it though.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a little bit further away this time.
That's the next kind of logical step to check, right? The gold base of your own, because there's got to be a hatchery somewhere. You know it's got to be up, so... Then the Reaper check that. Let's just see how Reaper is going to find the drone. It does open the mineral patch. That's actually a big deal. So we do have access towards Clem's base.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty big deal. But Clem's been pretty spot on about how he does the defense against this. And it's not as close as the previous map at all. And even the other one, actually, the first map of the series. But Clem does have a bunker up, going for that safety bunker on the high ground as well. Because you... More often than not, your first bunker, you think it's going to be enough. And you think it's going to be some kind of like, you're not going to come now, are you? And yeah, I can't credit Clem enough for how much he's being careful about it. Like, it's really smart.
Yeah, he knows. I mean, to be fair, we just saw in the last game, you can never be too careful. As Bly can come up with 1,000 different things. This time the Cyclone's going to be really out the front, trying to get that lock on early. Obviously, remember that now Cyclones don't auto-lock on again really quickly, so there's a cooldown, which means that the Cyclone is definitely worse against this than it was in the patch prior. But yeah, still, even just a shot here and a shot there, right? Add up damage onto those Ravagers, and eventually they're going to start going down. That's what we saw very much so happening in that first game. As Clem has got the 2 Cyclones here currently, and is now tech-lapping up the factory to go in towards the siege tanks.
Yeah, and I love this posturing aggressively with these Cyclones. He can't do the transfusions unless he's on the creep. The creep will start spreading. And that has been a real thorn in the side, and a little bit of macro going on behind, not too much. But Bly's drone count isn't the 16 that it was in Game 1. We'll be looking to take a third hatch as well.
Well, that does suggest that he's going to be on that more drone-heavy trade and just trying to keep Clem busy and then kind of obviously set up into his future from there. But I do wonder if Clem, again, kind of learned his lesson from last game and says, okay, no, I'm not going to kind of let you get away with kind of just droning. I'm not going to be as afraid. I'm going to be a bit more active, kind of pushing you out in the game. So you will see. Obviously, drones are building right now. They're saturating Clem's gold mineral line, and he sees it as well with the Reaper, so... Reaper does go down, but he knows that this gold base is mining, so he knows that there has been drones built.
I'm thinking, like, even though you don't normally want to do it, getting a Raven in any one of these games would probably be a smart choice. Like, A, for clearing the creep primarily, but all the cheeky shenanigans afterwards as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Clem's doing all the right stuff. That is maybe the one thing that I have in my mind that might help out a little bit, though.
Nice
those
shot.
are big hits. Yeah, really big.
Really good to hit those roaches, because now they're weak. Now the Cyclones finish them off so easily. He will finish that Ravager morph as well, so that's going to be a cancellation right there. And Fire's just not getting as much momentum to the front. He's going to have Ling speed finished. A few Lings might be nice to really soak up these Cyclone shots a little bit, but I'm not sure if it's going to help him really break through onto Clem's base, as Clem sits pretty comfortably here. Equal on workers is good for the Terran. Equal on army is good, considering the other player that's being attacked heavily. That's feeling decent for now.
Yeah, it's still not comfortable for Clem, though. Like, I love it. I like his position a lot, but it's not a comfortable spot to be in. Like, just having to be the one that sits back, yeah, you've got tanks, but you don't have medevacs or stim yet, combat shields as well. And all it takes is for one wrong move and your tank count gets, you know, chipped away at by these Ravagers. And this creep spread just being so in your face as well does just automatically make you panic a little bit.
It does. It puts the pressure on, as we do see Bly starting to move into those 1-1 missile upgrades, so setting up a similar setup to before. Get the 1-1, get all of that ready. Clem just moving into his stim. Again, his tank count still building. He's going to get his engineering base going as well. I do feel like Clem has optimized his response to this a little bit compared to last game. Things are just a little bit smoother. The stim's a little faster. Things like that, I think, are just going to be much better for him when it comes to actually being able to hold. Like, I don't think he had stim for a long time against some of those roach fights last time.
No. I also think Bly is adapting a little bit. Like, his fourth base is fast. And I wouldn't be surprised, Wardy, if this game he dials it down a bit, gets more gases flowing earlier on, tries to go for that 2-2 timing as opposed to what he did the previous game. That being said, it's Bly. I have no idea what's going through the man's head.
Yeah, we can guess what he's thinking, but no one's really been accurate with that at any point in time before. So
for 14 years, Wardy, for 14 years, nobody's ever been accurate about it.
Like, we took a couple years off because he didn't really play for a bit, but he's back and it's just as crazy as ever. As Roach Ravager trying to find some vials here and there, but not quite able to do too much just yet. We're going to spread a bit of creep spread backwards and upwards. So that's a little bit of an approach there from Bly as well. Just move that about, as this orbital would love to come across, land in position. We're just a creep tumor away from really being able to do that. Tanks have positioned themselves nicely. None of them are stacked up, so the battles aren't going to get multi-kills. I think that's a big deal as well.
It is. It really is. And Clem this game, he's taking a 40 supply lead. Okay, as I say that, 11 drones and 4 roaches start up, but Bly has so many minerals, but just no gas. And I've been looking at what he's been doing, and it took him a long time to get the gases situated. Not at all in some situations. I mean, he's going to go for the same thing again with the tunneling claws, but it feels like a far worse situation for him.
He just way less supply. Last time he was always competitive on the supplies and overwhelming a little bit. It's just not been the case here, and I think, again, it's the optimizations of Clem that have just been a little smoother. And now he sets up, obviously he can start chipping away at the creep spread that is encroaching on his natural and his third base. Pushes that back, that would be good for him, as a few roaches here will fight back themselves. So let me try and protect the creep. We get an overload on the high ground. And Bly, like you said, tunneling claws is going to probably be the next kind of interesting part of this for him. If he can try and make some attacks happen, but I would be surprised if Clem didn't get some missile turrets set up soon to make sure that the access points to his bases are not going to be struck down.
Why does he have 3,000 minerals and no gas? Like, what?
It's a great question.
It's insane. Like, you know, he could have had a massive supply lead this game. He's going into melee upgrades here as well, which I don't hate by him. Obviously, it's a massive committal to the roaches and stuff, but still, it's a crazy scenario.
Knock down the spore here, and this hatchery will go down. So Clem stops the mining on his own gold base from Bly. That's nice to finally do. And now the question just becomes, can he stop anything happening across the map? Because Bly's taking his own gold and a right side base as well. It's a double expand from the man.
Yeah. Yeah. Just, he needs a few extra hatcheries and queens. He's only on 3 queens right now, which I'm so confused. He does have a macro hatch in his main, which is cool. He has taken more bases, but that he can't spend his money.
That's a little bit of burrow and unburrow in action, but these roaches are going to end up in trouble. Do we have another scan? Clem does, and he's going to get pretty much every single one. I think everything goes down, so good cleanup from Clem. Bly's supply is absolutely lacking. Like you said, he's got money, but not the lava, and well, Ling Bane now coming through. Lava is as important as it ever has been, because Ling Bane will use up a lot of that lava production, so the extra hatches will help. Bly, just, again, it just doesn't feel anywhere near as scary as it has previously.
No, things have not been connecting properly this game, and Bly maybe felt like he was doing all this to wear out Clem, but feels like Bly's kind of worn himself out, because this macro behind this is just not synced up properly. And he's got an army. He does, and Clem might look at this and be like, oh my goodness, is that with like 80, 90 drones? But it's obviously not. when you look at it from our perspective, and Clem, he's maxed out, he's sitting pretty, and he's on 4 bases, and everywhere you look, Clem's army just looks like a beast.
Moves around the upper left, and obviously still poking through creep in the center. I mean, the creep buys Bly a lot of time, because Clem's A, playing a bit afraid, and B, when he does go anywhere, he obviously wants to make sure the creep isn't there. He doesn't want to take fights on creep if avoidable. He's going to start this fight now, and he can obviously lift and go into the main. I'm actually kind of... Oh, sorry, I guess there's another base before the main. Forgot that Bly's so far across on this left side. You could have maybe jumped to the natural.
Yeah, I would say it's been a long day, Wardy, but then be like, no, it hasn't. And I'd be like, oh, okay.
The last game made it long, you know.
More CCs are going down. Bly still with a pretty damn huge mineral bank going up to Hive now. Clem just taking it slow and steady. There are some burrowed Banes on the map, which is cool.
Uh-oh.
I mean, might get connection here, Wardy. When I say might...
Absolutely will. Kaboom!
The first Banes was so much better than the last 3.
Well, yeah, the last 3 shouldn't have done anything.
Screw it! Let's blow up on these Marauders!
They could, I guess you're kind of maybe expecting the scan, like the reactionary scan, where it's like, it's too late anyways, but sometimes you scan just in case. The Bane's like, screw it, we'll just go. And, yeah, pretty nice little Baneling burrow. And just get Bly some damage dealt. Again, it is nice to slow Clem's army down a little bit and just make him, again, appreciate kind of the fact he's going to have to play this a bit more slowly. But Ghosts are coming up, all the command centers are coming in. Clem is just not afraid to play the long game. I think he just knows that if he plays the longer game, it's very difficult for him to lose out.
Yeah, for sure. Like, he's probably taking the bases a little bit slower than he would do normally. But again, you've got to always have it in mind when you play Bly that he very often is working off a much lower economy than a normal Zerg, so he's just waiting for that. But this game, Bly's actually got a lot of drones now, which is kind of funky. But we're getting to that point where it's the rule of 5, where Terran get to 5 base, that's where it's problematic. But Bly, he's starting to try and creep in with a lot of units here. Remember, his bank is huge behind this as well. It's just larvae count. He has quite a bit of lava to spend. He's just working off 3 queens, by the way. Like, that's not enough queens for this many bases.
Honestly, it felt rough for Bly, kind of attacking in there initially, but, you know, he does have the rebuild available. He's going into ultras. And Clem's supply did drop significantly. Clem does not have the bank to rebuild with instantly. He does keep this base alive, and again, you mentioned it. If he keeps that 5th up and running, you got to imagine that that's going to be a big problem for the Zerg further down the line. Bly will try and take a base over to the right and just keep on expanding himself. That's not really been an issue. And again, with 80 drones, his economy is decent. It's just the, again, making sure you have the lava to rebuild with is maybe the biggest problem of all right now. At least, again, more hatcheries naturally just help you with that, even if you don't have the queens.
Yeah, it's a weird scenario. Like, this is obviously the most comfortable Clem's felt, besides game 1, in a game against Bly, but still, like, I really can't believe that Bly's just like, you know what, my mineral count, totally fine. Like, this is normal. It's great to see, but again, Clem's just hitting his stride here. 5 bases set up, and he's got those bases as well, where it's like, all right, I don't need to go more north than this. I can really start focusing on the south part, but that is a lot of ultras to run into. Definitely not what Clem was anticipating over there.
At least he has got the ghosts out, and he's getting the Liberator ranged. He's going to have all of the tools to really deal with this kind of army of Bly at this point. And like we said, Clem is not afraid to just sit back, turtle it up, and let Bly attack into him. Which I think Bly will do, because I don't know if Bly really has a good response to kind of, you know, which includes him sitting back himself. I mean, maybe 1 round of Broodlords, but if he goes into Broodlords, it has to be 1 massive surge of them, and he really has to, you know, be effective with them as well, because there's not going to be, like the last game, there's not going to be a second chance with Broods. It's 1 set of Broods and you're done, typically. Yeah,
and, I mean, the thing is, for a lot of this game, he has had potential to just kind of wing it and then remax, but the window has been closing pretty damn rapidly for that to happen, and the fact that he hasn't been able to macro or, you know, get the injects flowing, because it's still 3 queens, and that is, it's just not it, is it? Like, I keep pressing that unit tab just to see if it changes, but the larvae, and Clem does have 3 scans, so he gets to see that Bly is quite rich behind this. Probably doesn't realize how rich. He can probably guess that the income's quite high. Bly? probably can take down this base. And I mean, this is kind of the way that he has to play with the style that he's gone for, where he is just going to absolutely murder bases and then remax very quickly and do it all over again. But still, the lava, he's used it all, Wardy, and you know, he's 30 supply off remaxing.
And it is probably going to be... Yeah, well, yeah, now he just gifted up a bunch more units. He actually did very well the first time, but I feel like he was like, oh, this went so well, maybe I can keep going. No. Back it up and take your advantage. He is going to build more ultras. Who needs lava when you just spend your money on ultras? That's one way to undo the problem. So,
it actually is, and maybe that's why he's so fond of them.
Maybe. I mean, at this point, maybe he has to be. I just feel like we've seen this before, right? Where he's going to keep on building ultras. Those ultras are going to run through, and quite simply, there's going to be a bunch of ghosts sniping them down. Yeah,
definitely is. And the orbital count, ever growing. 9 orbitals on the map, plenty more incoming as well. I think it's the kind of game where Clem's just having fun all over again. And there's 3 queens on the map, but I just see one of them that's just, you know, off there spreading creeps. That's way less... In fact, yeah, there's quite a few queens that just... spreading creep, not even... this is wild, man.
Wild madness. Creep is all over the place with those queens. I mean, to be fair, that does give Bly a big feeling of control here, as Clem is going to try and cycle down some CCs to this bottom. I imagine he's going to get a couple here because he probably wants to double planetary the position and really make it difficult for Bly to ever attack in. As he spreads out more thinly, that additional stack defense will absolutely be appreciated. It is a fungal that's going to catch a couple of these ghosts initially. We've got to cloak up. He's trying to snipe down the overseers. He finally gets them, but the Banes do get close enough to a lot of these ghosts. Now the ghosts stop and they get the snipes off on the ultras. It's honestly not a terrible start for Bly. He gets a lot of SCVs killed here. Ghosts coming in from the left. This is the problem, because now you're going to bleed out a lot of units as you try to run away. And that is where you just lose that little bit of extra supply that makes it that bit better for Clem across the board. Resources lost, not as bad as last time though. 27 to 18k. Last time we were talking like 30 to 15, so it is much better for Bly in that regard. So it is steps in the right direction for him with that in mind.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, he does have a decent ring of creep around the middle of the map. Like, it's not from his natural base or his third base at all, but it's there. He can definitely switch targets pretty nicely. These kind of trades as well, getting a lot of tanks over here, and that's an orbital there, Wardy, as well. Like, this... It ain't super cheap for Bly, but it's very efficient, taking out all these high gas units, and Bly's gas is starting to really skyrocket. He's on 2k gas per minute.
The income is wild. You know, 2k gas, 70 drones still mining across just a lot of bases.
And there's so many, like, okay, there is a few things that Bly's doing really well. He's mining very much from the peripheral bases. That is so many ultras, by the way. Is there anything that shoots up in his army? I don't think so.
No, I'm not sure there is. Liberators are going to be great, but obviously the problem is these ghosts are constantly running. They need to try and find the moment where they can stop and turn and fight. I actually think it might be now because we've outrun any sort of overseer presence. So if they just cloaked up and sniped away, they'd probably do okay. The ultras do start to disappear. Oh, they turn into the ghosts! I don't love that as we are. I mean, we can just cloak, no?
Yeah, I think he can cloak. He's running low on energy on a lot of them. Maybe picking up and getting out there might be the best, but still, this is so funny to watch. All right, finally we'll get the cleanup on these ultras, and Bly's wild, man. Like, again, you've absolutely seen... Yeah, you've absolutely seen opportunities in this game for things to happen. It's just, oh mate, this is it's the lack. I think Bly's played about the best that he can, and it's been fun to watch. But it's sad because maybe there's just a little bit missing that would make it. They're not difficult things to do, you know, having a few extra queens and just sorting out the macro a little bit. And I really think he could have maybe made something happen. I don't know.
I know it's really weird to Theorycraft because it's like these are such weird situations, you know. But yeah, here we are. Clem's supply is obviously looking great right now. Bly has absolutely blew his money on all these corruptors. It's kind of wild that he built so many corruptors because now he doesn't have a ground army. He's got like 10, 15 lings, 7 banes, a couple infestors, and some queens. Like, I don't think that's going to be the ground army, and I'm not so sure we're that committed in the sky as Clem. He is obviously building Vikings because he's seen the corruptors. He's like, oh god, I don't want to die to broods, so that's funny.
No, and there's so many bases that aren't mining for Bly. And again, I like that he went for all these peripheral bases, but this is such a loco game. Like, well, when I say loco, I don't mean
a loco game.
No, I like crazy loco. You know?
Okay, loco is in the translation, not the cheeser.
Not the cheeser. No, that game would have been over 17 minutes ago. But yeah, it's wild, and I don't know, man. I'm doing a full Calaris. I'm losing my mind.
You're losing your mind. You're just gonna start giggling every time a fight happens.
I think so. It's like, oh, I didn't have a unit that shoots up. Let's make 18 corruptors, then not have any ground army. Let's go.
It's okay. It's past 8 p.m. now. We can call it a long day.
Oh, we can now,
it's
eh?
official, yeah. 7 minutes ago. We're good.
Yep.
We're officially behind schedule, so, you know.
Oh!
We're good.
And it took Bly versus Clem to do
it actually took Bly versus Clem to be the longest. Maybe HeroMarine Lambo is longer, but if this ends up as being a 3-game series, then I think length per game, on average, it's just Bly Clem was the longest of the day. That's wild.
That is actually wild. And it's still going. You know, I think his chances are limited in this game. You know, that's a nice way of putting it, I think, but
yeah, I think it's gonna be tough for Bly to. We're kind of like the situation we've been in before, where I just don't see how Bly suddenly starts taking a fight that's gonna be magically like the answer. Those corruptors apparently are hiding in the corner, and the Vikings came to well, just ruin their little corner party. Yeah, we've got a Viper coming up.
And what's the lava count? I mean, the lava count's growing. It's at 34. But still, with that kind of bank, you want a lot more lava than that. Like, even if a fight does go well for him, the Remax potential. Like, where are these queens now? I don't even know.
the queens? You're obsessed with these 3 queens, mate.
Mate, they're like, there's one spreading creep, but it's like, where's the other one? Like, he's had 3 queens the entire game, Wardy, and one of them, I think one of them's been injecting, and not very well.
That was a massive EMP on the infestors. There's one infestor with, I believe, 1 fungal remaining, but that is going to be it. It lands on a couple of ghosts, but that means the rest of the ghosts are free to snipe, and they will do that. 64 lings on the rebuild here by Bly. The Vikings are going hunting as they're going to find a chance to jump on top of Corruptors and Overseers, and well, I guess they may as well take those fights as the snipes. Only a couple go off, so the Ultras don't die yet. But it's another big progress kind of fight for Clem, who is going to continue to put himself in a better spot. Parasitic Bomb fades away as the one Viking with it on dies. And we just keep building Corruptors. I mean, I guess we're going to build Broods and just send it with the bank, but I mean, we do have anti-air here as Clem. It's not like he has no answer to Broodlords.
I mean, Clem has pretty much an answer to anything Zerg can make at this point, and Bly, every kind of playstyle he's gone for, where it's like, hey, if I bum rush this, it's all well and good, but it's just been the follow-up. Like, you know, when they talk about chess grandmasters, they're thinking 20 moves ahead. I feel like Bly hasn't been doing that.
He hasn't been. He just takes it as it goes.
It's just like, I got an army. All right, what happens when this army Bly's die? Well, I'll make another one really slowly, and we'll roll with it. All right.
There's no future-proofing in this game from Bly. I think that's a fair way to say it. Is Clem taking the bottom right bases is huge because that essentially evens out the bases taken on the map. And obviously, Bly did mine a lot of Clem's gold, but if Clem mines the bottom right thoroughly, then resources lost will never be an issue for him. He will have access to the resources he needs to trade forever.
All right, I had another look at one of these queens.
Oh no.
All right, so you know that massive blob of no creep that's kind of outside his natural? He's been shift queuing these queens to run around injecting all of them, and I just watched in slow motion one of these queens just slow walking across this massive span. I'm losing my mind.
Oh, that's incredible. You know what? I now appreciate that you've been queen obsessed this game.
I'm so queen obsessed. We've now got 2 queens, 2 of the 3 that he has, both kissing the same hatchery with basically full energy.
No!
Ah, that's one of them down.
Queen down, queen down. This is when it all falls apart for Bly. The triple queen build is finally vulnerable.
the triple queen, and you know, Mapu just looked at that natural. Go look at it again, Mapu. At the natural. Look, there they are. Those juicy buggers. The 2 queens remaining.
2 queens. This is it.
You know, they think they're off duty, mate.
They're like, hey, we're Bly's queens. We only played till 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's like, never been in a game this long in my life.
Oh my god. We knocked down a base that's pretty much meaningless, and it costs you a bunch of ultras. Clem is going to replace the CC at the front there. I guess more to hold the position than anything.
No, it's all right. Look where those 2 queens are.
Oh, where they are. Back at home.
They're still there, mate.
18 broods.
18 broods, 8 corruptors, I tell you.
I love that we honestly had a pretty quick day, like a bunch of 3-0s. There was definitely some faster games. And then we get to like Clem versus Bly. I'm like, you know what? Quick day number 1 for 3 days of doing this in a row. And Clem Bly are like, let's play for over an hour.
It's great.
I actually love it. I mean, obviously this game has felt a bit weirder because I feel like this game has been a lot less likely for Bly to make something happen. Last game, I actually did not believe in Clem for a little bit, which was really wild.
Hold on, where are those queens? Ah, you know it, Wardy.
I know where they are. They're not moving anymore, man. They're retired at this point. They absolutely are.
This is, they are going to siege Wardy, and, you know, Bly's doing everything they can over here. That's a lot of broods.
There's a lot of them. And as they are going to try and come through, there's no fungal coming down, which means these goals are going to stand and snipe. You get a few, not exactly the most perfect of battles. Obviously, if we move forward, we go into Liberator range, which isn't ideal. We split away with the parasitic bombs. So that is correctly done there by Clem. The micro living up to the expectation from him. Bly doesn't really have much gas, so he's mostly just rebuilding Zerglings. And I swear down, this one Liberator has shot so many units down. It's got 19 kills because Bly has just ignored the fact that it's there, essentially. We mass EMP on the Infestors. They're getting shelled away by a tank in the background. A fungal does land. Some of the ghosts get caught in that, but it's going to be Broodlords versus the world in a moment, and the Vikings will just slowly get rid of them. There is no other anti-air remaining. The few pros will still try and just shoot down with some snipes, and this is going to be the cleanup as Clem wins this out 3-0.
It was close. Close fight, man. And those queens. Oh.
If the queens had been here for the transfusions.
Mate, if he used those minerals on something like queens a long time ago, maybe it's stood more of a chance, you know? But it was not to be. It was not to be. And Bly's like, you know what? I got 5k minerals. Do you know what I might need? Some frickin' lava. Where are they? And guess what? They're still there kissing that bloody hatchery.
Well, one of them's kissing it. The other one isn't. The other one's just got his back turned.
No, it's all well and good. You know, still got a chance.
Well, couple ultras. Few corruptors coming through. The queen's all building. Oh my god, queen action.
Yeah, now
to the main.
Now you get to see this fella on a little wander. And where will it end up? That's the question.
No, that's why the macro hatches here, so you don't have to go off creep anymore.
That's true, that's true. Never have to walk out your natural.
Now we left up the ghosts from a couple of lings as GG is called and Bly will tap out. Clem will confirm the victory in the series. What a match. What a match,
mate. What a match, I tell you. Leaving a game with 3.7k in the bank, but you can't spend it. And by the way, that army value graph, do you see it?
Yeah, I saw it throughout the game, mate. I've been looking at it a lot.
that was beautiful. That was beautiful.
That was some StarCraft too.
Like, it's the result that I expected, but not necessarily the way that I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, you know, especially after game 1, I was like, okay. Clem shut down the proxy hatch, right? And then game 2 started, he's like, proxy hatch again. I was like, okay. But then it just became like a completely different series. Clem got so afraid. I feel like Clem got so afraid after game 2. I feel like if game 2 didn't happen and game 3 did happen, I feel like Clem actually wins a lot sooner. He's just like, he was afraid after game 2 because he knows he nearly lost a game. And so he just played it very differently. As we can look at our updated standings, aka the bracket here in Europe. The upper bracket, of course, lower bracket will be shown tomorrow. Not tomorrow, probably on Saturday when we actually get some lower bracket matches. But Clem and Harston will meet in the upper bracket round of 8. Showtime will be waiting the winner of Gung Fu Banda versus Spirit, and HeroMarine advanced over Lambo to take on the winner of Reno and Mana. We also have a Laser versus Christiana and Skillers versus Max Backs at the bottom, and they will be part of tomorrow's games, which I will be here for, but you will not, Ben. We've been part of the last 3 days together that I've done, and now you're just leaving me. Believable.
Yeah, now you get to escape me like the plague, Wardy, and be free of this burden that I am. Although, you know, I will miss those queens. Those 2 queens. It was like you and me, just sat next to a hatch doing bugger all. But it was fun. It was fun.
Doing bugger all. One queen's just like, yep. And the other guy's just like, okay, fine, I'll go inject some stuff.
No, I mean, it was a fun day of games, and I think the games are just going to continue impressing and being awesome. A lot of fun casting with you, Wardy. It was a true pleasure.
Yeah, it was great. All right, guys, that's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow with more ESL SC2 Masters Regional, same time as today for the Asia region. We'll be doing 4 matches from Asia, moving on into Europe, and then, yeah, we'll be continuing throughout the weekend. So continue to stay tuned. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you guys next time.